Back at the Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for joining us, dear viewer and or listener. If you're down in the paddock, of course, no interruption here other than the short break to get ourselves all turned back around and pointed in the right direction, which we are now. Part 2 of round number 5 of the World Racing League is back up and running. With 7 hours and 6 minutes remaining on the clock, we inch towards halfway of the longest event of the 2025 championship season. Both round 5 of the National Championship and round 2 the Eastern Region Championship here from the World Center of Racing. Lights are out on the safety car after we recovered the number 108 Sebeco NP01 from the apron over at NASCAR Turn 2. We're not quite in a line here with the field fully under control, or under the control of the safety car, but nevertheless, we head back to green under this reasonably quick yellow. And as we do so, I think we've had a late-ish pit stop from the number 119 AE Victory Racing Supra. So we've had a divergence in strategy here. That Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes did not pit underneath this short yellow. The 119 absolutely did. As I look to my left, here it comes through the United Rentals restart zone, I guess it is now. And on the brakes into turn number 1. Very late on the brakes into turn number 1. It's a pretty sizable gap from the race leader down at turn number 5 back to the second place car in GTO at turn number 2. A total of 34 seconds is the margin there as the field works its way into turn number 5, the Western Horseshoe. Go high level here. And as the leader heads into the braking zone at turn number 6. And the GTU Stratus number 58 tucked in behind the overall race leader there as well. It's the second place car in GTU. 3 cars on the overall lead lap. Go-Karts Go Australia, AE Victory Racing, Toyota Supra, and then just a couple of seconds further back from that Supra, which is going to have some traffic to manage here in the relatively near future, is the GTU class leading Stratus number 59, all the way up onto the overall podium. We've got our viewers again, or I'm sorry, our visitors again. Those on the Daytona International Speedway Tour, just underneath the booth up here. Getting photos, looking out over the speedway. Cool to be able to do this with cars on track and racing action. Thanks for joining us if you are up here on the 4th floor of the tower. AOA Racing number 74 gets a move done for overall position. 5th up to 4th now, past Stratus number 58. It's obviously not a class position battle, but that AOA number 74 coming back from 3 laps worth of penalties to now sit just over a lap off of the overall race lead. That car could really have things kind of in control here were it not for those penalties. It's certainly been, I think, the most consistently quick car throughout the balance of the day. Some of that might be out of necessity, having to kind of push that little bit harder to work through its recovery program. But you even saw it there just at the exit of the kink. It was, I mean, way out to the yellow curb on driver's right, using up all the road, trying to scrub as little speed off as possible. Huge gaggle of traffic headed out of turn 3 towards turn number 5. It starts with the Screaming Goat, number 29, if we can pick that up, headed towards the West Horseshoe. There's one, and then you'll get a shot of the second one here, working its way through the Horseshoe. There's the number 1. And there's the 29, the 172, 189. There's the AE Victory Supra tucked in behind the 52. Has just worked through all the traffic that came to rest there right as the camera stalled. And all carries on. Looks like everybody's made it through that gaggle cleanly. We did mention the 119 was going to have to work through all this. Remember, the margin at the restart from first back to second was 34 seconds. It's out to 36 seconds now. with the Stratus 59 car actually having considerably worse luck in traffic that time, back to 30, I think it was 39 seconds there just before timing reset. Unfortunately, JT, when you think about it, that NP01 is going to make its time through the corners, right? It does not have the straight line legs of any of the GTO cars, as is quite right. A fraction of the horsepower, 190, let's say half the horsepower, 190 compared to somewhere around 400 potentially for your fastest GTO cars. Yeah, that 5 seconds in a lap is a lot, but if you're being held up through all the places you're supposed to be quicker, your long braking zones like turn number 1, the bus stop carrying speed through the bus stop, Palomar Chicane through the horseshoe, and those braking zones as well, that's an easy place to lose 4 or 5 seconds. You can't do anything with the cars on the straights anyway. Kind of the worst case scenario there, unfortunately. You know, one other thing I hadn't considered here, JT, other than Mid-Ohio, where we had a couple of surprise winners on the Sunday, especially. I think it was the Toyota R&D Racing, Toyota Supra non-GT4. The Round 3 Racing Porsche has picked up a lot of modifiers, success modifiers. Call it success ballast, whatever you want. The idea is a rudimentary, anyway, balance of performance system based on a car's capability, as shown through results. I don't think anybody would bat an eye at me saying that Round 3 car is an exceptionally well-developed WRL GTO car, not just a car at the WRL GTO power-to-weight number, but it does the things that WRL cars need to do well. Whether that's, you know, making the most of the opportunities via aero, whether it's making the best of the 200 tread-wear tires, whatever the case might be, it's been really, really quick this year, really successful this year. I wonder if some of those modifiers, up to 0.3, I think is the maximum, are showing their signs here a little bit at Daytona, with that car not making as much power or having to run heavier than it otherwise might.
I mean, yeah, definitely could be.
I mean, we would have.
It's been very successful so far this season. I mean, if you go back, you look at Barber, for example. They won Saturday, they won Sunday. Well, they didn't win Mid-Ohio on Sunday. They did win on Saturday, and they still got a podium on Saturday. They got a podium Saturday at Road America. Then they won on Sunday, so it's they're a victim of their own success.
Sure, and everybody's subject to the same rules, right? I mean, you know, it's a 0.1 for, I think it's 0.1 for a race win. I'll have to double check that. But you know, this is the way we kind of prevent somebody spending, like any category. You don't want it to be spent out of existence. WRL does a really good job of keeping grassroots racing, and nobody really batted an eye about this. And it's not even something you or I really even think about, JT. I can't remember the last time we brought it up. It's just so odd, particularly because when we see that 70 or that Round 3 crew get punched, they immediately punch back. Right, they picked up a penalty on Sunday at Mid-Ohio, and immediately, right, all right, we're digging deep, max push, qualifiers every lap, I think was the phrase from Cole Lofsgaard, to get that car back into contention and get it back onto the podium, like you mentioned. And this is a different race, 14 hours, completely different animal as the 188 goes to the backside of the third apex curve there at Palomar Chicane. Normally we'd see them punch back. Maybe 14 hours isn't the time or the place to do that. Maybe that comes later tonight. But it doesn't seem like they've taken the big chunks out of the race lead like we might have otherwise expected. And that's just a notable observation, I feel.
Yeah. But then again, we really got to remember we still have 7 hours to go.
Ooh, around the outside at turn number 1. That's the 163 clearing that number 70 Porsche.
And see, that's for position.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good call, JT.
I was trying to find out where they were on track, because you've got them fighting for fourth. You have TLM USA not too far behind as well.
Yeah, so actually, the 908, I think, was onto the back of the 70 when they got over towards... actually, TLM is going to scoot through on the way into the kink, so we pick them up here. You'll see the 908, then the red BMW, and then the TrimTech-sponsored Porsche. So in terms of overall position, that's, what, three spots overall in about a third of a lap?
Yeah, and very soon there will be another one because that's Stoic Racing not too far back as well, the 87.
So we've got something of the old bell curve distribution here where we've got let's say two cars that are out at the front end of GTO, and then you've got this big blob in the middle of everybody being compacted together with sort of similar performance levels. They got there different ways, obviously, but they've all ended up in roughly the same spot, especially off the back of the most recent full course yellow. And then once you get back behind Stoic, you've got the Fast Track 188, GTR 99, and the two ACP Tangerine Associates cars that those gaps start to build back out again. But the swings happen quickly in that middle chunk because you've got so many cars that have kind of compacted themselves together at this, well, just past the halfway point of the 14 hours here at Daytona.
Ooh.
522 Choice Racing into and out of the pit lane.
And just quietly plugging away for them. They had been running third for quite a bit there, but they did inherit second after the number 6 was docked a lap for pass under yellow. So that's moved the GSD Motorsports BMW down into third. And Choice Benefits, now they are 2 laps back, sitting in second.
Still a really good run for that GSD Motorsports number 6.
Oh, yeah.
A debut entry for that team here?
To my knowledge.
Yeah. And we haven't seen a ton of the M2s and M235s, etc., into GP1. We've seen the TC Klein M240, which is good. We've seen the AOA M2 at the beginning part of this year. But getting the M2 from Fast Track Racing and the number 6 as well, as somebody rightly pointed out earlier, does create a really nice second-hand market, or third-hand market, I guess, depending on how deep into that generation tree you want to go with BMW. For those cars to find a home and continue racing. They're obviously reliable and stout racing cars. Anybody who's interested in continuing in the BMW ladder now has the BMW M2 Racing, which is the newest iteration of that M2 ladder platform, let's say, or single class cup type platform. And yeah, this is an opportunity to not have to go spend GTO type money or develop a GTO car for a car that's kind of gone past its GTO adjacent prime, let's say. I mean, it had its window there in 2020, 21, and into 2022, but it just doesn't have the ability to hang with those GT4 cars anymore. GP1 is a perfectly sensible place for that car to go racing if you're not interested in building, a car up from scratch to do all the GTO things. Excuse me. Long lockup at turn number 1 for the Almonte car number 9. Again, you see the smoke clearing there at the apex, and it had been good for a little while, but again, the inside left front there, the inside front, that being the left front corner of the car, is just finding that square edge again. Back into the paddock comes the number 10 from round 3 racing. Remember, basically immediately before our last full course yellow, that car had ducked into the paddock. That was about 18 minutes ago. It looked like it was sent, and now will return to the attention of the round 3 racing crew led by Brad McCall.
Yeah, I suspect that the Fast Track Racing and 2CS is one of their the TC America cars. Pretty sure Fast Track has ran in SRO America in the TC with that. All right, and coming into the Le Mans chicane bus stop here, it does look like Stoic Racing has overtaken the Round 3 Porsche Cup. So that is for 5th in GTO.
JT. Let's figure out what headset we've got here.
Oh boy.
We have a viewer. Or, I'm sorry, we have a viewer. We have a guest.
I certainly hope we do.
Yeah, well, he is a viewer now as well because he's got the view up here on top of the tower at the World Center of Racing. But happy to welcome to the booth. Wish it were under better circumstances, but Matt Millian out of the number 38 BMW E36 up in GP1. Welcome to the booth, Matt. Welcome along.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, happy to have you up on DriversEye Live here. As always, we've been in touch the last couple of days trying to get your onboards integrated with our DEL coverage. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get that off the bat or up and running this morning. Green flag drop. It all seems so good for Palomar number 38.
Yeah, that's unfortunately how it goes a lot of the time with this car and this program. It's just, it has so much potential. We always come in with super good driver lineups. We take it very seriously. Our pit stops are always super dialed in. We don't make a lot of mistakes, no penalties. And we've taken some time to get this car up to pace over the last few years to be at the sharp end of GP1, and I think we're kind of just finally there with it. And every once in a while, we kind of just get these random things that we've never had with this car before. So it's just part of the process of endurance racing with some older cars sometimes, but always a constant development process, but headed in the right direction.
Let's start before the failure, which ended up being a head gasket failure, as was pointed out in the chat a little bit earlier on. I mean, for Palomar in general, right, yesterday was a good day in qualifying. 38 was really competitive. 83 goes out and takes the GP2 pole basically right at the checkered flag, which was super fun to watch up here. It seemed, as we said, very promising. 38 right in that lead trio through the first hour of the race. It was really, really good stuff.
Yeah, that was all Nick Romano at the start. He's kind of the core staple of that car at this point. I mean, wouldn't be here without him. He really guides a lot of us in that regard. Yeah, he put in a heck of an effort for the first hour and a half, and I hopped in for the next hour and a half, got some yellows under my stint. Really just kind of settled into a groove. Car was in a nice window, doing kind of, 211, 212, 213, kind of with some open air. Really, we trimmed the car out as much as we could for this event. We kind of had a different aero package, different power package, really tried to take advantage of how many straights we have here and how top end is really important at this track. And struggled a little bit in the infield, but, we have a good core group of drivers where we kind of can outdrive the car sometimes, and really just worked on kind of our oval speed. And we had a really good package, and it was a lot of fun while it lasted.
I don't know, were you a part of that development process, getting the car kind of converted over to be competitive here at Daytona?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I mean, it was definitely a discussion that we've been having over the last month or two.
What does that process and that discussion look and sound like? We noticed the modified sort of rear wing approach. What are the specifics that go into that kind of discussion and that transition over to, trying to make a car quick specifically here?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a very different track than the rest of the calendar. I mean, it's just so open. It's 3.5 miles, and nearly 2.5 of it is up on the high banks. So, we kind of knew that we always had this lightweight philosophy with our car, where it was always lower power, lower weight. So we just wanted to try and maximize that so that we can hopefully, hang with the big guns again here. And really, Andy Anderson, our team owner, is always on the creative side, trying to think ahead in terms of getting us, up front and be as competitive as possible. So a lot of good creative energy from him in terms of thinking about ways that we can be up there. And really help guide that.
So the rear wing specifically, because that was the most obvious to us, you guys normally run the taller rear wing with the long element. Instead, you went towards something that I kind of likened to like a late 90s BMW M3 that would have run in, IMSA or the USRC, Grand Am, whatever. Something much more similar to that. Was that just a concern over just trying to get drag off of the car and help it down the straights? Does it take a different modifier than the rear wing you guys ran previously? What was that all about?
Yeah, so we definitely had to think about it because we were thinking about coming here and just pulling the wings off and getting as much power as we could. And we started looking at kind of the regulations in terms of what counted as OEM aero. And obviously the E36 M3s had the lightweight that came out in the 90s. And we were able to secure a lightweight front end and a lightweight rear wing and passed it through, the channels that be. And they said, nope, that's legal. We're good to go.
Awesome.
So just add a little bit of stability to the car. We probably could have run without it, but just adds that high-speed stability, especially coming off the tri-oval, coming down into the bus stop. And also it looks really, really cool. I think
it does.
Really fits that car well.
I thought so, too. Yeah, it showed up when I saw it on Thursdays. We've got a stop Pontiac GTOR here at the entrance to pit lane. That'll be the LML number 78. I did notice it on Friday, I think, when you guys went out for practice. Oh, that's very different. Wonder what that's all about.
Yep.
But I appreciate the insight there, and certainly clears up what I'd hope to be able to follow through the race a little bit more. I like the outside-the-box thinking. We talk about, I'm sure you're a fan of sports car racing just in general. One of the things we try and hit home about World Racing League, just from our perspective at DriversEye Live, is this is kind of the highest class or the highest profile series that still has an open rule book. Right, where you don't have to run homologated cars. You don't have to purchase a car from a factory in order to be competitive at a high level in an endurance racing environment. And it allows for that kind of thinking, right? That kind of creativity from drivers, from crew chiefs, from team owners, whatever the case might be, to go do something different, right? To figure out a different solution that might suit a track or a set of drivers or a car better than another. And to kind of have that, a little peek behind the curtain there on what can be done to make a car that works well at, your Mid-Ohios and your Road Americas also work well here at Daytona is very, very cool. And I'm sure there's some enjoyment that you guys get out of that process as well, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, really, Andy and the team at Palomar really take a lot of pride in right now taking these E36s and putting them up front. And yeah, really, WRL is kind of one of those last vestiges of really open development racing in a sense where it's still quite restricted, but a lot of freedom in terms of what you can do to the cars and how you can get there. So we really have a lot of fun doing that, getting the most out of it. It can be tricky sometimes, but I think there's a fun element to it that kind of keeps it fresh. And, the last 2 years I've been doing kind of dual season WRL and SRO GT4 America. So I've kind of gotten a look into the homologated side of racing, and it's definitely very, very different. A lot of different considerations, a lot more kind of nuanced things that are very more black and white. Here, there's a little bit more in the gray, which is fun. I mean, it feels like kind of old Grand Am in a sense where it's all shifted away in pro racing in the last, 10, 15 years, kind of away from this kind of formula, but a lot of fun, I'll tell you that much.
Do you think there's a broader appeal to that for some drivers that are in your kind of position? I do have the opportunity to go do some pro or pro adjacent stuff, but also, as you said, it's a little bit more restricted in terms of how you can use your expertise and your creativity. Is there an appeal, you think, for guys to come in and do something different like we do here?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, just for the racing quality alone, I mean, the track time, the professionalism of the series, I mean, it really drags a lot of people like me really close to the series, and I love it so much. And, I wouldn't have gotten those opportunities in pro racing without the series and the people I've met here and the seat time and the performances I've been able to put on. And it's just a good time. I mean, it really takes the full team effort, takes everyone on the team to kind of pull their weight and do what they need to do to get that car across the line at the end. Just feels like this kind of hybrid mix of a professional grassroots series, and I think that's really appealing to a lot of drivers.
Certainly you guys have been stalwarts now in the WRL for some time. This is your third full season?
Yeah, about so. Yeah,
okay.
About third.
Yep, you guys based out of the San Diego area. It's not the work of a moment to get yourselves onto what is essentially a full-time program here in the World Racing League, being based that far away from what you, I guess, would consider the series center of operations. But anyway, we appreciate the commitment from you guys, number one. I won't ask you to go relive the failure this morning. You told me off air a little bit, just fairly sudden there. But now you find yourself, an hour and a half into a 14-hour race with a car that isn't going any further, and you know that. Palomar is not just a one-car team. I'm sure there's some involvement as well, even though you're driving the 38. The 83's got a job to do. Do you keep kind of a hand in that process with especially them being in the class lead, just trying to lend a hand and help them be successful?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of a new thing running a full-time second car for us this year, so that's definitely been an adjustment. And it really requires a lot more resources than I think people think and people take. I think a lot of people here do recognize it, and a lot of teams run one car for that reason. But it's cool having people that, more casual type drivers in that car that just love the sport and coming out and having a good time and making sure they get all their seat time in and learn as much as they can learn. So we're always in the background trying to help coach them, help them get a bit faster, really just engage them in the series. And it's cool to kind of have a lead car too, where they can kind of look up to us and see what we're doing. And, we can kind of share notes and data. And we're kind of headed in more of that professional direction, which is a passion of mine. So yeah, very, very cool.
So it's kind of a win-win for everybody. You get a group of drivers that can come in, rent seats, be a part of an organization that's obviously growing, as Palomar is, as you said, headed towards something that's a little bit more professional. They get your expertise, they get your coaching, I presume, even from an on-track perspective. And then you guys have the support to be able to go, manage your own program with the number 38 and make that program as even more sustainable, hopefully, for you guys as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. And that's always the approach. And obviously, as a very small San Diego-based team racing in a series that's primarily East Coast and Central U.S., it's been a lot of logistics over the last few years. We're very grateful for the people at the Chattanooga Touring Wagon team based in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
They lend us a lot of support over the last couple of years and allow us to kind of prep our cars at their shop in Tennessee and take care of them kind of when we're away, and we don't want to bring them all the way back to the West Coast. And just helps that side be a lot smoother. And I don't know if we'd be, able to keep sustaining it at the rate that we are, kind of without that help in the paddock. So really appreciate them.
I don't want to give away any secrets or anything here, Matt, but we did chat with Nick back at Mid-Ohio. I think it was the last time we saw him. It was a little cold back then, so my memory is a little foggy as well. But are there things in the pipeline here for Palomar? You said you're headed maybe a more professional direction. What does that look like?
I don't know. I mean, we're still kind of working it out. I mean, I think having this full-time second car in GP2 has been an awesome shock to our system in terms of just running it and kind of seeing what that entails. So that's a big expansion for this year. And also, too, I mean, obviously we built our current 38 car a couple of years ago for kind of a different rule set. A couple of years ago, we've kind of adapted it to the GP1 specs. So there may or may not be a V3 at our shop there right now that's being prepped and put together for hopefully an introduction into WRL later this season.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was the case, but again, I didn't want to be the one to say it if I shouldn't have said anything. It's been cool to see the development of the 38, and obviously you said it's been adapted over time. It's still being adapted. We just talked about the arrow that got changed to try and tweak it for Daytona. To some degrees, it's almost a little worrying. I mean, that car is already super competitive as it is, basically anywhere you take it. If you're going to, make a V3 of the E36 again?
Yes, it'll be an E36.
Yeah, that's, I'm sure there's pace to be found there. Be pretty cool to see.
For sure. And I mean, even just beyond pace, I mean, we've really kind of gotten a lot out of our current package, probably more than we ever thought we could. But we kind of felt like we were getting to outdrive the car kind of in some of its aspects. But more so than that, just simplifying the car, making it a little bit more adaptable, simplifying the process of diagnosing issues if they come up.
Okay.
Drivability for the car.
Yeah.
Really kind of doing maybe what manufacturers do in terms of like an Evo kit for their homologated cars, where it's like just better adapted, better serviceability. Just trying to tailor it a little bit more to the series regulations and maybe some of the challenges that we face out there where we can, maybe pick ourselves back up quicker in the middle of a race. So all those go into consideration when, designing and building a new car.
We see, some in GP1 take big swings, right? I mean, Harrison is here with a V8 powered BMW. As it's open throttle, the opportunity is there to go that direction, not necessarily with an E36. Screaming Goat has done exactly that, and obviously they see great returns. They're up in the front there as well. But you guys see that not necessarily as a need to go make another big swing and do something truly unique and different and blow the class up as such. This is a refinement. Let's tweak. Let's make all the good things great things and bring a better mousetrap to the series, I guess.
Yeah, exactly
cool.
that.
Very cool. We've got a car that is that
Two.
no, they're not being towed. That's just two separate cars slow around the banking at 1 and 2.
325 and
So one of them is definitely the Zeppa car, right? The 325 that's now going even more slowly, with a car behind it that doesn't want to pass. Oh, there's a left-hand cut to the photo lane there. They've both taken the cut down towards the Armco. Fascinating. I didn't even know there was a cut over there. All right. Well, we'll pick that up here in a moment when we get confirmation on the second number. I'll leave you one question here, man. I know you're still based in California, is that right?
Yes, San Diego.
Okay. So I think we called your name many, many years ago at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. I couldn't tell you who you were running with. I honestly couldn't. Yeah, no memory of that whatsoever, other than I recognize your name. Obviously, Thunderhill went away, no longer a NASA event. Is now a Lemons event.
Right.
10 years ago for all of us. Different people, different experiences. Any nostalgia for the event? Is that something you did consider or would have considered going back and running as part of the 25-hour and 1 minute now, as the case might be? Or are we pretty locked into what we've got going on here?
I mean, really, that was kind of our last chapter on West Coast racing for Palomar Racing.
Wow.
We did the 25-hour in 2022, which was kind of the last year with real car count and real competition, and it was kind of that point for us where then we started to look towards WRL the next season. But yeah, done that race about 5 times in my career, and really each time was just a massive step in my learning process and just meeting people in the sport and showing myself. And really in 2019, I raced for a team called Technic Competition in a E46, and we won E2 that year. And that was a big launch for not only my confidence, but just knowing people and people seeing me drive. And it's done a lot for me.
Very cool. I'm happy to hear that. We've got now a waving yellow at turn 2 because the 908 is backwards. That's the, what was that, the second place car in GTU? Mm-hmm. Yep. 59, then 908, and then 58 further back. So it's all kicked off here, Matt, for some reason. I don't know why we've chosen this moment. But the 2 cars slow around the banking, and now the car backwards over here at the exit of 2. That car has continued. I know, unfortunately, you don't have a lot to do behind the wheel, but I do appreciate you taking some time coming over here and chatting with us. We do seem to get somebody from Palomar throughout the course of the weekend, and usually it's Nick, but happy to have you along. Come and say hi, put a face to a name, and when do we see you guys next?
Run Atlanta.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Love to hear it. Will you guys be at High Plains in Utah later on? So you go back west a little bit?
I believe that's the plan.
Cool. Very, very cool. Have you got any sponsors or anybody to thank? By all means, the floor is yours, and then we'll let you go back to your business. Yeah,
I mean, nothing too off the cuff, but just Palomar Racing, Palomar Solar in general. I mean, really been stalwarts in my career over the last 3, 4, 5 years now. Also, too, quick shout out to my S-Road team and Autotechnic Racing and our partners there, Inline, BMW Motorsport, part of the new racing academy that they've got going on this year. So a lot of good people in Munich that I've met and have taken me along the way. So, just looking forward to getting to our next set of races at VIR for SRO, and WRL is Road Atlanta.
Very cool. Matt Million out of the Palomar Racing number 38 car and the Palomar squad in general. Appreciate your time, Matt. You guys are welcome up here anytime, of course. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was turn 6. That was a weird set of circumstances there. Going by the log, it sounded like the Zipa car did have a spin and light impact. Continued on. Going back in the replay, it looks like they tried to take that initial escape road that we saw for recovery vehicles earlier. Came to a stop there. I don't know if the gate was locked or something, but ended up backing up and then limping onwards as the 336 from Big Mission also came slow through that corner as well.
After that initial panic there, JT, I think we've actually settled in here. It was just a couple of odd things happening all at the same time, including the... did we ever get a second car number on those 2 cars around the banking at turn 1?
336 from Big Mission.
Okay,
like a dark blue metallic look to it.
Monster 8V, Miss You, Mr. Million. It does not roll off the tongue. We've been at this for something like 7.5 hours. Easy to trip over your words. No, Matt's a good dude. We've chatted by email trying to get their onboards from Palomar integrated. I know they've got their YouTube feeds up, of course. But you're welcome to go follow along the Paul Revere 14-hour action with those guys, or at least the 83 now. with our commentary and our trackside coverage here, of course. But no, nice. What a nice young man. Side by side at turn 2. That's the 119. Excuse me, up the inside of the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW. It's really a late lunge. Just they have similar mid-corner speeds there. And 29 was able to kind of keep the speed up there. Now that 29 sits just ahead of the number 5 from All-Star Racing, which would have been a class lead battle. Right now it's an 8-lap differential between those two cars, unfortunately. It could have been so much more.
Wait, 8?
No, sorry, 5. Yeah, 29 and 5, right here.
Oh, yes.
8 laps, right? Yeah.
Yes. There we go. Sorry.
Yep. You know, it hit me, JT, earlier this morning, and we kind of got focused in on other things. But obviously, you know, the Blue Ribbon event of IMSA and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is the Rolex 24 at Daytona. You can make a case for prestige and all that if you want with Sebring, and I get all that. But it's a season opener. It's the longest event. It's you know, been around for ages, and then it all finishes right here at Victory Lane, and you know, at start finish. The high banks, the lights, you name it. It's all a big party. But in watching some old footage from the Rolex 24 at Daytona, there were years where we'd have 78, 79 cars start that race.
Yes.
Right, and it was a real kind of run what you brung attitude, where if you wanted to come race a car here, they would find a place to put it, right? So WSC cars, the open top prototypes, could go run in Sports Racer. The lighter cars, SR2. You had GT1, GT2, GT3, American GT for Trans Am cars and Trans Am adjacent cars. Right? I mean, there was a class for basically everything, and it jacked the car counts up.
There was
right?
even a Miata
well
at
up
one
into
point.
the 70s. Right. So that was, for a long time, like that was one of the calling cards of the 24 Hours of Daytona. When it went away from being IMSA in particular, having that rigid class structure, they had to find ways to support the event, and that was a way to do it through the USRRC into what became Grand Am. As the years went on, obviously Grand Am went towards the Daytona prototypes and the GT cars. Car count stayed well into the 70s. Fantastic. 35 cars to a side, 35 plus cars to each class. Really cool to watch, and seeing that everybody being funneled into these two classes and having that level of depth in those two classes was a pretty cool thing. More recently, JT, we've gone away from those 70 car count numbers, and it's been capped specifically at 60. And the theory has always been that it's limited pit lane space.
I know, it's
which is obviously a little bit of a, you know, okay, well, we used to do 70 something, so 60, fine. But I think I'm right in saying now that if you take the true, like, amateur races, like the Champ Car 14-hour out of it, which will put 80 plus cars on track here, this is now the highest car count event here we've got. 64 cars on the entry list to go racing here. They've all got their own pit boxes for a start, which is great. But as far as track density goes here, traffic density goes here at Daytona, I think this is about as dense as it gets. Which is very, very cool, especially when you compare it to where IMSA's at now. And yet everybody's still so well behaved, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I believe your GTO leaders come down pit road. Yeah, silver Mercedes GT4 from Go Karts Go Australia. Currently looking at a 31-second lead over the Super from a Victory Racing. '70 and 99 together on track here going into turn 6. If the 99 GTR BMW can get around the Porsche, that will put them back on the same lap as the Round 3 Racing Cup car. Currently, they have a 29-second lead over the TLM USA in 6th. But it does look like the 172 from TLM USA is a little bit quicker at the moment. Last time through, to the tune of about 4 seconds.
Sorry, JT, just give us a moment here.
All good. Mercedes goes through. 52 seconds behind the Super at the moment. A Victory's last pit stop was lap 166. Now serving lap 204, so should be doing relatively soon. GTR goes to the inside of Round 3 Racing in the International Horseshoe. Unlaps itself and puts itself on the same lap as the 70.
JT.
Sir.
Our friends. I'm happy to... We've had something of a revolving door today, which certainly helps with the 14-hour race distance and the coverage we're doing here on DriversEye Live. But we, after cycling through a handful of drivers and people tied to the teams and the faces that we know and love, we were offered an opportunity for something that's not just a racing driver, talking about their career and their background and stuff, and actually have somebody who's involved on more of a sponsorship level or contributory level to a racing team, and maybe in ways you don't necessarily think about. We've had a lot of cause today to talk about the Almonte Motorsports number 9 for all sorts of reasons in ways that I could not possibly have expected at 8 o'clock this morning. But here we are. I'm happy to welcome to the booth Brandon Hoffines with Squatch Juice, one of the sponsors of the Almonte Motorsports number 9 crew. So just see them down here in the pit lane as we speak. First, welcome to the booth, Brandon. Appreciate you being up with us.
Oh, Brandon, thank you so much for this opportunity. I can't even begin to express the gratitude and the excitement that I have of being up here with you guys and being able to see what you guys get to see all day long. This is amazing. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, of course. We're happy to have you along for the ride. It is, as far as I'm concerned, the best seat in the house, something like 150, 160 feet above Daytona International Speedway. Yeah, it's like the air traffic control tower, right? So you get to see everything. Real sense of power up here, even though all we do is talk about what everybody else does. Anyway, let's talk about Squatch Juice for a moment. You gave me kind of a little bit of the backstory off air, but you are associated with Almonte Motorsports in the number 9, invited to come down here by Alex and the guys and girls down there with Almonte. What's the mission here? What are you here to do? And also, obviously, talk about Squatch Juice as a product and as a concept.
Absolutely. So I'll just get started with Squatch Juice, and I can kind of go back into kind of why I created it and what our mission is and what we're trying to do with it. So Squatch Juice is going to be an all-natural All very clean energy and hydration drink. So what I mean by that is we don't have any synthetics. We don't have any dyes. So the hydration, when you pour it, it looks just like water. You guys are drinking it right now, and it looks just like water. There's no dyes, right? So you had the pineapple mango.
Oh, I haven't yet. We're going to try it in real time as we go along here.
Yeah. So he's got the pineapple mango, and it looks just like water. And then she had the strawberry kiwi, same thing. So we use real dehydrated fruit. We don't use any artificial flavoring. Okay, and then with the sodium, we use sea salt, so it's not table salt.
Okay.
Very healthy for you.
Yeah.
And then you got your magnesium, and then your potassium, which you really, really need, especially when you're going to be out in the heat and in these elements. Your body's going to excrete and use up all of that, or all those electrolytes, where you're going to start seeing fatigue, you're going to start seeing headaches, you're going to start seeing cramps.
Yeah.
So this stuff right here is going to help alleviate all of that and help keep you going stronger. And so the energy and focus, that's what we started with. And that is the cleanest energy drink that's on the market today. So same thing, no dyes, no synthetics. We use the methylated kind of vitamins, so your B, C's, and D's. We use the combination of the niacin, B3, and the dynamine, theanine, and theacrine with the L-tyrosine, which really helps boost mental stability, helps you adapt to stress, if you will. So then that way you're not stressing out about things. You're being able to think a lot clearer, and just a lot happier. And then so with that, pineapple mango.
Backwards, BMW over there. I think this is 24. Yep, carries on. Sorry, Brandon, go ahead.
No, you're totally fine. So the pineapple mango has something that's a little special, that it's the only flavor that we offer this in, and we put turmeric root in there.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
So we use it for like the coloring, but we've actually been getting so many people reaching out to us. We have no idea who they are all over the nation. They're saying, my joints feel so much better, right? Because it's anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
Their blood, they're seeing like their cholesterol, their LDLs, and the blood pressure's coming down, which is amazing. And that's not what we really wanted it to do, but we did.
Yeah.
So the reason why I created Squatch Juice, and this is, I think, why I'm here, is the backstory is mental health weighs very heavy on my heart. And I know that mental health is something that we have all dealt with. We're all dealing with on a daily basis, and we've been affected by one way or another, directly or indirectly. And unfortunately for me, it's been 15 times directly. And my big one was when my father took his life 6 years ago in September this year. I was 5 minutes too late. And he definitely was going through a really hard time and just wasn't thinking very clearly. And he started eating just a lot of garbage and drinking a lot of stuff that he shouldn't have been drinking. I went through 5 funerals in 1 year, and the last one that I just was like, we got to do something different, was my really, I found, how can I say this? My really good friend, Matt Rissell, he created T-Sheets, and out of Boise, Idaho. I used to work with him. And when he took his life, I said, we got to change something. This is just not okay.
Yeah.
And so I reached out to a friend of mine who is in the food industry. He's way up there, so a lot of the foods and stuff that you see like in Costco, he's helped get it in there, or a lot of these big chain restaurants. And so I told him what I wanted to do, and I said, we've got to start making something that's not garbage, something that's going to make us healthier and be healthier physically and mentally. So that's why I created it, and here we are. It's been a year and a half, and we've made some small changes to it to make it even healthier. So type 1 and type 2 diabetics can even drink this. The kids.
Fantastic.
The kids, the hydration, they love it. It's way cleaner than Gatorade. It's way cleaner than anything on the market right now. And they're actually seeing that when the kids are drinking this, some kids we're starting to see like have some sort of like an attention, like ADD, right? Like they can't pay attention in a lot of things, or they're starting to have migraines. And so when they're taking this, they're actually able to, not necessarily 100%, but a lot of them have stopped taking like their Ritalin or taking all their medications, and they haven't had migraines in like over a year. So, day may be, right, whatever it may be, but that's kind of what we want to do, and what our mission is we want to just change the industry. We want to go out and we want to have everybody be healthier. And we want them to be consuming something that's not only going to help them physically, but mentally as well with the L-tyrosine.
Yeah.
So that's our mission, is we want to make a difference. We want to make a statement. We want to go out and we want to change the world really with it. And that's our message. And we can do that through this. And it's working together collaboratively with other industries like yourself, Monty Motorsports, and some other of our really good partners that we've been working with over the last year. And so that's what our goal is. That is what our mission is.
In one sense, you could say that, okay, this is about a product, right? And to some degree, you've got to have something that's A, sellable and be worth selling, right? The health of what people are consuming, I think, has come into pretty sharp focus over the last couple of years. As the world gets smaller and you have the opportunity to go, let's say you go to Europe and you eat the food over there, right? You can really feel how much cleaner what gets eaten, how much less processed it is, how many fewer additives there are to it.
Yeah.
And kind of leaning into that opportunity to say, okay, we don't need all this stuff, right? Food science is still going to be food science, but ultimately, when it comes down to what we're putting into our bodies, there is a real selling point, not just at a performance level like we do here in motorsports, but just in general, about making sure that what you're consuming is clean and is healthy for you. And so that's the product side of it. But also, these things are platforms for people that care, right?
Yeah.
What we do here at DriversEye Live, do I love talking about racing? Yes. Do I like setting up cameras at 6 o'clock in the morning so we can do this for 14 hours at a time? Also, oddly, yes. As we get a car off and I think into the tires at turn number 3, is that the Grissom Motorsports BMW? Yellow flag waving. I think you might be able to catch it behind the timing tower there, Dustin. If we could get that pulled down, there's a blue BMW that's gone straight off and caught the tires there just at the corner entry. There you can see it way off in the distance. Was around the outside of one of the other cars. I think it may have dropped a wheel trying to stay far to driver's left there, and it's made it pretty heavily, actually, into those bundled tires. We'll wait to see if we go full course yellow, but I think they're going to have to pull that car backwards and then get it resituated to see if it can work its way on its own back to the paddock, or if they're going to have to load it up onto a flatbed and get it cleared. So let's keep an eye on the flag stand and on timing and scoring as to whether or not this is the path we go down here, but we are headed towards a round of pit stops, if nothing else.
We also have the 99 stopped at, I believe I saw them at the Le Mans chicane, driver's right.
If we could pick that up as well, Dustin. Not sure it's on off camera. Okay. Yeah, that's another GTO competitor there with GTR 99. So let's keep an eye on the flag stands and things like that, see how this changes the face of the race a little bit. But I do want to come back to Brandon here and just, kind of make the point that we also, at DriversEye Live have a platform to do actually pretty much whatever we want, right? We have the power of the microphones. We have the ability to change things as we want, to do things as we want. We've been given a lot of opportunity by the World Racing League as a series to share stories, right? To make a key point out of whatever we feel is important in helping to push the motorsports industry further, or any industry further, really. And sometimes we take advantage of that, and sometimes we let things just be. But you obviously also have a platform here, right? And that is to bring into focus not just physical health and what you're putting into your bodies, but also mental health, right? And what that has meant to so many. That's also come into crazy sharp focus. For my part, I used to be an air traffic controller. I left a career after 9 years out at Newark Tower, and it is obvious that is one of the key points that's happening right there, right? I got out 2.5 years ago before it really has become a thing over the last few months, but I also view this as a platform to help share what I am passionate about, which is an industry that's hurting and people that are hurting as a result of all that. You can hear the hurt in your voice when you talk about your past experiences and the mental health struggles that have surrounded you in your life. 15 times you've been affected directly by it. And to now have a platform for yourself to come out and speak, number one, to share your product, number two, and to surround yourself with people that can really latch onto that, like you've got with your connection with Alex and Almonte Motorsports down there in the number 9, through, we were talking about his wrap guy, basically, right? His car wrap guy, your sticker guy, happened to you get connected through him, and now all of a sudden, now you've got a platform together, right?
Yep, exactly.
That's really, really cool. I know Alex is kind of doing this event up big as well.
Yes.
He's got some young kids in the car that have got some pretty wild sponsors and backers in an early part of the career, which is just very cool and very crazy to me that this is what we're doing at Daytona. But so it is, and obviously yourself with Squatch Juice being a part of this as well is pretty special.
Yeah, it is, and I just have to say that Almonte team is one that I admire a lot, and they've done a lot of cool things, and relationships is like big with them, and that's big with me. I had the opportunity to go to that special dinner with Evan and his family.
Was that here?
It was down here, yeah.
Okay.
It was an amazing and a touching dinner. People got up, you know. We had some really good. How can I say it? People who have helped him throughout the life of racing, and just to hear their stories and to be a part of that, and then being able to talk to them last night and today and being a part of that. You know, these guys have done amazing things, and these guys have created their own platforms and their own things that they could do, and to come out and support a kid like Evan. And Kevin's an amazing young man, you know, being 16 years old and doing what he's doing. And the support that he has is absolutely amazing. So just being a part of this whole entire culture, I'm going to tell you right here, right now, that starting Squatch Juice, I never thought in a million years I would be here today. But I am just over the wall excited and so grateful for it.
So I'm going to share a quick personal story with you before we allow you to, go back and be a part of that storytelling and that story building, right, with the Almonte crew. We started back in an event called the 25 Hours of Thunderhill out in Northern California. And I'm sure the viewers are tired of me talking about it. I don't care, whatever. We had a sponsor come along that was a personal friend of somebody that ran a race team that was building a product out in Northern California. The product didn't last very long. It didn't stick around. But we did get free samples of product. And the name has stuck with us because we haven't had the opportunity to reintegrate ourselves into the hydration discussion in the last 9 years or whatever it's been. And I won't name drop the product because that's not necessary. But it became something of a bit. I'm going to taste this right on the air. I haven't had it yet. This is a pineapple mango. We did a bit of genuine editorializing about the previous product, and it just never went away. So I'm going to try this. We'll let you know what it's like. And this, maybe this is the beginning of the next 9 years.
I would love that. I would love that. That was what we were talking about down in the pit. And Alex was like, I don't know if I'm going to do this, but I would love for you to be like the drink for the WRL. I'm like, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know how they even do that. And then all of a sudden I get a phone call. I'm sitting in the trailer and I'm trying to cool down and like decompress.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, they want to get you on an interview. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Could this be it? But without further ado, yeah, what did you think? I mean, and be honest.
So I'm going to ask you a question first.
Yes.
Sugar?
No sugar.
No sugar.
Zero sugar.
So I'm sensitive to sweet things, right? Not in a diabetic sort of way, just in taste-wise, it's not really my thing. It tastes like fruit. I mean, it tastes like the fruit.
Yeah.
So to do that in what is essentially a powdered form or a rehydratable form,
yep.
Without the aid of sugar, of like a table sugar, is really impressive, right? So that's number one. Number two, again, along with the sweetness thing, I will in a second. I noticed on the packaging, combined with 16 to 32 ounces of water. So you don't have to go, full sweetness. Nope, it has to be exactly this amount. If you want to dilute it a little bit, it can certainly be that. If you like the fruit flavor, like with any other popular sports drink. But it actually tastes like whatever it says on the label.
Yep.
Right? This is the strawberry kiwi? Is that right?
Yep.
We'll try that one real quick.
So like I said, it's dehydrated fruit. So it's real fruit.
Yeah.
So the natural flavoring is what it is.
I do like this as well. I prefer the pineapple mango for sure.
I like this one better.
Yeah, we'll open up Layla on the mic here as well. The pineapple mango I think is the preferred way to go. I'll also know that you've come in clutch here because I did not buy myself any electrolyte-based beverages this weekend. We bought the 32-pack of water and literally nothing else. And now not only are we short on the water, but we're in trouble on the hydration front as well. You
guess
sure?
What? I brought a whole bag for you, my friend.
I'll just take a couple. I'm not going to take the whole bag.
Take the whole thing.
You sure?
I want you guys to have some of the
9
energy
years
and
worth of
focus.
Dr. Squatch, not Dr. Squatch Juice.
Yeah.
Thinking about soap now. No, 9 years worth of Squatch Juice here in a bag. I do really appreciate it, Brandon. Thank you. It is going to get me through the rest of the day and ostensibly through the rest of the World Racing League season as well. This is endurance racing, right?
Yes.
We're all here for the long haul. 14 hours is a long day, but man, we've got 6 more months of this before we get to the season finale at Circuit of the Americas in Austin in December. Something like 100 hours of on-track time between now and then.
That's awesome.
You got to take care of your resources, right? You got to take care of
Absolutely.
yourself, take care of your mind, your body.
Yep.
Make sure you're hydrating. I harp on it every time Layla says, I think I have a headache. I said, have you had enough water today? And now it doesn't have to just be
The
water.
answer is always no.
Squatch Juice with all of the good stuff, none of the bad stuff, obviously, and obviously a really significant backstory and motivation to go with it,
Yeah.
and a tie to something we love, which is motorsports, grassroots motorsports, and people who do things because they care, and that's obviously yourself. So
I appreciate that. And before I go, I just have 2 things that I would like to do. Number one is I just want to say thank you to my team. They came out with me. They dropped everything that they were doing because they all still have full-time jobs. And they're down in the pit right now. And we're still down there working on the car. It looks like there's something going on. But they're down there and they're helping. And they're getting their hands dirty. And we're hydrating everybody on the track today. So my team is one of the best that I have. And I just want to say thank you to them. And the other thing, too, is, you got to take care of yourself. Just like you got to take care of your car. Your body is a machine, and if it's not well lubricated, or the viscosity or whatever you're not putting in your body is going to keep you going, you got to do it.
we're back to green at Daytona International Speedway. We'll wrap up quick here, Brandon, so we can get back to some of the racing action. First, I really appreciate your time and your effort in coming up here and chatting with us
Thank
for a
you,
little
man.
while. I'm going to put my team up against your team. We can all fight, and then we can rehydrate afterwards.
Done.
Sounds like a deal to
Done.
me. But if anybody wants to try Squatch Juice, follow you guys' social media. What's the platform there?
Yeah, so we're on everything. Just Google Squatch Juice. We're the first thing that pops up, and we're on everything. We're on Instagram. We're on Threads, Facebook.
Okay.
We're on everything, YouTube. So just go ahead and follow us. We would love to have you guys follow us, and then we love to hear your feedback so we can make it even better.
And available to try via what?
So you can go to our website at squatchnut.com and you can get it there. And we are also in a couple of other locations like Shields and some grocery stores and some other locations around the nation, but squatchnut.com primarily.
Fantastic. Brandon, thank you for stopping by and
Thank
chatting
you.
with us for a little bit. Go stay cool, hydrate, obviously, and go enjoy the rest of the afternoon and the evening with the folks down at Amaji Motorsports.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's Squatch Juice. Brandon Hoffheinz joining us here on DriversEye Live. We are back to racing, JT. 6 hours, 5 minutes left on the clock. Counting down towards the early part of the evening here as the shadows just begin to lengthen here at Daytona International Speedway.
Yep, and we got some fights going on. We've got the battle for the lead in GTU, about 5-second gap between the 59 Stratus and the sister car, the 58. If you were to look at GTO coming across the line, the 74 AOA Racing and the 70 Round 3 Racing are quite close together here. Last time through less than a half second, so keep an eye out for that Porsche Cup car and the BMW GT4, I believe, just coming across the line now. And yes, that goes the way of AOA Racing there. The front of the field, it's still Go Karts Go Australia. That Mercedes AMG GT4 with about I want to say about 45-second lead over the Super of AE Victory Racing.
Yeah, we're gonna get an updated margin here, JT. I think soon. It's bigger than I thought it would be at this stage. I got to be honest with you. I don't see the number 119 out the window just yet here towards the east. Now I do. So again, it seems like it was a late pit stop from the 119 that maybe didn't allow it to catch the back of the field.
Yeah, it's
before we went back to green.
Yeah, it looked like they were just hustling on that at the lap after, coming out of the pits, and we went back to green, and they're just unfortunately not fully caught up at the moment.
On board another production car here. This is the 221 of HK Motorsports, which
they're having a good day so far.
Yeah, no kidding. Down in GP1, as we mentioned, our biggest, deepest class we've got here this weekend. That car up into 6th, and that's just on the back, I think, of keeping their nose clean. We maybe saw one spin earlier on, and maybe a pit stop when we wouldn't have expected it. It might have even been in the paddock very briefly. But anyway, yeah, just let's do the math here. 8 laps off of the class-leading Screaming Goat number 29. And JT, not a name I'm sure I recognize from previous WRL events.
No, I think they're one of the ones that I had difficulty looking up to see if they have raced with us previously before. And I'm not sure they have.
I don't see anything.
Speaking of,
Yep, go ahead.
I was just to say, and sometimes we get new cars. new entries, which is always great to see as we see GSD come through right here, which I believe is also a new entry with us as well.
Yeah, very Turner looking on that GSD
Yeah, it
car.
is.
By the way, did we notice, was it back at Laguna where Turner ran the throwback scheme on the GS cars? Or was that the GT3 car they ran it on?
Can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I think we talked about it maybe just on the Slack. It was really sharp. Really, really nice looking scheme. Anyway, every time I see the blue and yellow, I think Turner.
Yeah.
Just how branding works, I guess. But that car's been really quick, too. Again, I mean, names that you don't necessarily recognize and you wouldn't necessarily think are, ready to plug in for a 14-hour enduro. But they've been very, very much up to the task, because now we get a pair of BMWs down the front straightaway in a drafting train, 2 leading 172 up to the tri-oval. This is all happening directly behind the 119 as well. Around the outside goes the 172. Thought about maybe lengthening the braking zone there, trying to get to the back of the 119 car. This would not be for position if I read things right. It looks like TLM is a lap off the back of the number 119. So, and sneaks up the inside, headed into turn number 3 in a little 3 wide moment there, including the 65 Captain America entry from Mike Gorman and Open Throttle Racing. I'll come back up to the Harrison 392 just ahead.
Which good to see that car back out.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you, JT. I had really thought that Harrison car would have, like, if I had to choose a GP1 winner today, it was going to be Harrison. I just thought it represented maybe the best package with the V8 engine. It's sporting just the rear spoiler this weekend instead of the rear wing that they've run in the past. Whether it's OEM or not was kind of irrelevant, but it just seemed to be like, for a car that's competitive everywhere else, like, this is where it would have been most competitive. And it was there in the top 5 in a 22 car field, which is good. But the reliability kind of let him down this weekend, which is something of a surprise, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, when you're looking at like the fastest cars, I wouldn't necessarily always put the 392 up there, but it's consistent. And so by the point you get to like the halfway mark in your race, it's usually within a podium contention if it hasn't had an issue. So it is a bummer to see that unfortunately they did have that problem. Same, you can be said with like the 38, for example.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Dustin points out a little bit of smoke from the All-Star Racing number 5 car, who is not slowed down in the pit lane at all. Now gets on the brakes, but flew, and straight to the paddock. For All-Star Racing, that was very peculiar. That car was P7 in class, came rocketing down the pit lane, having ducked to the driver's left at the last minute. My assumption is what they didn't want to have happen was for that car to get stuck out on track, either a driveline failure or maybe something in a suspension. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it was the safest move to make that left-handed turn and fire it down the pit lane. The 392 also back into the pits as well, with the hood now, the trunk now up on that BMW.
Yeah, All-Star will probably pick up a penalty for speeding there. They already have a warning for improper fire gear and staging, so that would be their second strike.
Yeah, and it's not just a second strike, JT, but it's one thing if you're doing 40 instead of 35 or 41 instead of 35. But, I mean, they were probably clear of 90 or 100 miles an hour when they cleared that yellow line and carried that speed for a while down the pit lane. You can see that sometimes in pro racing, and you just take your penalty and you move on. This is obviously not what we do here. And, we've got, when you think about it, we've got let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6, maybe 7 or 8 pit marshals down there in yellow shirts who have been at this on their feet for the better part of the last 8 hours now. They're out there in the heat. They're in shorts just as a matter of safety. The hydration and heat exhaustion safety aspect is maybe more important than the long pants aspect at this point. So, they've been at it for a while there. You expect cars to come at you on a hot pit lane at 35 miles an hour. Coming at you at a hot pit lane at 90 plus that's sketchy. So let's see what they decide to do there, what race control does there. But obviously we have the all-seeing eye here, 150 feet above the speedway, and it didn't look great. But we'll put that to one side and we'll move on. As we get an update for the second place battle in GP1, it's a minute 38.9 with the GSD Motorsports car putting in a quick lap, 2:16.9. Unfortunately, just not quite as quick as the Choice Racing 5:22. That BMW, it's great to have them back in the series. Up there, second in class. It's like, when you think back, JT, on all the changes we've had in the World Racing League over the years, the names we've seen come and go, the big GTO boom in 2021, 2022. There are certain names that, have withstood the test of time, let's say. Choice Racing spent time up in GTO. Screaming Goat started up in GTO with that 325i. It's kind of cool to see that as much has changed with WRL and as much as the face and feel of WRL has changed, that when you look at a timing screen and you see Screaming Goat Racing, Choice Racing 1 and 2, that it just feels right,
Yeah, I get that.
Not that we play favorites here, but also Screaming Goat Racing, Choice Racing, both. The boys down at the 29 and Will Choice, very specifically Will Choice, have been super supportive of what we do here at DriversEye Live, particularly in the early days. And good to see them both having good runs at a place that obviously means a lot to a lot of people here at Daytona International Speedway. GTR 99 out of the paddock after a long-ish day. We won't get their time loss. Actually, we know. Race time 7:40 was the last time they were across the line. So something like 23 minutes lost in the paddock and pit lane for GTR 99. It's interesting to note as well, JT, that this all is happening essentially right around the end of what would be an 8-hour standard length Saturday Enduro for the World Racing League. GTR 99 would have had problems here right within the last 20 minutes. The 5 would have had a failure within the last couple of laps, whatever that issue happened to be. 392 is having its issue. We've got these scraps going on for the GTO class lead with AE Victory catching the Go Karts Go Australia car. TLM USA is on something of a long-standing charge here. It's all pretty wild stuff, actually. And we've still got 6+ hours, well, just under 6 hours to go now.
Yeah, no, that's that's why I kept saying earlier, we've got so much left to go, because this is just such a long one-day event for us, which we're so happy to have back.
Thrilled to have back. If you are enjoying our coverage, just the way we're enjoying the Paul Revere 14-hour here at Daytona International Speedway, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, ring the bell, tap the bell, ding the bell, the notifications triangle, ding the notifications triangle. Pick your percussion instrument. Anyway, hit the bell as well, so you know when we're ready to go live here on the World Racing League's YouTube channel. Of course, we've only got the one long race this weekend, but we do go to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta here in about 7 weeks time, for an 8-hour Enduro on the Saturday and our 7-hour Enduro on the Sunday. That's July 26th and 27th. Spectator event. So if you happen to be anywhere up in the Atlanta area within a couple of hours drive and you're interested in a cool day trip out to what I consider to be my favorite track in the country, the MRRA, by all means come out, check it out. It's a pretty accessible weekend, I think. And we had a couple of hundred spectators last year, which is not worth nothing for a series that does spectator events about once a year and doesn't, let's say, coat the markets with promotion in that regard. But it is an opportunity for outreach and accessibility if you just like hanging out at racetracks, as so many of us do. From there, we head to High Plains Raceway at the end of August, and we pick up the cadence towards the end of the season. Then High Plains Raceway, 3-4 weeks later, we go to Utah Motorsports Campus, now the Burt Brothers Moto Park. for the Midwest Championship finale. 3 weeks later, we're at Watkins Glen International. 3 weeks after that, we are at Sebring International Raceway, and then we close out the season as we always do down at Circuit of the Americas in the early part of December. So, we got this break coming up 6-7 weeks over the hottest part of the summer. Got a warm one down at Road Atlanta again. Feels like just yesterday, JT, we were working our way through a lightning delay down there, didn't it?
Yes. Yeah, currently looking at around 60 entries for Atlanta.
Sold out. 60 is the max. 2.5 mile layout there. We're roughly 25 cars per mile is the target. We do actually bump that up a little bit for Road Atlanta. So, yeah, sold out basically immediately, as it always does there. Now, we'll probably start 57, 58 cars, the way that tends to go. But anyway, one of my favorite events of the year. And it owes us something after last year's weather delay.
Yeah, right. I'm hoping we'll have a couple on the waiting list, because as of right now, I do not see automatic listed.
Either of them.
Correct.
Interesting.
So I don't know if that's if they're busy doing something else, or if they didn't make it. But yeah. HK to the inside of the 64. 64 is having a nice quiet run at the moment, currently running 5th in GP1. So that, I believe, is HK getting back onto the same lap as the 64 from open throttle. See Camber Janetta goes flying by. Ooh, open throttle is getting a good run out here. It's going to go alongside as they come across start-finish line. V8 Power does have some good top speed here, so they go side by side into one.
Cars we haven't had much cause to talk about today is the Cambered Performance Janetta, number 178, just cleared the GTR 99, who is finally out of the pit lane, I think. Was up on the air jacks there for a minute after leaving the paddock. I assume got the car fueled, since you can't do that in the paddock. And now on its way, but it's put the Cambered Performance Janetta on the cusp of the top 10, behind the pair of ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. Just associate tangerines and tambourines. Is an idea.
Yeah, they got a double podium at Mid-Ohio.
ACP. Or no. Well, Camber did. Yeah. On Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, ACP had really good results up at Road America, too, didn't they?
They did. The number 2 won on Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And got second place on Sunday.
Yeah, win and then second. This is, I realize, we were just talking about some schedule. We're kind of headed out of the rapid fire element that starts and closes the season here in the World Racing League into something of this longer summer break. But obviously, if you're a fan of endurance racing and you're along for the ride with us today, enjoy this sort of thing. This is kind of the precursor to a pretty crazy few weeks of sports car and endurance racing. Our live stream today is the appetizer, as it were. 14 hours of action from the Paul Revere 14-hour here at Daytona International Speedway. Obviously, track action starts at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans on Wednesday with practice and qualifying for the 24 hours of Le Mans, the Grand Prix d'Endurance, which kicks off Saturday at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. The week after that, many of the drivers will transition right over to the Eifel Mountains in northwestern Germany to the Nordschleife for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. and an opportunity to go visit the city of Cologne, which has me tremendously jealous. On the weekend after that, the last weekend in June, those same drivers will ditch their LMGT3 cars and their hypercars for GT3 cars, GT4 cars, and Porsche Cup cars at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Right there at the end of June, I think 78 cars on the provisional or on the entry list for.
It's a lot. I can't
It's an
remember.
enormous number of cars, and they're all GT3 cars to me, which is wild. But that's also up in the Ardennes forest, just on the other side of the Belgium line. That's the Florida-Georgia line cover band, obviously. Germany-Belgium line. I'd listen to that, actually, I think. Yeah, so 3 24-hour races right in a row there, our 14-hour on the front end. And then, not saying that there's any live coverage of it because your boy dropped the ball here, but in retrospect, we could have made it another 24-plus hour race on the tail end of that with the, what else, the VW Fun Cup 25 hours of Spa the weekend after the 24 hours of Spa for SRO. So it just keeps rolling on here. And if you're into endurance racing as we are, it's a pretty good time of year to be around. That's for sure. The lead margin from Go Kart Score Australia back to AE Victory Racing, the number 119, back to 40 seconds. So, you know, this AE Victory Racing car, whereas we see on occasion cars in GTO peak in pace and then drop back in pace. We talk, JT, so often about the importance of consistency and keeping your lap times within a certain repeatable window and not wavering from whatever that number is, right? Pick your number, stick to it, and run it for as long as you can, as much as you can, and eliminate that variability. It seems like that's exactly what AE Victory Racing is doing. That margin is down from the high 40s down to, as we just said, 40 seconds from first back to second. It's kept them in contention, and if they can make a pit stop without having to catch the back of the field, although I understand the general theory behind it, I think they'll be able to take this fight directly, at least in its current state, to that Go Karts Go Australia number 158. It is worth noting here, I think we're in for a potentially long green flag run here. We've been green for 21 minutes, having gone out of the full course yellow at 3:51 local time. So about a third of the way through a 30-ish lap stint. A little bit of cloud cover just comes over Daytona International Speedway. Welcome cloud cover, I think I'm right in saying. It is not clear, Dustin. Did want to check the weather. I'm getting text messages regarding some items. It feels like 100 degrees. We made it. Triple-digit heat index at DIS.
Just 2 minutes ago, I believe we had a swap for the lead in GTU between the 58 and the 59. Speaking of, there goes one.
No, producer Dustin Allis asked if there was a car stopped on pit, and it's not stopped. It was just decelerating rapidly, but it was the number 9 from Almonte Motorsports. That shark-wrapped BMW, which I mean, Layla, you and I were here on Thursday afternoon. It took us some time to figure out what that car number was because it's not very obvious over top of the wrap. It hasn't got the number plate on it. Now makes a left-hand turn towards the end of pit lane. Comes to the attention of the Almonte crew. Monster 8V, clouds are welcome. Is it a hot day there in Daytona? Dude, it's always a hot day in Daytona. Joseph Mudrock, our co-commentator through the first half of the race this morning, made a point to say you could feel the humidity through the camera. And if you've ever spent time in this part of Florida in the summer, you absolutely can, especially early in the mornings. The air looks thick. The visibility is low because the humidity is 97% or whatever overnight. I mean, it is... Yeah, it's a tough day here at Daytona. Typically, actually right around, sometime around 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock seems to be our lightning window here at the 14-hour where we've, for the 3 years that we've been covering it, have had to take a pause and deal with, the safety issues that come with having people out trackside, safety workers out trackside with lightning in the area. So far, so good in that regard, and I don't see any pop-ups on the radar that would indicate we're about to have an issue, which is really positive. Some potential spotty showers later in the evening, but not in the in a way that exists anywhere other than Florida. In some cases, you'd call it a sun shower, I think. So, eyes on the skies a little bit, but I think the cloud cover is welcome down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, I can't confirm all the strikes are northwest of Jacksonville.
Yeah, Mike Gorman's got the force field up, so when he's in Jacksonville, they all go around Jacksonville, but because he's there in Daytona, they all go around Daytona. Your supreme being of choice is on Mike Gorman's side because Mike agreed to run a VW Fun Cup in GTU.
Wonder if he regrets that already.
Oh, absolutely. I would have regretted it. You know what? Here's the thing. Mike didn't have to share that information at Road America. He could have left it at the Mid-Ohio experience and all of that. I just think sometimes he can't help himself. And he's, you know what? Somebody's excited about this, so I'm going to be excited about it too. And put himself in a position that you will almost certainly come to regret. We have a slow and now stop, number 810. It took me a moment to pick out what that car was because we haven't seen the off-leash motorsports M2 that was running outside of GP1 technical regulations this afternoon or this weekend. Not able to get the car ballasted down to power to weight, unfortunately. Spent some time in the paddock, JT, but now has just come back out on course, I think.
That is correct. Yeah, we remember they had stopped on course exiting turn 3. Driver's right. Had to be recovered earlier today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that car's just had a teething issue. And yeah, coming back out, it seemed it's pretty much almost the exact same spot as this morning.
Yeah, right there in the middle of the motorcycle cutout. We're not trying to curse the weather here, Mike. We're just, Mike Anderson in the chat, we're just, this is a race that we don't normally get, a race dynamic that has not yet presented itself to us at Daytona. So far, it's been really good. So we keep our fingers crossed for more of the same. I don't want to break. I don't want to stop this. It's been a really compelling race, I think, JT. You'd agree there. With teams that we didn't necessarily expect to be right at the pointy end, very much at the pointy end, maybe GP1 notwithstanding, but Go Karts Go Australia, AE Victory, Random Vandals is your top 3 in a really stacked GTO field is awfully, awfully impressive.
Absolutely. And we've seen movement up and down the field throughout the day. As certain cars just tend to come alive a bit, certain stints, that's how it goes. Right now, for example, you have the 74 and the 70 are running relatively quick times right now. Whereas, for example, Stoic Racing, their last lap was a 2:08, which, that just, the ebb and flow here of endurance racing. We've seen the Super AE victory right now. They've managed to pull in what 10 seconds in the past 20 to 30 minutes or so out of that lead from the Mercedes. So it's there's plenty to watch, plenty to keep an eye on. And yeah, it's we bring up the weather because, you know, as we cover this event, you know, quite a bit, it's been a story several almost every time, and so it is something we have to be aware of. And we go full course yellow. Going by the flag.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marshall there.
Yep, and immediately the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes ducks into the pit lane. This will certainly be to go recover that number 810. Yeah. 810, sorry, at the inside there of turn number 3. Watching RJ Till orchestrate the transition into the full course yellow. And in particular, pointing out the car directly behind the leader, the first one that didn't pit, which is who we pick up with the safety car.
It should also be noted the 392 did come to another stop at turn 5. It has continued, though.
Okay. That is the Harrison Motorsports, fairly maligned Harrison Motorsports V8-powered BMW, unfortunately. I have to say, RJ and I have had a couple of chats over the years about, you know, how cars get picked up behind the safety car. The procedure has been in place now for some time, where you identify the car, the race leader, and the cars directly behind the race leader, and you pick up the next car that doesn't pit. Right? That is the rule. It has been the rule for a long time. I think it's fair to say that on occasion, things have happened that have prevented the accurate pickup of who that is, and in some cases, we've actually had to adjust the way timing and scoring is processed to make sure that we can handle that, and use video footage and all kinds of things to kind of rebuild that back out. I've had conversations about that process now with RJ a couple of times, and watching it happen in real time as we're getting ready to transition to a full course yellow, it's so deliberate in the way the WRL staff handles the process. Before they go full course yellow, a lot of times over the corner net, if you've never marshaled before, you'll hear, you know, all stations, you know, stand by for a double yellow. At that point, everybody's kind of preparing the dual flags, getting themselves in order. At the same time, up here in race control, what they're doing is looking for the leader. Quick spot on your race leader as the Almonte car heads behind the wall into the paddock. So look for an answer there as to what's going on. But in race control, they'll quick spot on the leader, pick out where it is on track, and then pick out the cars behind them. And I've been told it's 4 cars, up to 4 cars directly behind the race leader in a line. Call them back around to pit in, and then as the leader's approaching pit in, pull the trigger on the double yellow if it's not an immediate safety issue. And watch and wait to see who the next car that doesn't pit is, and then you send the safety car as that car, the not pit car, is approaching the safety car release point. It's really, really well orchestrated and really, really theoretically a sound process. But to watch it happen in real time through the glass windows next to where we sit up here in the booth, it's so smooth. Having visibility of who everybody is or where everybody is out the windows here from the tower helps, of course. But to see the theory put into action and executed as cleanly as it is, with the timing of pulling the trigger on the yellow, the timing of pulling the trigger on the safety car, and a quick spot on who those cars all are, is really, really well done and managed by everybody up here in race control in the series. So hats off to everybody for the time and the effort that goes into A, refining that process, and then B, executing it when it has to happen. It's really, really good stuff. As we head, we get the 158 back across start finish. So after a quick pit stop from the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes, the 119 has also pitted and is out at the Le Mans chicane. So we're going to have to get a hustle on here again because that 810 has already been recovered from turn 3. lights are still on the safety car, so it's not obvious that we're going to head back to green this time, but we've only really got about a dozen cars under the control of the safety car, a bunch of cars stationary in the pit lane, and a 119 that, and a 70 actually, that are caught up behind, 70s into the pits, that are caught up behind some general production cars. JT, if we can't get the AE Victory Supra up to the back of the queue, we're going to end up in a situation we just had, which is something like 40-plus seconds between first and second, if only because the field isn't entirely under control of the safety car.
Yeah, which, you know, I mean, you can like or dislike. I do like the idea of quick safety cars. As we get a little bit of a lockup from the Mustang here from Ford Performance Racing School. That's quite interesting. It didn't look like it was really pushing hard. Looks like some kind of smoke as it continued to go through 5 there. Looks like just a tiny bit out of the back as it goes through and out of 6.
You know, JT, were you around when we noted that the safety car was going way faster than it normally does?
I was not.
Yeah, so see, Dustin points out lights out on the safety car. Quite right there at the Le Mans chicane. We've got the incident recovered here, so it's really no major issue to get ourselves back to green. Imagine that. Once the problem is solved, you send cars racing again. Just because it's the way they do it in pro racing, where you get the full field under control, doesn't mean it's the way it has to be done. You just need the course to be safe for workers and vehicles, and that's all fine. I think this is being exacerbated slightly here at Daytona. Remember, we had a little bit of flame out of the Hera Flight number 247 NPO1 earlier, immediately after we went to full course yellow, and we noted just how strung out the field was coming back to green because we think they had asked the safety car to increase speed to help with cooling as the temperature increased through parts of the day as the green flag waves here at start finish. And I just kind of wonder whether these gaps that we're seeing underneath the safety car with now the field released to go racing around the oval is contributing, combined with these short yellows, to us regularly not having the full field under the control of the safety car.
It could be. I just liked my idea better, which is more tongue-in-cheek, the fact that they got a rental Mustang with a V8 and wanted to use it.
I mean, hey, that might be the case. Maybe we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here, right? Maybe this is the we've got a Burnt Mylander wannabe behind the wheel of the Mustang.
Okay, I will.
Exactly.
Ooh, 392 gets a little wide there. Exited the kink. Just 2 wheels off.
It's sketchy out there. I think we're really dealing with cold tires, but
Camber really wide.
Yeah. Can be a little grip limited through the kink there on these 200 treadwear tires. Flat if everything is the way it's supposed to be. We've got a well rubbered in surface here, so no issues there, but these 200 treadwear tires in the heat of the day with the track temperature that's probably clear of 125 or 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, easy to find yourself out a little wide or having to breathe the throttle on the way through left-hander at turn number 4. Good news, everybody. On our triple header coverage day on DriversEye Live, we've finished out one of our days of coverage up from Watkins Glen International.
Nice.
Yeah, providing a little bit of relief to Greg Ginsburg's home server, which is currently streaming 4 events worth of cameras concurrently.
Nice. Please tell me Scott has to go collect the cameras in the rain.
I don't think it's raining. I think that was yesterday, but he does have to go collect the cameras.
Yeah, no, he had to do that yesterday at night, and I could totally feel for him because I remember Sebring in December.
Did you forget one at Sebring in December?
No, it was pouring rain.
He did forget one yesterday.
Oh no.
Yep. Immediately after Zach reminded him not to. he got the one at the last corner apparently, and then didn't get start finish. And Zach was like, "Hey Scott, don't forget to get camera 1." And then he got back to his Airbnb, and he's like, "I only have 11 cameras." He owned it though, that's for sure. Joe Ray, I think. Pace speed on the banking is higher to avoid oil starvation in the oil pan. That does make sense, although you are free to run around the apron as long as you're keeping pace with the field and nobody's passing either on the banking or you're not passing anybody as you're on the apron. So that's all fair. It just seemed like we picked the pace up later in the morning as compared to where we were at, you know, in our first full course yellow or 2. But happy to be wrong there. Hope some of you, whether you're in the YouTube chat, you're listening out over the PA, or on the YouTube channel here for the World Racing League, have taken the opportunity to come join us at Daytona International Speedway. If you're in the area and you're interested in checking out what WRL is, what it does, and the look and feel of our endurance racing events here, particularly the Paul Revere 14-hour, we've had the gates open to spectators actually today. Gate 40 just off of Williamson Boulevard behind Oval Turn 1. They've been allowing those who wish to come check out the series through the gate, sign the waiver, get yourself a wristband, and come on in. You know, I've always wondered like what the barrier to entry would be. If you just showed up and said, "Yeah, I'm here with WRL," would they just let you go? If you didn't identify yourself as a spectator, I wonder here if they realized that and said, "Yeah, well, if they're gonna, you know, come check it out anyway, maybe we just let them in." So we get a slow.
Yeah, it's the FPRS one. Getting the cut out there. So just real quick update GTU. The 58 Stratus still leads over the sister car 59. But more importantly, the big winner out of the full course yellow pit stop was the 908 Automatic Racing. Now just 2.5 seconds out of the lead here. So we see coming through shot here, Stratus, a couple general production cars, followed by the 908.
Yeah, good day for that 908.
Absolutely.
It's the paint scheme. Got the best paint scheme on the GTU field, in the GTU field, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah,
I'll go ahead and say what we're all thinking. This is why Morehead Speedworks is having so much trouble.
Oh, because there's no paint scheme. It's plain white.
Yeah, plain white, and they doubled down by adding a second car.
Exactly
the same livery with no distinguishing traits at all.
Well,
like, the same black hood. I believe it's the same white windshield banner.
Fortunately for us, the 291 blew a right rear tire earlier and had to have some of the bodywork taped up on the right-hand side. So at least we could see around the banking who was who. But other than that, yeah, really difficult. Pit stop for the number 118 of Blaze Racing. Now, we had said earlier they were having a actually pretty strong run inside the top 10 and within spitting distance of the leaders. They're a little bit further adrift now, but still in the top 10. 191 laps complete. I think they've lost some time over the course of the day and sit behind the All-Star Racing BMW that had ducked into the paddock. Oh, when was that? Look at our data here. That was 40 minutes ago now.
Yeah, so they had a long stop for repairs or something. 40-ish minutes. And since then, their pit stops have been a little bit on the slow side. I don't know if that's just general production in general. Like if you should normally see like a 5-minute in lap. Because it looks like they do have a stall before the start-finish line.
This is Blaze?
Yes.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, there's also a lot of fluid that has moved its way from wherever the car is parked out to the edge of the pit stall in the concrete, and it's kind of puddled itself along the seam between the concrete and the asphalt in the pit lane. And I'm not sure what that fluid is, but I can't imagine having any fluid in your pit lane is
no.
like a great thing for any reason. Layla took a peek at some social media posts from around the WRL. Mason from the
Dixon line?
from Zeppa. No, Mason. Thank you. Mason from Zeppa noted that the you said you know your race is going well when it involves a trip to the local parts store. So apparently, isn't ideal. They said the post went up about 2 minutes ago as well. So, yeah.
That can happen, unfortunately. Just a little bit odd, though, that you would think with the 46 they have somebody would have a part they're looking for in the paddock. Oh, the Stratus car goes wide. They are now side by side exiting one. So looks like the 59 is going to have the inside here for the International Horseshoe. They've managed to pull out a bit of a gap here to about 2 to 6 seconds over the automatic Sevico. Ooh, as we see the 38 from Palomar come through shot. Good to see that car back out there. Oh, wait.
Is it?
Sorry, that was
No.
the 83. That was
Yeah,
the
83. Yellow front.
Yes. Don't need those guys to suddenly panic. Yeah. A83, your leader in GP2, to the tune of 6 to 7 minutes, I believe, over the 779 from Laguna Tix. The Stratus cars approach the Palomar. BMW heading towards the La Manche Chicane bus stop. Couple good laps from the Super V victory has got them within 10 seconds of the Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes, your current leader in GTO. GSD Motorsports coming through the shot there. Last lap was a 2:15. Definitely one of the quicker ones in GP1, if not the quickest. PC Racing coming through shot as well, also just slightly under 2:15. Good to see that that 44 back out there. Unfortunately, it seems like they've run into some issues today. Onboard Team USA, the 172 BMW. Just ahead, the 74 AOA BMW. Dicing through the general production traffic, just cutting to the right of the split 5 BMW. The braking for turn 5. .522 very cautiously driving alongside the split 5 there as another BMW comes through both of them on the inside, exiting turn 6.
Sorry for leaving you hanging there, JT.
Oh, good.
Break every now and then. But good to go for the next little stanza here, the Paul Revere 14 hour. 5 hours, 17 minutes left on the clock. You know what, JT? I have an idea. The shadows have lengthened over the speedway here, particularly in the grandstand area, to such a point I think I can head outside and get our tri-oval camera back up, because we should be shaded for the rest of the day. So if we can handle things for about 5 minutes, I think I can go get one of those cameras back up.
Sure.
All right.
You might miss the battle for the lead overall.
Well, but then it'll help the viewer follow it, so this is a good thing. Yep. All right, I'm going to step away here. I'll lead you to guide the viewer through the next couple of minutes here while I run outside, and we'll try and get that that last camera back up. See how it goes.
Alrighty. Coming across start-finish line here for the 58 and 59 Stratus Racing, going 1-2, GTU. Just having a nice casual fight there, swapping positions when they feel the need. Just making sure not to pose any unnecessary risk at this time, with just a bit over 5 hours remaining. Last time through, the 908 automatic racing about 8 seconds behind, just a couple tenths quicker. But in GTU, they're the only cars lapping in the 206. Just off the podium at the moment, the number 1 round 3 racing and a sister car, the number 10. A couple laps back. Looks like AE Victory has a little bit of traffic here with the 99 GTR BMW directly in front. We'll see if they're going to be able to come to the inside here for turn 1 in about 10 seconds. So you see the Mercedes come through, getting slightly held up by the 188 Fast Track Racing and Lupe Tortilla entry. Also being cautious for another general production car going into turn 1. Behind, the Supra does clear the BMW. There's our leader coming through the shot, the silver, black, and green Mercedes. a Supra coming through shot, a victory. Really good exit for the 188 there. The Mercedes dropping back just a bit as they head out onto the oval out of turn 6. Last of the traffic for the Supra coming out of the Le Mans Chicane bus stop, as I believe we're going full course yellow. We have a stopped 82 car. Somewhere out there. So race control says, I believe Speedway 2 is where the cars come to a stop. On board HK Motorsports, coming out of turn 6. And there we have it. Not sure exactly what car that is. Car's appropriately checking up here for the yellow. Camera 12 is back. Down on pit road comes the Lagunatics out of second in GP2. Subaru BRZ. I believe we last saw them at Barber, was it? Yeah, Barber. Managing a double podium, I believe, on debut. Here come most of the cars, including our leaders. You can see the Silver Mercedes leading Supra coming down pit road here. Good stop from the 29 Screaming Goat. getting out ahead of the safety car there. Coming through the shot, good to see the Low Country Camaro back out on track with us. Still no idea on the car that's currently stopped.
Do we know where it stopped, JT?
Yes, turn 8 or yeah, oval 2. Down off the banking.
Oh, I see it there. Yeah.
It's listed as the 82, which would be a Random Vandals car, but the 82 is not here this weekend.
Do we have an onboard we could follow that around with?
We're currently on board HK
Aha.
Motorsports as it comes up to the stranded car.
Nope.
It is.
Why has TLM done a 121? Why? Yeah. How does that? Oh, it was I. It's almost like it's 2 half laps put together, 104 and then 121. That's very odd. Man, I couldn't really tell who they were loading up onto the flatbed there. Not 87, is it? Stoic? No.
I'm showing Stoic.
Oh, it's a backup replacement car for Rapscallion.
Is that their?
It's the new
is that their
JS2.
GTO?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if
Okay.
I don't know exactly what it is.
Oh, it was on the entry list, I think, as the 669, maybe.
Well, the 669 was the original car. That was the one that had the accident over at the exit of turn 4, entry to turn 5 the other day.
Oh, I thought that was their GTU car.
No, GTO. That was their GTO car. Here's your tri-oval camera.
Okay.
We did it. That's tough news. That's okay. Yeah. 158 is back into the pit lane. The Go-Karts Go Australia car, after a fairly long stop the first time around that allowed the AE Victory car to jump it. Now back in. Oh, they're doing... It's a right front tire now. I wonder if they're doing 4 tires here. They did 2 on the last one, and now they're going to do 2 on this one, so as to not lose touch with the lead pack. I wonder if that's the move here.
I mean, yeah, as long as you're not going down a lap, as long as you can beat the safety car out each time, you're
Yeah, I mean, safety
should be
car's
fine.
at 5 here, and I think they're doing the... Or are they doing all tires now? Nope, they're doing them all now. So they didn't get... I think that maybe they just got fuel on the last one.
Mm-hmm.
They've done the rights, now they're doing the lefts with the safety car out at turn 6, headed up onto the west banking. Dustin, can we, as they continue the recovery of that Rapscallion car over at the exit of Oval 2, can we pay some bills with thanks to Continental Tire? We'll step aside here on DriversEye Live at the Paul Revere 14-hour around Daytona International Speedway and come back on the other side after a quick break here as we say hello to Continental Tire, our spec tire provider in the general production classes. Be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at the Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. DriversEye Live in the Paul Revere 14-hour rolls on. Shadows lengthening over the tri-oval here at start-finish. Not quite so lucky elsewhere out on this circuit where it's still quite warm, having just stepped outside, and still quite humid as well. We continue the recovery of the number 82 rapscallion. I believe it's Ligier down there on the inside of Speedway Turn 2. We also kind of worked through an intriguing timing situation here that sees the TLM USA number 172 not just in the lead, but appears to be a lap clear of the number 119, despite being behind it in the pacing order. Okay, now it's updated. 9 seconds behind. That seems more accurate. As I look on timing here. Yeah. Still an intriguing. Splits keep getting updated as well. Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. But anyway, I think we've got everything more or less in the right order now with 4 cars on the lead lap, such as it's been for the last little while. AE Victory will lead the 172 back to green. The 163 Random Vandals car with Go-Karts Go Australia, number 158. Rounding out your top 4 there. First car off the lead lap is the number 70 from round 3 racing. And if I look in the queue for that Porsche, does it sit behind the overall race leader or just down in front? I think it's just down in front. So it's still almost 2 laps down to the Supra, which is, I mean, yeah, it is a Ligier JS2R there being recovered. It's tough for round 3. You would have expected a little bit more progress, I think, JT, but we've talked through some of the potential reasons for why it's kind of been trapped there at that 2 laps down number and unable to get itself back into that lead grouping. A top 5 is still really, really good at this stage, but hasn't clawed back the chunks of time we thought it might. That being said, I mean, yes, that car has been really, really good at the, the twistier tracks, the Mid-Ohio's, the Barbers, etc. But straight lines have a way of helping to even things out here, I think, a little bit, and it's allowed some other teams to come to the fore, like we see up in the top 3, 4, 5, 6 now.
It could also be the tires they're on. Maybe they don't. It's not working right now with the temperature and everything going on.
Yeah, and look, we know it can take a while for things to cool down here in Daytona Beach. Even after the sun goes down, it can stay warm for quite a long time and quite humid as well. The one thing that will change is the track temperature. So even if the ambient takes a while to drop, if the track's not baking in direct sunlight, it's not 130 degrees, it dips down towards something closer to ambient. And even if that's 82, 84, it's still a heck of a lot better than, like we said, taking all that energy from the sun, with clouds beginning to dissipate now as well later into the evening. The green flag waves, and it is a chaotic start coming to the green flag behind So glad we got this camera up. It hasn't been like this all day, but man, mess 3-4 wide headed into the braking zone at turn number 1 with 2 open throttle cars caught right in the middle of it all. Your race leader is the AE Victory number 119 Toyota Supra, which is just to drivers right there headed around the last green BMW. The 908 sneaks up the inside. That is your GTU class leader. And are they on the same lap overall? Scroll back up to the top. Don't fail me now. No, they are not. So AE Victory should retain the overall race lead here as we get a lockup on the way between turns 2 and 3. So far, so good. Right through the first sector or so of the lap. This is all good news for that number 70, who will be able to claw back a little bit of time through, while the number 119 is working through traffic just off the restart here. Remember that 119 will have to defend here from the TLM USA red BMW M4. Pick that out in the lineup, headed down towards turn number 6. There it is on the brakes and turning in now. It's the all red as opposed to the red and white. A little bit further back as it stacks up at the apex. The Stratus number 59 gets shoved out wide by the Harrison 392 as everybody works their way onto the oval for the first time of asking. You know, JT, maybe it's a good thing we haven't had the field fully under control for some of these restarts. This is way more chaotic, way busier than we've seen through most of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's you got to remind your drivers, you still got 5 hours to go. You got to be super careful right now because, yeah, three wide on the banking right now. You know, everybody's running side by side.
Yeah, I mean, were this a normal length Saturday race for the World Racing League, we wouldn't even be halfway yet in terms of the time we have remaining here. So you say there's a long way to go. The problem is the carrot that's being dangled out in front of these teams, some of these teams anyway, is that this is the closest they've been to their respective leaders for a large portion of the afternoon. The 119 no longer defending. That car is very, very much, I'm sorry, no longer chasing, now defending, being out in front. The TLM USA will have something to get after here, although it's been passed, I think, by the Random Vandals. 163 on the restart. There is the 163, headed out at turn number 2. So change for second overall, second in GTO. Ooh, 172 on the brakes up the inside of the Blaze Racing number 118. Looked worse out the window than it was on camera, as open throttle number 65 trundles down the pit lane. Coming or going? Nope, goes past the Rolex chute and heads out on track. The 119, I think at this stage I'd rather be chased by the Random Vandals car than the 172 if I were AE Victory. That 172 has shown so many peaks of really, really good pace. 2 minutes, .389 is the fastest time for that car. It's half a second quicker than the AE Victory Supra. It's a second and a half quicker than the Random Vandals 163. See what the pace is like as we get a lap clear of that really, really chaotic traffic. Expect a good one from the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche here, who has had some of the clearest air, just working past the Low Country Motorsports. Number 843 Chevrolet Camaro, headed into the Tri-Oval. Peak at timing, 2 minutes 3.523. See how that compares to the Supra. 2:02.9, so it's actually quicker for the Supra. Porsche just has not had the legs today. Random Vandals 2:03.7, so AE Victory actually able to stretch that margin just a touch. Oh, again, that 163 is out wide and out over some bumps on the concrete runoff there to driver's right, at least the lighter colored asphalt. Keep eyes on that Go Karts Go Australia car as well. We know they did tires underneath the most recent full course yellow. So headed into the last 5 hours with a fresh set of 200 treadwear rubber. I think we'll serve them well here in these early parts. The question, is that a little bit of fluid off the back of the 163? Or are those artifacts?
392, I think.
Oh, is that 392?
Maybe not. Yeah. Hard to tell. A lot of the BMWs tend to have a similar BMW Motorsport livery.
Yeah, I just played back the YouTube feed there, JT. That's the 163, and you could actually see the left rear of the car just step out under load at the Western Horseshoe as they applied the throttle on corner exit. I think that car is dropping a little bit of fluid. Now it says 851 dropping at the left rear at turn 6. I mean, it's possible it's both. But for sure, 163, I think, was dropping some fluid there just in front of the left rear tire.
Yeah, because the 851 is the dark MX-5 in GP2.
Yeah, not the same, but it's possible they're both suffering the same fate at the moment. The 851 is actually just headed through 6 now, so that would have been probably 2 laps ago.
Brad does say it's fuel out of the 163.
Yeah, okay. A long time we spent under yellow for it to be an overflow situation, I think. It would have cleared that out by now, so hopefully not a fuel leak there for the 163. Just keep an eye on that car's traction at corner exit. That was where it was really, maybe not squirrely, but definitely seemed to impact how it was able to get the throttle down at the exit of turn 5, or at least from the apex off. There's your race-leading AE Victory Toyota Supra. And there is your 163 just in the back of shot now. So let's hang on this till it comes through. See if we see it again. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everybody's slipping it in it after every stop. So apparently this is not a one-off issue for that 163. The only surprise to me here is that if it is overflow, this is a long time for it to be leaking fuel, even if it's loading up on the left-hand side and dumping out just under high loads.
Just ahead of that Mercedes, exiting the Le Mans chicane bus stop, 89X. Noticed that they had come back out just a little bit ago. Great to see that Aston back out there.
Yeah, that could have been another one that could have been a better day. They were even on the poster, man. Now, obviously behind the Mustang because Paul Revere and all that, but. I was hoping for a good day for that Aston. I would have thought it would have suited them well here. That car is really an overall well-suited, piece of kit. But this race did seem to be something of an open door for just about anybody. And I do expect them to be competitive next time out at Road Atlanta, being that is, I think, their home track, right?
I'm not sure. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they did have contact earlier. I'm wondering if that was the issue for that. Why they had a unfortunately lengthy time in the paddock. Ooh, off the leash gets really good run mid corner here through 5. Ducking to the inside of the. I think was that the 52.
Did we mention the change for third, JT? Go-karts go Australia past the 172 for TLM USA.
We did not.
Yep, so that's a pass done on fresh tires for the 158 Mercedes, which I think is headed around the banking now.
2-minute 0.5.
Yeah, it's a really good lap. That's the quickest that car has been in close to 100 laps, I think. Really, really good lap there now that it's starting to work through some of the traffic that it was caught up in as a result of that sort of extended tire change. 172, just not quite on the pace this stint.
The ebb and flow of
Slipping back to
endurance
fourth.
racing.
Yeah, for sure. The good news is it's still in the lead lap, and as long as it can kind of hold that station for the next 4.5 hours or so, it could still be in with a shout out here at the end, or a shot here at the end, with the with this lead quartet, let's say, being still pretty consistent throughout the day and very much in contention even now.
Yep, go-karts getting past the 163 as they go through turn 1 here. Now 2.5 seconds back from the Supra. Quite happy to see that Low Country Motorsports Camaro back out there. Last time through was under a 205, so that's roughly towards the front end of GTO pace. The Captain America BMW from AOA Racing just running a bit wide through turn 6 there to let the 2 Stratus cars get through. I believe last lap, both cars getting around the Automatic Racing 908, which had been leading G2 after the full course yellow here. Now, as you see approaching Le Mans Chicane bus stop, all 3 NP01s coming into shot now. Nose to tail, that is first, second, and third. With looks, oh no, that's the 10, I believe, in front of them. Oh no, the 1 from round 3 racing, with both Stratus cars directly behind, and the automatic NP01 a couple car lengths behind them.
JT, as we've had a change for the lead.
Yeah.
Did we call that?
I was just gonna call that. I was calling.
Very good. I'll let you call it, and
fight.
then we'll introduce a guest.
Well, you kind of just did the whole spoiler alert thing, but all right. Yeah. So, Go Kart Go Australia, the Mercedes AMG GT4, passing AE Victory Racing's Toyota Supra that time by. Again, putting out another 2-minute 0.7 that time through, consistently several seconds ahead of most of the GTO field. Most of the GTO field doing 203s to 205s at the moment.
As we keep an eye on that, we'll welcome somebody who's not in the GTO field at the moment, unfortunately, which is Chad Morehead.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. Himself.
Hey.
How are you?
It's been a while. It seems like the only time I make it
no
up.
kidding.
The only time I make it up here is when like we have a car that's getting loaded on the trailer or something along those lines.
I very rudely called out Jason Marks during the drivers' meeting, or after the drivers' meeting on Friday, because I haven't seen him in like a year and a half.
Yeah.
I think it's been about the same length for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, when you're doing well, you tend to stay down there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so.
You guys didn't partake in much of the second half of last year, unfortunately, either, so you're away from the paddock for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all fair. But let's deal more acutely with the situation today. 291, we saw just right around a little bit before halfway, I think, involved in a little flash fire down where your canopies are there.
Yeah, I didn't realize how good of a view you had.
Well, we were dealing with other things at the time, and then the black smoke caught my eye, and by the time I had already caught the black smoke, it was already white smoke from the extinguishant. So it seemed like everybody was on top of things pretty quickly down there, but still, I'm sure, a scary situation.
Yeah, it was high adventure. I've only been involved in one other fire when I was crewing in IMSA. I've never had one as a team captain on one of our own cars, and that one was fairly significant. And it wasn't a car fire; it was the dry brake stuck open.
Oh,
so the fueler had pulled back; he had just finished fueling, and it continued to dump
on the on the filler side.
On the filler side.
Interesting.
So the dump jug, yeah, the red tip continued to dump gas, probably 3-4 gallons. And of course we have side exhaust and of course hot rotors and everything else, and it just instantly went up.
3 or 4 gallons is a lot of fuel, man.
Yeah, I mean it didn't close at all. So it was whatever fuel was left, it was the 4th jug. So it was probably half full.
Holy cow.
And then unfortunately the guys, as you do in a fire, you kind of panic a little bit, and he kind of slung the fuel, and then went over the cold side onto the cold side of the pits. Yeah, so
was the jug on fire as it did that?
the jug was not on fire.
Okay.
It was just it was leaving
Spilling.
a stream of fire behind. All my tire pressure gauges are molten blobs of plastic now.
Oh, jeez.
Fortunately, the driver was able to get out. He honestly thought it was just going to be a little flash fire, and we were going to put it out. So he stayed in the car until he realized, no, this is more than that. And it was Guy, so Guy Cosmo.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So at least
Guy.
yeah, not a great experience with his first race. He's tested with us before. This is his first racing event with us. So, but at least it was him in the sense that he has the experience. He does this professionally, and it wasn't an amateur by any means. But nobody hurt. I got a little bit of a flash burn on myself, but that's it. Yeah.
Spinner down there at Lamar Chicane. That's
Lagunatics.
Lagunatics. Yep.
While I'm up here, can we go back to calling it the bus stop?
We can call it whatever you want.
I've been calling it the Lamar Chicane bus stop, so I can automatically get whatever it is right.
It's like nails on a chalkboard for me every time I hear it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's the bus stop. Yeah.
Yeah, but they've got the blue and yellow curbs, man.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
A couple years ago, we came to HSR here, and they actually put out HSR colors. They did blue and red.
Okay.
Very weird.
Yeah. Well, it threw me when Michelin became the title sponsor of Road Atlanta, and they kind of redid all the curbing and the tire bundles and everything.
Did you ever latch on to the green and yellow at Road Atlanta?
That's what I associate with it.
Really?
The first time I went there, it was the green and yellow.
Not the green and white?
Nah. Well, honestly, I can't even remember now.
So it was green and white forever, and then they painted the white yellow for some reason on the curbs, and it just made me feel like I was watching a bad CRT TV with like a bad color shift.
Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't look right. So for me, the blue and yellow was actually welcome because the green and yellow was so bad.
Yeah,
but I prefer the green and white.
Honestly, to me, the logo is green and yellow. So so that's why I've always made that association with the green and yellow. But the blue and white kind of threw me the first time because that's kind of been our home track for a long time.
Yeah. The green and white also accented the red clay very well. Or the red clay accented the green and white very well.
Yeah.
So it was always a nice color scheme there. I don't, here where you got your yellow curbs that, I guess are iconic here. I don't really know. We've got Lamar Chicane, bus stop, whatever.
It's just Daytona.
You guys, did you go to Watkins Glen last year?
No, we did not.
Okay.
We didn't make Watkins Glen. I honestly, I can't even remember which races we didn't make. We're planning on making Watkins Glen this year.
Okay.
I think we're going to do Miller, Watkins Glen.
That's Burt Brothers Moto Park now.
Oh, jeez. We're going to Utah. We're going to Utah. Yeah, sort of like Sears Point and,
Yeah, but Sears Point's the name of the town. I thought that was a Sears thing.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, because it's right there in the San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a corporate thing. No, it's just Sears Point.
Well, it's like Mazda, Laguna.
Sure.
Yeah.
Infineon Raceway, then Sonoma and whatever. Yeah, I get it. Anyway, no, they did the same thing at Watkins Glen. For some reason, the inner loop, the chicane, it's been the inner loop since 1991 or 92 or whatever when they put it in. For some reason, that's just now the bus stop.
See, I always referred to that as the bus stop, and I don't know if that was from Daytona in my mind or what. Or just any style of chicane like that, I just treat as a bus stop.
Right.
So I don't know. People, if you say bus stop, they know what you're talking about.
I know, but I'm a pedant, and I guess if they call it Lamar Chicane, I should call it Lamar Chicane. Also, I got my wrist slapped many years ago, actually, for not using whatever the sponsored name was. So now I just do whatever
That's fair.
That's fair. The formal name is. You can do whatever you want because you're not employed by anybody to come up here and talk.
That's true.
But the rest of us, plebs. Anyway, I got a question for you. You can answer this however you would like.
Sure.
The Ginetta G56s. We talked about the 291. The 290 was also retired, basically at the kind of in the same.
Yeah, so that was an admin call. There was nothing wrong with the car.
Yeah,
driver was fine. It was Johan in the car. In fact, he was like, "Why are you calling me in? I'm feeling fine." But considering our pits were covered in extinguisher residue and everybody was scrambling, One of my guys was on fire.
Yeah. Jeez. He's okay?
Yeah, he's fine. Had all the safety gear. He was the guy receiving the fire bottles or the fuel bottles over the wall. So he got the bulk of the splash. But he was kind of running around for a little while, like a chicken on fire. Or what, I don't know, what, a chicken with his head cut off. But no, he was he was fine. Fortunately, had all the safety gear. I will say that the minimal requirements for a fire bottle, you should really treat that as just the minimal.
Yeah.
We're going to up ours drastically. The fire bottle guy did his job, started spraying, but I mean that bottle was out in an instant. I ran around, found another one, and then 2 or 3 other guys got bottles. So there's no reason. They're not that expensive. I would recommend to all the teams up and down pit lane. There's those that have and those that will, as far as getting caught in a fire. Have some extra fire bottles down there.
It's all fair, and fair to pull the 290 as well.
Yeah.
At a certain point, safety is everybody comes to that understanding. It's like, hey, this is a safety thing. We're all okay here.
Yeah, and honestly, we really weren't in contention. So, and we're not doing the full schedule, doing the bulk of it. But there was really no point in pushing it. Everybody's overheating, the car's overheating. We're fighting issues. It's just like, hey, take a step back.
So. Now the hard-hitting question. Sure. And normally this would be a slow pitch to a VW Fun Cup joke, but actually not this time. We've had you up here in some really good times, running the 147, the BMW 330 Ci. I mean, the car was just magnificent, right? And I'm sure tuned within an inch of its life.
That's a lot of, what is it, rose-tinted lenses, like looking back, whatever the saying is. We all tend to forget all the issues we had with that car.
Yeah, fair.
There was a lot of growing pains with that car to get it to the point where it was very... it was a consistent winning formula. But yeah, I'm sorry, not to interrupt.
No. It just seems like, okay, we go from, you kind of teased the GTO experience with the G56s, and at the time we didn't know what it was.
It's an M56.
M56.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's a Morehead 56.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes,
but it was a G56 when we started this experiment.
We have re-engineered that car. So
I believe it.
I'm not giving Janetta that much credit.
You're not the first person to take that approach to things.
Yes.
Yeah, weird. But anyway, to go from the winning formula with the number 147, we all kind of thought, hey, you guys have the expertise, you've got the experience and the passion to do these things right and to make these cars competitive and consistent in the right way. It doesn't seem like the M56 experience has been just all sunshine and roses. In fact, it's mostly been not that.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a team thing. It doesn't have to be a Janetta thing. But looking back now at the last year and a half or so, going through the rollover down at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta because of a parts failure, right, that led to that down in the S's, to now the flash fire here today.
Which was not related. But
I understand that, too.
To be fair, that could have happened to any of these cars with a dry brake.
For sure. And I totally understand all that. But it's still just another, thing on the list of, man, this tough freaking day. What's your kind of recap of that experience so far? Is it something you do again? Are you better off leaning harder into it, backing away from it? How do you kind of evaluate what that experience for you personally and as a business, as MSW?
Yeah. It's hard to say because honestly, we really enjoy developing the car, developing new parts, engineering things. And that's kind of given us the ability to do that versus just like a turnkey, a homologated car that you have to keep homologated. Not to say that all the cars up and down.
But none of these have to be, right? It's all open development.
And they've all done some stuff to varying degrees. But we've obviously had to do a lot more to make the car reliable and drive the way we want it to drive. So that part of it's kind of enjoyable. But at the same instance, it is frustrating when you don't get results.
Yeah.
And we have had wins with this car, don't forget.
The first weekend, didn't you guys win in the rain or dodging rain showers at Eagles Canyon?
We won at Eagles Canyon.
Yeah.
We won at Road America last year. Yep. And I'm trying to remember, there might have been another couple. And I was happy just to get top 10s at Barber, considering that has been my nemesis for going on 10 years. So the results have been decent when the car is running. I mean, the crux of it was trying to find a car that suited the driving style of the car owner, that kind of gave him the feedback that he wanted out of a race car.
Is that Ari?
That's Ari.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's doing the formula thing. He's doing the prototype thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you go hop in a GT4 car from name a manufacturer, it's going to be a lot softer. It's going to move around a lot more. It's a lot heavier, not as responsive. So all those factors played into trying to find a car that was the closest GT to a prototype, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
And there's really not that many out there, and they all carry, you know, they're all non-production. I don't think Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, none of them make anything that's close to that.
Yeah.
So it was really kind of the Ginetta. The Ligier really wasn't an option because it didn't have ABS, didn't have traction control. Obviously, you can add those things, but that's a whole nother developmental cycle. So that's kind of where we ended up landing on the Ginetta. And I think the problem is the car just wasn't built to be run this hard, this heavy.
Okay. Have you ballasted it up to get to where
yeah.
it needs to be? Yeah, okay.
And we're kind of learning that we kind of missed the mark there and went a little too heavy, I think. So
Right, in search of power?
exactly.
Is that chewing through other components, like the load factors are chewing through
I
other
think
components?
so. Yeah.
okay.
So Road America was the first race where we really ballasted it up, and of course that's a big power track with a long.
Last year?
This
Or
year.
Okay.
Last year we won.
Yeah, sure.
Running it.
Yeah, JT just mentioned, Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, running it light, we won. And then so the plan was ballasted up about an additional 140 pounds
It's not
on
not
top
enough.
of what we've already ballasted it.
Yeah.
So the car, as it sits, WRL weight is probably like 3,100 pounds. As delivered, it's 2,700.
Wow.
So significantly heavier.
It's a tub, right?
No, it's
still
tube
frame?
frame.
Okay.
It's tubular metric tubes, which
Yeah,
makes everything more inconvenient. But yeah, it's tube frame, fiberglass body. I'll give that to them. It's very simple to work on as far as, you know, you take the panels off and you can kind of see what everything's laid out in front of you. It's not a factory unibody where everything's kind of like jammed in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you look under the hood of these Astons and things like that. It's like, geez, how do you change a spark plug? And it's basic race components: LS3, X-Trax sequential, manual brakes, Bosch ABS. It's pretty straightforward.
So, I mean, having had this experience now for the last 18 months or so, with WRL GTO being what it is now, as we get the race leader into the pit lane with a rear wing hanging off the back of the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. You see it making its way through the first half of pit lane there. Has that car backed into a tire wall somewhere?
It hasn't been noted.
No, it just says hanging wing on 158.
It's just going to go faster now.
Yeah, sure. Can't have been making that much downforce, can it? Yeah?
Well, I mean, we lost the splitter on our GP1 car and immediately started going faster and using less fuel.
Sure.
So,
Those modifiers.
Yeah.
Fail tech now. No. So, having had the experience of the last 18 months, as we get the repair here in the 158, would you do the Ginetta experience again? Would Ari do the Ginetta experience again, being that he's the car owner?
I mean, we've debated going to a different platform, but again, we get back to like what's out there that will give that feel. Because when it's in the zone and it's running well, I don't think there's anything else out there that, responds the way it does.
Is that zone wide enough to be friendly to a bunch of drivers in a bunch of different conditions?
Yeah, I think we've
Okay.
we've made it that way.
Okay.
We've changed geometry on the thing. We've beefed up a lot of components to make them more endurance ready.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a knife edge car by any means. If it's set up the correct way, it's very intuitive. When you do get oversteer, it's very easy to correct. Yeah, you would be surprised with the short wheelbase. You would think it would be a lot snappier.
Yeah.
It kind of was as delivered, and we kind of tuned that out
Okay.
of it. But yeah, I mean, I would love for there to be another option out there that has similar handling characteristics, that is backed by a major manufacturer. Parts supplies and documentation and support and all that kind of stuff that you really don't get from a boutique manufacturer. But
I mean, this sounds like all of the handling characteristics of not all of them, but many of them of the Toyota Supra, right? When that car was entered in GTO for the first time in 2022, right at the end of the year, it did so many things well. It was pointy, it was responsive at the front end, it was a pretty stiff car, all things considered, and it just did a lot of what you asked it to do. So much so that, I mean, like, it seemed like half the field was running Supras there for a while.
Yeah.
You guys are going a different direction. They had Toyota Gazoo Racing North America support and kind of
Absolutely.
developing the car down to 9-1. You obviously are going it alone with the Ginetta. It's also not a very popular car just worldwide. So you're not exactly one of one, but not far away from it in terms of getting the car developed. It's a big ask. I mean, to do what you guys have done with it and to get it as far as you have is awfully impressive. It's just so like not what we're used to seeing from Morehead Speedworks.
Yeah.
Right? And all the expertise that you guys have, seeing the kind of struggles or the bad days is just so unusual.
Well, maybe we just like to be different. I'm not
JT
sure.
pointed out that maybe if you put a paint scheme on the car,
I
like
heard
a
that.
proper dang paint scheme, dude.
I heard that.
What's
yeah.
that about?
Yeah, I hear bits and
Answer
clips.
for your crimes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the reason is, well, it keeps getting smashed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but it was inverted in all white too. So like,
that's true.
come on, man.
Like I've literally had it on the schedule with the wrap guy. I don't know, 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, we're gonna have to cancel. The car's on its roof, or we're gonna have to cancel. It went backwards into a wall, or Road America out of class car spun in front of us, collected us. No fault of our own, but obviously destroyed the front end, the rear end, a bunch of other things. So it's literally been an ongoing, like, let's get it wrapped. Oh, can't do it now.
Blue tape stripes, come on.
Yeah, it's very.
Give me something to tell the difference between the 290 and the 291.
Well, you had a right rear tire blowout this morning,
And-
right?
and-
Yeah, so we got all the black speed tape there on the right rear of the 291.
That's not black speed tape. That's the whole right side of the car missing.
Neat. All right,
Yeah.
never
See,
mind.
again, that's the only way is because it is a generic base white.
Yeah.
So bad things are going to happen to it.
Ask JT how many photos he has of Janettas that are missing the right rear corner of the
Yeah.
car. It's more than one,
Yeah. And, well, what's funny
and
is
he's not here.
Oh, God.
what's really bad is I'm sitting on the pit box and I didn't realize it was damaged that way.
Oh, really?
I knew we had a blowout and I knew we had to change a tire, but my guy didn't come over and like say, hey, the whole right rear of the body is gone.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking we're fine, and guys in the car saying, hey, I'm feeling buffeting at high speeds.
Oh, that's weird, huh?
And it's getting worse. And I'm like, you probably just got tire pickup or something like that, or we'll take a look at it when
Yeah,
it comes in.
tell the pro, it's just pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it comes in, and then finally we get it turned. I walk around it, and I'm like, the whole right rear is gone.
It's like
What?
Apollo 13 where they turn the spacecraft
Yeah,
around
yeah,
and
yeah,
just the whole thing's blown off.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that was news to me. Yeah. Problem of I guess I wasn't paying attention to the live stream or whatever.
No,
but
that's
yeah.
okay.
I totally
It
did not
happens.
realize it until after the fact.
What's the Guy Cosmo connection, by the way? How'd that work out?
Honestly, this is a Airy has connections
Okay.
from all his pro driving.
Go figure. Yeah.
And he just kind of called him up.
That's cool.
Greg LaFouche would be our normal guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's at Mid-Ohio right now for IMSA.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
there was a conflict there.
So your normal guy was away, and you're like, oh, yeah, we'll do a second car.
Well,
Guy
I mean,
Cosmo's
Was that
local.
to get Ari some additional seat time?
No. Completely different lineup.
Oh.
Completely different lineup. So the second car is Ari's wife and daughter.
Nice.
Didn't they run a Speed Syndicate branded?
They did. They ran the
Aston?
Aston.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that's, again, back to the how the other GT4s handled. It was like driving a couch around the track. Very, very comfortable, air conditioning, power
Yeah.
steering, all the good things. But they just didn't have that response. And both him and his wife are really into the Formula 3s and prototypes and things of that nature. And so they just, if they're going to go GT racing, they want something that's close to it.
GTU not an option or not a desire?
I don't think so. No. He's and they look like fantastic cars to drive. He just wanted something different that had a little bit more protection around the driver. Was his biggest thing, honestly.
Sure.
I'm not saying they're unsafe by any means, but he is very, very, very safety conscious.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
when you're driving Legers and things like that have FIA homologated carbon tubs and stuff like that, you're kind of looking for something with a little bit more crumple zone around.
So
it.
old Daytona prototypes are probably
Not. No.
That was going to be my next option.
Well, they're probably not that far off the Janetta as far as being a tube frame.
You're probably
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Actually,
That's true.
Somebody could develop one of those into something fun. It'd be
Yeah.
probably a dog just in general, but yeah, you could probably have some fun with the process.
Yeah. I just saw another fire extinguisher pop off, but I think that was incidental.
Over with the 52.
Yeah.
It's right next to your pit stall, actually.
Yeah.
Somebody hustles down the pit lane. Worth looking at the Go-Karts Go Australia car in terms of lap time. 2:02.2 was that car's last time without the rear wing attached to the rear of the Mercedes. So
That's
a
not bad.
little slower than it had been, but also may have been dealing with traffic. Chad, you're a more experienced driver than the rest of us. GT4 level cars, you drop the rear wing. Obviously, some drag will go with that primarily. Is the loss of downforce really that obviously significant?
It can be. I think this track, where we're seeing most of the issues is the right rear loading.
Okay.
And that kind of bit us early on with that blowout.
Go figure. Yeah.
So we ended up taking out some camber or going a little bit more positive, not positive, but less negative,
yeah.
less negative on the right rear for that very reason. And we dropped the wing and minimal wing angle and a few other things. So yeah, it doesn't handle as well in the infield as it could. But it's a matter of making the car's right rear survive around the track.
And at a normal track, you would have some meaningful downforce generated by the wing and the diffuser?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Well, the GT4s as delivered, I don't think have quite as much, unless they, the Ginetta, we're not running our stock wing. We built a splitter for it and some other things. So, and it's got the Evo hood. This is the first race where we've ran the Evo hood on both cars.
And you were still dealing with, is that a downforce thing or a cooling thing?
It's supposed to be both. But I think it's kind of had the opposite effect as far as driver cooling. It's letting more hot air escape the radiator, but there's more heat building up around the engine, if that makes sense.
Right.
So that gets through the firewall.
Exactly. You've got about, I'd say, a 1/4 inch clearance between one of the headers and the firewall that is between your gas pedal foot.
Right. I mean, we've heard that car described as basically being closer to it's not a mid-engine car, but everything is shifted so far back in that car, including the driver.
It's a mid-front. I mean, it's just on the lines of a Corvette.
Okay.
So the engine is pretty much completely behind the front axle line.
Okay.
And then it's a transaxle as well.
Okay.
So the weight's as far inboard as you can get it. They rotate very, very nicely.
Oh, I'm sure. And if it responds the way Ari wants it, right, more like a Formula car, a little maybe pointier but responsive at the very least, that all makes a lot of sense. But also, when you realize just how far back the driver sits in the car, when you see it in person, it's kind of wild that you'd have that much heat build up off the engine. But so it is. I suppose when you're moving forward, and the air's got to go somewhere. And
I think it's just becoming really stagnant in there.
Is there anything you can do for that?
We're going to work on some things prior to the next race. Some ceramics on the headers, some additional heat shielding, some ducting, several different things. I think our original hood that we had modified with additional venting actually did a better job of keeping your feet cool. Might not have been as good for downforce.
Yeah, sure.
But take some, you get some.
Man, I'd love to see that car be, right back at the pointy end. Do you think is there a whole lot of work to do to get the 291 particularly repaired after the fire?
No, fortunately the fire was, like I said, it was mostly superficial. The window net was burned up.
Okay.
The seat got a little toasty. Body panels are just a little toasted, a little brown, light, like a marshmallow, just slightly.
So you kind of mentioned a couple of races you're hoping to go to the rest of the year. You can just run us through the rest of what 2025 looks like for Morehead Speedworks?
I think right now we're planning on what's it called now?
Burt Brothers Motor Park.
I think we're planning on Utah.
Burt Reynolds Brothers Motor.
Yeah.
So Brothers.
So the Utah.
Okay.
The Utah.
No
track,
Road Atlanta.
Probably not at this point. We were planning on it, but I think this has kind of put us behind, and we're gonna have to do some regrouping, and
it's a lot of lost time, man.
It is.
Yeah.
A lot, and we've got tests planned and things like that. So I think we decided just kind of punt on that and do Miller. But Miller, Watkins Glen, Sebring, Coda. Am I missing any?
No.
I think that's it.
The High Plains.
High Plains.
Not doing High Plains.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Bummer.
It looked like we went there last year.
Yeah, sure.
Or was it the year before?
It wasn't. No, I don't think you guys were there last year.
Yeah, everything kind of
we didn't go
together.
in 23, so.
Okay.
The
drivers really enjoyed the course, just the layout of it. But that is a long tow for us, and it's in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, the track looked like a great layout. Everybody's friendly. But yeah, I think we're going to focus on a little bit closer, other than Utah.
Well, and if you guys are having cooling issues, 5,500 feet or whatever.
We had issues with the 147 there. Yeah. I think a lot of people did. Just, higher density altitude, it just created issues. So
density altitude. I haven't thought about density altitude in a minute.
Yeah, we won. We had to do some work, some ducting on those cars to get the temps down, and we're going to probably have to do something for the Ginettas, I'm sure, for Utah.
Chad Morehead, thank you for stopping
Yeah,
by, man.
I'll get
I
out of
appreciate
here.
it. No, you can hang out as long as you want. I just, if we're going to do the interview thing, I think I'm all out of ideas.
We didn't talk about the 2 other cars I'm supporting and how well they're doing.
You know what? We did chat about that offline very briefly, but you're absolutely right. 221, 222?
That's correct.
We got it all right. Tell me more. I mean, this is a little, quite a throwback to your GP1 days, but that's where a lot of your expertise is, right?
Yeah. And it kind of reminds me why BMWs are so popular in this kind of racing, because we've barely had to do anything to them, and they're doing well. The 222 did start the race poorly with a throttle pedal. Just decided to stop working. So he was on P2 on grid.
Yeah.
Put down a really good lap yesterday. This is both sets of drivers' first time at Daytona. And the guys in the 221, this is their first time in this car.
Oh, wow.
And so first time at Daytona, first time in this car. And last time I checked, they were in P6, I believe, HK Motorsports.
I think you're right. They were definitely up
So
at the
yeah,
top.
yeah, the GP1 car, the HK
Yeah.
Motorsports, the 221 is.
Yeah, so super proud of those guys. They're doing really well. No, essentially it was just these guys wanted to go WRL racing on the East Coast. They're guys out of Vegas.
Cool.
So they wanted to go to some tracks they've never been to. And they're coming from Spec Boxsters. And they just, what did we recommend as far as a car to go endurance racing? We said
Not a spec boxer.
an E46.
They get in touch with you through connections or just seeing you do well in GP1 or what?
Honestly, I don't even recall exactly how it occurred. Their coach, Michael Johnson, I think reached out to me first and kind of put us together, and we sold them a car that was at one time a Spec E46 from another client, and did all the upgrades to turn it into an endurance car. That's the 222. And then the 221 was just a track day car for Modaka. Wasn't really built for endurance racing, but clean car, E46 M3. And these guys were like, hey, do whatever you need to do to make it an endurance race car. So, refueling modifications, cooling modifications, driver cooling modifications, that kind of stuff. Do a setup on it. We did a test at CMP last week with them, and just kind of went from there. And so they brought a couple fly-ins to help out, and they're doing the lion's share of the work down there, and then we're kind of running tires and fuel for them, that kind of thing. And they seem to be doing pretty well so far.
Were you going back and forth? Was it a separate crew dedicated to those 2 cars? Or were you
Some of my
running back
guys
and
were
forth?
helping them,
Yeah,
just
okay.
kind of supplementing them for sure. And then obviously we kind of handled the logistics of getting the cars here on the trailers, and tires and fuel and that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, my huge supply of E46 spare parts is no longer in the trailer.
Sure.
We kind of brought minimal stuff, and that's why we were kind of scrounging for a throttle pedal and stuff this morning to get that car fixed. Typically, when we were running 147, we had, an entire catalog of BMW parts.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, those guys are doing great. So we're here until the checkered. So
Awesome.
As long as they're running, we'll be here.
Does it make you miss the GP1 depth and camaraderie and all of that?
I think you have it in GTO. I think
Okay.
you have it up and down the grid.
That's great.
Jason Marks is right down there next to us, and I was chatting with him on, because we're running the same tire and things like that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I think you have it up and down the field. It's not like a GP1 thing or a GTO thing. We're still building another GP1 car, so
For yourselves or to sell?
for the same customer.
Awesome.
So the plan was we'll run a GTO, we'll have a spare GTO, and then we'll have the GP1 car.
Cool.
So unfortunately, they keep ending up on the roofs and in the walls, and that kind of makes it difficult. So
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, understood. Well, we certainly hope to see you back at Utah and run through the rest of the schedule here. Will we see some of the customers as well? 221, 222?
potentially, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're also going to try to, mostly the East Coast stuff. So
Okay, sure.
Atlanta, Sebring.
So you'll be
Watkins.
at Michelin Raceway?
I don't know yet.
All right.
We're to be determined. It's
Got it.
A lot of balls in there.
Hey, you're right up the road anyway. Just pop down for a day.
More than likely, I'll probably be there. Yeah, 3 hours away.
And anyway, would you rather spend the day at Carolina Motorsports Park or at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta?
I don't know. They're both equally humid and hot, so. As I sit in this air-conditioned building. You have it over here nice. Yeah.
No kidding, man. It's
Yeah.
about as good as it gets up
Yeah,
here.
as soon as I got on the elevator, I was like, geez.
Yeah.
No wonder they don't mind coming
I
here.
didn't even have to put sunscreen on today. I got all the cameras up before the sun really got like well above the horizon, above the banking over there. I went out once to reset a camera down here.
Oh,
I haven't
geez.
left up here otherwise. It's been a great day.
It's pretty miserable out there. I'm
Yeah.
burnt in more ways than one, so.
Would you rather this or 37 degrees in Ohio?
I can always layer up. You
Sure.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially the crew guys, because they got the fireproof stuff on. We've got chill out for the crew guys here, but it's brutal.
It's tough. And yet, we still get 65 plus cars because, man, Daytona's Daytona, and presumably get so many chances to race at the World Center of Racing, you got to take advantage of it.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I like to complain, but no, it's great. Fantastic track. And we always love coming out with WRL. So, I'm just joshing a little bit, but yeah, it is hot out there for sure. So hopefully these guys are staying hydrated. I think you already had an infomercial on that earlier.
We did? Yeah, Squatch Juice.
Yeah, they were handing
We've
out.
already lost the packets.
They were handing out samples. They were actually pretty good. I had the lemonade.
Did you?
pretty
Yeah, we had the mango pineapple.
I haven't had that one yet.
So I don't know if you heard the infomercial.
We hear bits and pieces down there with the cars going around.
We ran the when we did the 25 Hours of Thunderhill broadcast years ago. There was a driver, like Ryan Eversley, the guy he ran for. His car owner knew a guy who was developing a sports racing-based energy drink, and so the car owner would just basically sponsor us using that energy drink branding. And we held on to that meme for 9 years. Every joke that came off of that, unbelievable. Every joke that came off of that, we held on to for 9 years. So I made a joke to Brandon when he was up here that we may be starting another 9-year rotation here. Are you wearing the 65 shorts? You just take the wrap off the 65 and put them on your shorts, Brad?
I didn't realize there was a line forming back here.
We'll see what happens.
Chad's in for the long haul now. Brad and Mike came up,
no,
so yeah.
What happens is you guys mentioned
We got 4 mics,
AC.
man. I bought new ones just for you.
Well, I've got this headset nice and sweaty, so I'll hand it off to you.
When you guys mention air conditioning, you're gonna get customers
This
to
is
come
correct.
see what's happening.
So, I'll head out.
You out?
Yeah,
You
I'll
can
head out.
stay
to
if you
check-
want.
Yeah.
Do we need the Make Us All Famous hour?
I don't know what that is. There you go. Brad's got way more stories than I do.
Listen, I need a backup plan. Before this gets carried away over here, do you have any interest in running a VW Fun Cup?
I don't even know what that is.
Great. We'll talk later.
Okay.
Boy, have I got ideas for you. Maybe for
Done.
Ari, too, actually.
Dustin, put up the image.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We'll talk later. Anyway, Chad, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah,
man.
anytime.
Appreciate the time and appreciate the
Absolutely.
chat here. Sun's going down. Try and stay cool down there in any way. Enjoy. If you can't enjoy what the Janettas, enjoy the fruits of your labor with the 221.
Yeah.
222. Good day.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Chad Morehead out of the Morehead Speedworks camp. All of the cars. A lot of shrugging shoulders behind me here, JT.
Yeah.
Brad shrugged at Chad. Chad shrugged at Brad. Mike looked at them both like a puppy looking for instructions from his parents.
Real quick before these guys get on.
Yeah.
I just want to update GTO a bit. Some cars have moved around a bit. Some of the fights have expanded a bit here. GTO still being led by AE Victory Racing, the Supra. The 119's leading over the 163 from Random Vandals to the tune of 19 seconds. A little bit further back, but still in the same lap, the 158.
Yeah, this
Go
one
Cars
too.
Go, I'll show you.
Don't wear the suede, apparently. The suede's bad. Sorry.
74 AOA Racing standing up fourth. They are, I believe, just on the same lap. A little bit further back to the tune of 22 seconds, I think, is TLM USA. You have Round 3 Racing there as well in the 70. All relatively spaced out, similar. GTU, you're still having that good fight between the Stratus 58-59, the 908 from Automatic Racing, about 20 seconds back from them, I believe, as the 59 comes to pit road. GP2 still Palomar Racing, who's also on pit road over the 779 from Lagunatics Racing in the Subaru BRZ. Mike Gorman will be joining us in just a moment. His number 66 Open Throttle BMW staying third in GP2. And the sister car, the 65, sitting fourth at the moment. GP1 is still Screaming Goat Racing. in their V8 powered BMW, leading that GP1 class, or the BMW class. The 522 from Choice Racing sits second, with GSD Motorsports in third.
JT, man, pro job. Really well done. Go take a break. We've got.
This is gonna be going somewhere. I'm not.
No. We realize we've all got a little bit of work to cover here before we get to whatever Brad and Mike have planned here. I don't really know what it is, other than just. Oh boy, the faux pros.
The faux pros. The faux pros are here.
Keep it on that GSD Motorsports BMW. They're running slightly quicker than Choice at the moment, and they're 8.5 seconds back.
I'm going to keep an eye on the trackside stuff while these guys get carried away. But I told Brad, hello, Brad.
Hey.
I told Mike, hello, Mike.
Hello.
Yeah, that we've got some business to cover beforehand. Mostly I just want to have some questions answered. And then we can carry on doing whatever it is you guys would like to do.
Well, before you ask any questions, if you turn around, I brought my bodyguard Tommy with me.
Hello. Brendan.
Tommy's here to kick butts and drive trucks.
Okay.
And there's no
you
truck
fire
driving
buzz
today.
or what?
So he's here to kick butts and drive trucks, but
Yeah, there's no trucks to drive today.
have we talked to him about a VW Fun Cup?
Tommy's in.
Drive one of those. Hell
He's
yeah.
in. 100%
All right.
he's in.
Can't
VW Fun Cup, he's in.
Love it. All right. So, Brad, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
We'll keep this as quick and succinct as we can. Number 70, lap 3.
Yep.
Or whatever it was. Right rear tire failure?
Yes, right rear tire failure.
Camber, pressures, curbs. What
Nope.
was the story there?
Don't know. Just blew. The tire blew.
Are you on, what tire are you on?
Hoosier.
Okay.
Yep. And
You guys haven't had issues with that anywhere else, right?
no, never
And
had
it was
this happen before.
too early, theoretically, for it to be
Yeah, we haven't had.
anything
And,
systemic.
and then a little while later, we had a left front went down. Something ran over something, got a hole, and the tire went down.
Okay.
So that set us back. And I know your question is about. I heard you guys talking before about getting those lap back, which we had. We were on the, for a while there on the tail end of the lead lap. But quite frankly, AE Victory, Random Vandals, Go-Karts Go, they have really good drivers.
No kidding.
They're really, really fast. And every time we say, man, why are we behind? It's because they're just good.
Yeah.
They're really driving well. Their cars are fast. Their drivers are good. So, man, they're doing an awesome job today. And it's going to be an incredible battle for us to try to get back in podium contention.
Are you guys carrying max power to weight points on that car for success?
Same.
On the Porsche?
Nope, same as before. It's
Which
the
is
same.
what, 0.3? You got 0.3?
You mean the I know what you mean. The modifiers.
Success modifiers.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're maxed out.
Okay.
We're maxed out, so we're at 9.3.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Do you think that hinders you here more than it would other places?
No, it's fair. I think.
I'm not saying it's not fair.
No.
To be clear, what I'm saying is like, okay, Daytona, if you're going to ballast the car up, you're not getting the power that you would want relative to the weight. Does that hamstring you more than it would at like a mile
a little bit. I mean, we don't quite have the top end. We did go to a taller tire because we were afraid of hitting the rev limiter on the shorter tire that we've been running. So we're on a different setup this weekend, and it hurts the handling a little bit because the taller tire is narrower. And so we're on a setup we've never run before. We had to completely change the rake of the car, everything else.
Yeah, sure.
So it's totally different, and it's been an experience for us. And we didn't do the Thursday test day. We only did yesterday. So yesterday we had to figure it out. But hey, we qualified on pole, so it's tough to complain. And we ran up front, and we're running pretty well, even after some bad things happened with some tires. So I can't complain.
Out of curiosity, do you think the move to the taller tire, how do I say this, saved you more time from not bouncing off the rev limiter on the straights than you lost from having to go through the setup changes kind of untested?
I think we could have run the shorter tire, knowing what we know now about the lower speed through Le Bus Up.
You told me it was 10 miles an hour?
10 miles an hour.
In a GTU or in the Porsche?
In GTU.
Wild.
Yep, 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it's definitely, it feels slower.
Yeah.
It feels slower. It's different. It's cool. I mean, I still like it. I like the fact that there's so much runoff, and if you mess it up, there's a lot of places to go.
Imagine that, another racetrack with no dang consequences.
Yeah. I had a total Code Brown moment, though,
They'll
today.
find them. Yeah, people will
I don't
find
know. It was unbelievable. I did a full 360 at the exit of the bus stop.
I think we saw it.
Oh, wow.
It was
In the
spectacular.
GTU?
In the GTU.
Yeah, I think we saw it.
The blue one. It was spectacular.
Yeah.
Yep.
GTU day, cars have had a touch-and-go day as well. The 10, I think, was in and out of the paddock there a couple hours ago a few times.
Throttle position sensor. Yep.
Interesting. And that was a quick replace and go?
Yep. Quick fix and go. That was the red car. 10 car had a few penalties, and We also had the lengthy repair for the contact we had with Choice.
Okay.
So that set us back.
Okay.
And but I think we're sitting 4th and 5th, battling against each other. We would basically need something to happen to the top 3 for a chance at a podium.
Yeah, sure. Understood. Mike,
Hello.
why is the 69 rose gold? What's going on there?
It's retirement beige. Is the
Retirement
color. It's Jewish racing gold to honor our tribe. So we've learned a couple of things buying and building a lot of race cars. And the more desirable a color combo is, like an Imola red or like an Estoril blue or something like that, the donor car costs more. We just generally wrap them lime green anyway.
Sure.
But we also historically paint the cages to match the exterior color. And that was no different on our retirement beige car named Goldie. And once it came together, the car looks so nice. We threw in a nice tan interior. It's got a complete dash, air conditioning, factory radio, all that stuff works. Power windows in the back work. Everything works in the car. And except the engine currently. That part does not work.
Well, if you took all the motors out for the power windows and everything, maybe we would have saved the stress on the engine.
We weren't quite sure exactly what it was going to dyno at, and it was kind of a last minute build. We were just bringing it here to shake down some of the regulars of the team.
What's the goal for a car like that? Like, what else do you do with it? Just to go WRL racing?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So it's a last minute build. You're like, all right, well, it's here.
Well, it's a sister car to the Embracing AI sponsored non-open throttle looking open throttle car. The red, white, and blue with the green rear bumpers, green mirrors.
We noticed that.
Yep. So that is.
We thought you damaged a rear bumper and had to replace it with a spare green one, but it actually fades to the green.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, it's actually designed in the wrap. The driver Tim that is running the season with us in that car wanted to have the livery on the car. We said absolutely no problem. Do whatever you like, blank canvas, but it's got to have some green in it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's they integrated it in. And, you generally spend a lot of time looking at the rear bumper of a car, so it's a pretty...
Especially your cars, Mike.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Makes them real easy to identify when they're nosed into the garage as well.
Jesus. Oh, my God, this weekend. Yeah, that is an accurate statement this weekend. It's been a tough one. We had the 63
Heat or
car.
what?
No.
I was going to say, what happened to the 63?
The 63 did not want to play from Friday coming off the trailer. The car, as soon as we had started, immediately go into limp mode. Now, the last time we had the car out, it ran a 7-hour race, no issues, anything like that. And then, you go to fire it up and bring it out of the trailer, and all of a sudden the car wants to go into limp mode.
Yeah.
So we've gone through absolutely everything. We've asked for help from Harrison and all the other really, really, really solid BMW teams here. Everybody's had that same motivation of trying to get it resolved and help us out and get it resolved, and we just haven't. So we switched. We kind of distributed the drivers throughout the other cars. That's kind of the secret benefit of bringing 4 or 5 cars.
Sure.
You can split up a lineup pretty good, especially in a 14-hour race, and everybody still gets a bunch of drive time. So. Yeah. Very, very understanding drivers with us this weekend, and it's a bunch of drivers that have been with us for a long time. They know that we know how to get through a race weekend. Just this particular one was quite the struggle. And then we, in the very late stages of Friday practice, we had a motor failure on the Embracing AI car. So I drove up to Jacksonville. This is about the only race that I can do this at.
Yeah, sure.
Drove up to the shop in Jacksonville and got our next F30 build. That was we drove it into the shop. I knew that engine was good. We've got spare engines, but with it being a single day 14, there's no redemption day. So we wanted to make sure that we took the engine out of the car, that we physically drove into the garage. Everything is good with that. So. Took that engine out, put it in the car. The guys got wrapped up at about 6:30 in the morning, and we're rocking and rolling. And I think they're kind of taking naps, in between stops. And it's one of those weekends that the attitude of your crew really, you know what you got on a weekend like this. And no matter the lack of sleep, the heat, and all of that, everybody's just got big smiles, still cracking jokes, and putting on a good show. And I joke about this. I believe that we have arguably one of the best, or at least most productive crews in getting a car back out on track. We've got.
I don't know that anybody would realistically ever fight that.
But we're kind of getting tired of having opportunities to show that off. It'd be nice to have a smooth weekend. And we were joking. We were just at walk-ins with Champ a couple weeks ago, and the car that we swept with last year in GP2, Fiona. We moved it to Champ Car for this year, and unfortunately, we got bowling pinned with that car into a wall, flipped over. Driver's okay.
Jeez.
So that car is unfortunately a total loss. but it still was a great weekend.
Yeah.
And when you can have something like that happen, and everything else just goes well. I mean, we got a couple, wins and podiums that weekend, and it was a good morale boost, even with that car, getting totaled out. So, I don't know. You just gotta kind of keep on trucking and find the positives in a weekend and really magnify those. And I think our team does a really good job of that. But I would just like a nice, smooth weekend where everybody can get to bed early.
Maybe Utah. Or maybe Watkins Glen or something.
Yeah, a 39-hour drive should help us get to sleep early.
Well, you'd be so tired you have to.
We'll call a Paraflight and see if we can just put the cars on one of their planes and fly them off there or something.
Yeah, cargo, Paraflight cargo.
Paraflight
I like
cargo.
that.
Is that a thing?
I don't know, Brad.
Hey, listen, I was cargo last night on Paraflight. They hooked me up, took me to Tampa, went
The
to
old
Metallica.
talking cargo, huh?
It was awesome.
That's
So
tough.
let's just look at the difference in the nights between
no
Brad
kidding.
McCall and Open Throttle. Brad's hopping on his private jet, courtesy of his buddies, flying to a Metallica concert while we're rolling around in coolant in the garages. But no, that's the duality of a race weekend,
Right, exactly.
for sure.
Exactly.
I'm sure
For
Brad's
sure.
had his fair share of
Oh,
those
absolutely.
anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So are your questions done? Can Mike and I do
Yeah, we're good. I had to
part,
get him-
part
had to get him
two
out of the way,
of part
man.
2 of the show?
Do I have to supervise here?
No, you don't have to.
Are you sure?
No, it's going to be great. I promise.
I don't. You realize how hard it is to just be like, okay.
I know. I agree.
All right.
Listen, if we do something wrong, just say something. And
Where
remember,
are
just
your
remember
parents?
Tommy's standing right
Do we have
behind you.
JT still on, too? Is he still...
Yeah, I'm
Joe,
still here.
JT's
Oh,
still
yeah,
here.
perfect. Yeah, there
you
we
guys,
go.
You guys should talk about the fight for 4th in GTO at the moment.
Well, Mike, as the listeners all know at this point, we are high above Daytona International.
That is
Sorry,
correct.
guys.
Yeah.
Guys, one other thing I got to say. 119 AE Victory Racing into and out of the pit lane. Now sits 50 seconds behind the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. That was in earlier to tear the rest of the rear wing off the car.
Can you allow the faux pros to please announce the action here? Because
understand.
We're getting to that because there is an important.
Just need to set the stage that means that we're owed a pit stop by Mercedes. This is even pit stops theoretically.
Well, there's
Brendan,
a very
don't you have a
important
camera
factor
to go fix or something?
Probably, but I'm not going to go do that because I can't just walk away from Mike and Brad with uncontrolled access to the mixer.
Well, Mike,
Layla's
what does this
fine.
button
She's
do?
an adult.
what does this button do? So, Mike,
There's dinner. No, there is dinner here. All right. Well,
Oh,
I'll
dinner's
step
here,
away.
perfect.
it'll be fine.
We'll let Brad McCall and Mike Gorman take things over for a minute here so I can eat some dinner and we'll get after it here.
It'll be
Guys,
fine. I
whatever
promise.
you do,
Don't touch anything.
don't screw this up.
We won't.
That-
We,
okay.
we won't touch anything.
All right, with
That
your
mixer's
65
totally gonna be
shorts,
green in 5 minutes.
whatever it is. All right, I'm
already
going to mute
started
myself.
wrapping it.
You guys enjoy.
What's that gonna be doing?
What is this button? The
I don't know.
3-4 slide.
So Mike Gorman, here we are, high above Daytona International
We
Speedway.
are calling the shots live from Daytona. We're about 5 floors up, just below the spotter stand, and it's like a spotter stand, but shaded and air conditioned. So
Yeah.
I think this is where I'm actually going to come to watch the race tonight.
Beautiful evening, getting close to sunset. We still have the pit lane bathed in sunlight. You can see the brows sweating from up here.
It's a mild 70 degrees, I would predict, down there, somewhere between 65 and 70 from a temperature standpoint. I think everybody right now is probably getting quite a bit more comfortable than they were earlier. We might start to see some jackets getting put on, some snow gloves, things like that. As the sun begins to set here in beautiful Daytona, Florida.
Yeah,
So, this is our home track. We absolutely love coming here. I've been a spectator coming to this track forever, so it's very cool to be in this perspective. You still kind of got to pinch yourself and realize this is what's going on.
So because you're a local, is that why I saw the Go-Karts Go Australians down consulting with you just shortly before they removed the wing from their AMG
Yeah,
and are still turning fast lap of the race with no wing? I think that they came down to ask you about the aero and do they even really need the rear wing?
Well, if you look at the 64, that's where they got the inspiration. On the 64 car that we're running in GP1, I believe it's currently sitting P6 right now. That car has the same modified spoiler on it. So I'd like to think that we started a revolution here at this high pace, low drag type of facility. I'm glad to see that our results are helping other teams get some success too.
Do you still have the uprates?
Yes, we do also still
So
have the uprights.
the
The uprights, it's kind of like if you look at like a Mitsubishi Lancer, right? They'll put those little things up. It's the same principle, just a little vortex generator.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what. And we can feel it in the MPO1. We can feel it when we're behind your car. You can really feel the air moving around.
Exactly. Yeah.
it's
This is a team sport, and if we can take our 3,400-pound car and punch a hole for your 2,400-pound cars, then we're more than happy to do that.
2,400.
I don't know. What do those things weigh?
About 1,800.
Oh shit. What's a fun cup
Hey,
way?
listen, that's strike one. What was
Oh
it?
my
It was
God,
a
I'm
quarter,
sorry.
A quarter per swear word.
I thought that there was a different rating that comes on.
I
when
think
we
there
step
is,
into this
actually.
booth. It pops up like a little TV 13 or something.
I do believe we did talk. Well, we brought a bodyguard with us.
Yeah, that's correct. We do have the muscle. But
So it looks like it's thinned out a bit throughout the day. We've lost some cars throughout the day. We now have a bit of a spread on track, not a lot of real heated battles going on.
Yeah, the rate of attrition, if we just look at our team, for example, has been about 40%, and I think that's about the national average just by looking at what's still in the paddock.
Did you see that tight little move down there? An FRS decided that a G82 BMW needed to take to the grass to try to get into the entrance to turn one. That was interesting, Mike.
Yeah, that was, what is that GR86 here? That's a GP2 car, right? I can pull up some data here.
Yep, and he was messing with the Lupe Tortilla number 188 G82 BMW. That car only weighs, what, about 3,600 pounds?
Somewhere around the 3,500 to 5,500 range, I believe. I'm not quite sure if they ballasted up or if they took the lighter and aero approach for this setup.
Well, they've been a bit slow this weekend.
Well, that is a good car to go off track with.
I hear a voice. What is this? What's this voice?
I don't know. Apparently, there's another person supervising us. They wouldn't just give us the reins fully.
Is there somebody that's hacked into our broadcast?
I don't see it on the switch panel. I didn't press the button here to light up his microphone, so I'm not quite sure how we're able to get that done.
Do we turn that dial?
How do we mute that?
I think it's that dial.
JT, how do we mute JT's line?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't think we can from here.
Brendan doesn't send me to the track, guys. He doesn't trust me either.
Let's do some PayPal here.
You said Justin money for DoorDash number 3, and I get muted.
Looks like we got some activity here on pit lane. We've got the GTO in on pit lane, and then we've also got the Rebel Racing GP2 entry, beautiful car, over on pit lane as well. This is a hell of a view. Why don't we just take the office next door is empty? I could bring my daddy guys.
This is quite a view up here. We've got a bird's eye view where we can see just about everything happening on track. And by the way, we do have some headlights on at the point. I think they're just getting prepared for the darkness that's pending. It should be any minute now. Should be
correct.
dark any minute.
If you look right there, certain parts of the track are in fact dark already.
And is that increases aero, correct? When it gets darker like that in the shade?
The denser air, as the air becomes cooler, it becomes denser. So therefore, each little bit of air is going to have more impact on the aero adjustments that you have on the car. So we should really see some mix-up that's going to start happening once the sun fully sets around this World Center of Racing.
I think so, too. That's when the GP1 cars really come to life.
Correct. So. That or at Mid-Ohio when GP1 was taking y'all to lunch. In the GT classes.
That is true. That's a different animal, though. Here, Choice Racing, I just saw Choice has been running pretty well in
Choice
GP1
has been running
today.
great. Yeah, absolutely.
They decided to test the contact theory with one of our MPO1s earlier today. They won. They won
the
battle.
law of gross tonnage. Yeah, when we had our little mix-up at Barber, it was a similar situation. The MPO1, it's while an excellent platform, very fast, very agile.
We are going full course yellow, gentlemen.
We are.
Yeah, we were going to say that.
This is actually quite timely for the number 70 car.
We should see a lot of activity here.
This should be quite timely.
I wonder if they'll put the wing back on.
You know, they're turning fast lap of the race. I don't think they're going to need the wing. And plus, at nighttime, as the night falls, I think other teams are going to consider removing the wing.
We should see approximately a 0% wing ratio once the sun fully sets here.
I do see wing removal tools being readied on pit road.
Big Mission Motorsports, NASCAR 3. Let's see, the blue one, so that is going to be the 336.
I believe that's the second Big Mission car to impact at a turn 3. The first was turn 3 in the infield. I saw that firsthand when I was in the car. And I will tell you, from my perspective, if you're going to be anybody, be Big Mission. Those guys are very well aware on track, very gentlemanly drivers. I really enjoy racing with them. It's tough to see them have bad luck.
I was super happy to see them back because we haven't seen them since Watkins Glen last year.
They're a great group of guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Really aware on track. Very real gentlemen to race around.
We've had some of their drivers come into our cars as well, and they're just always absolute spectacular people.
That's
so.
likely why Big Mission is back, because they came with you and they said, hey, we've got to get Big Mission running again.
Well, they come all the way from Colorado.
They do.
That's
commitment.
This is an hour-and-a-half drive for us. We almost just drove back to drive again, just so it felt like a normal race.
And then they wonder why we're like, Utah, we got to drive to Utah? Come on. And they drive all the way
Palomar
here.
driving from
Palomar high five.
Every time I complain, I just think about Palomar.
Hey, and AE Victory driving from Yorba Linda, California.
That's quite the hike.
I'm not even really sure where Yorba Linda is, but it is in California.
It's next to my Belinda.
Sorry, Dustin, I'm not watching the screen.
You're correct. You're correct. Oh, and there, the Fun Cup car has just moved through. I believe that was NASCAR Turn 3.
I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to watch the magic unfold here.
I think in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it'll come around for another lap.
I think it's quicker than that.
I think people run 218s under full course here.
So what are we looking at tonight in GP1? How's the GP1 field looking at? We've got Screaming Goat
BMW's going to win.
With their, I believe a BMW is going to win. I think that's a good bet.
There's a strong chance of that now that I'm looking at all of the entries here.
Has the betting line changed throughout the race on a BMW winning GP1?
There's not a single non-BMW in GP1. What? Oh my God, that's my car. So currently we have some contention with the 69 number. Right now it's currently on the hypothetical Fun Cup, but when we decided to make our retirement beige endurance race car, we thought what better number to put on a tan on tan on tan race car than 69. So that is the new 69 car for us for this year. And then next year, once we take deliveries of our Seeker Project Fun Cups, we'll have to do like a 69-1 and a 69-2.
Porsche Cup on pit road. Mercedes on pit road.
It's another BMW.
Another BMW on pit road. Yep. Hey, did you see the last restart where the whole field was all bunched together?
Yes.
That was pretty chaotic.
That was, yeah, absolutely.
Mike, I do need to ask, I have seen a open throttle car on track during full course caution just taking a role as another pace car. Is that something that you instruct the drivers to do, or is that something that WRL has asked you guys to do to play that role to spread the field so we don't have such a pack up on the restarts?
What we like to do is we want to make sure that we're focusing on safety of our corner workers.
That's
excellent.
It's
there's obviously been incidents in the past where corner workers have gotten close to being injured. So we want to make sure that we maintain a safe 55 to 65 mile an hour on full course caution, even on the bank, even if we're on the opposite side of the track.
So this was a discussion you had with Daytona International Speedway
Security, actually, we spent a lot of time with security. Big shout out to Daytona Security for allowing us access Friday night. That was huge. We actually put this together. They really requested us to help mitigate risk on their team. They're doing hot poles. We appreciate that as race fans. So we wanted to help them out by being a second pace car. And the color's very safe. It's very easy to spot. So it seemed like a good role for us to take.
Yeah, the green rear bumper is actually, it's quite easy to follow.
Was it the 65 car that was holding us up?
I believe it was which one's 65? Is it the one with the American flag?
Is correct. Yeah, it's Captain America, aka Faux 30, that we see going through International Horseshoe now.
Well, he is now stuck behind another
GP
pace car.
Yep.
Pace car that's actually. What is that? Is that an FRS
it's not
pace car?
that we're actually trying to be another pace car. It's just that we have about half the horsepower that y'all's cars do, and that does tend to impact our speed. And again, we want to be safe.
Yeah,
and safety is the number one concern.
So it's about 65 is about top speed on the banking?
Roughly.
65, yeah.
It's also very economical. We put the new cars into, they come with an eco mode, and we put the car down in eco mode, and really helps us out with fuel economy, but really robs that power. So
I believe you've only done 2 fuel stops today in that car, correct?
I think we're coming up on our second fuel window here soon. I'll have to double check with the team. I'll radio in just a second to get confirmation on that. But I do believe that we're coming in for what I believe to be our second and final fuel stop for our number 65 GP2 car.
As we haven't really been paying too much attention to the actual race that's going on with the other cars, are you a bit shocked that not more cars didn't come in during that full course caution.
I was expecting more. We may see it as the field's beginning to bunch up now, because again, we're running about 2:18-minute lap times under full course caution. We'll see, I predict, probably about 10% at minimum of the field peel off here for a fuel stop.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does appear that the lights are out on the pace car. Is that correct? Yes, he does have his turn signal on, so we are going to see a restart here, Mike.
We're going to, let's call it. Let's get it going.
All right, here they come to the green flag. Starter is got the green in the air. We have a green flag.
Looks like we've got Sapphire and P2 overall right now.
Big jump from the automatic 908 out front, and here comes Screaming Goat screaming up the outside.
Absolute driver's race with the 10 car going into turn 1.
I believe we've got a 3 wide. Do we have a 3 wide? No, they decide better of it. Ooh, a jump up the outside.
Wait for it.
Oh, there's a 4 wide. That's a great move around the outside from Stratus. Look at that.
Wow.
He passed, was that 8 cars? And going for 9.
10.
Can we get 10? Can we get 10?
11.
10? Yep. Oh, just keep going. Keep going. What a start. What a start from Stratus.
That was a stud
and
move.
Look at this. He's
10,
still
11,
going.
12.
Another outside.
Outside.
13, all on the outside. It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but it's paying off.
That may be the best restart I've ever seen at Daytona.
That was fun to watch.
Keep in mind that is the second place in GTU. They were 4.5 seconds behind coming across the line.
And I believe he's going to go 3 wide again. Can he go 3 wide again around the outside of turn 5 and shove it up the middle? He does. Now he's up the inside. Headlights on. Everybody sees him coming. He passed 4 more cars right there in turn 5.
Outstanding drive by that driver.
This is superhuman. That was very impressive. I have no idea what happened in the rest of the field because that was so impressive.
Just in case anybody was wondering what was going on with Stratus on that
wow.
drive.
I mean,
do we have instant replay?
Do we?
JT, do we have instant replay?
Unfortunately, not at this time.
Oh, we need to cue that up.
What are they?
We have Fun Cup graphics before we have instant replay.
Mike, what have we signed ourselves up for?
We got to get sponsorship again, man.
I believe
we're working on it right now. There's no way that the views haven't at least tripled since we've been on there.
Is that 7? Oh, that's subscribers. That's too bad.
I think it says 8,240 are tuning in currently.
I think so.
The outside in the bus stop goes off track.
Off track?
Yep.
Wait for the whole track when you use the whole track.
Oh, yeah. Shortcut the exit of the bus stop. This is very impressive. Very impressive. Well, here they come 3 wide down the front stretch. That was around the automatic GTU car, and here comes the Stratus car flying up the... Now he decides on the outside, going 3 wide. Watch how late he gets on the brakes, and he's just going to rip it around the outside of the automatic car.
Side by side with the automatic and overtakes him.
I did go side by side with Barry Waddell in the 58 Stratus car earlier. Again, a gentleman, absolute gentleman to race around, and put me to shame. Yep, he really embarrassed me. What an operation those guys have. It's very impressive.
It is. They're absolute machines.
Their success is so well deserved. I really wish I could beat them. Yeah, the speed differential's really showing here at the restart, Mike. We've got a lot of cars quite off pace. We've got a black BMW going through turn 3 right now, almost coming to a stop, bunching up the cars behind him. And that's created some opportunities for some other cars to make some passes, make a little over-under there. And let's see if the car parks it again in the kink. Carries better speed that time, better speed.
And nice and clean, perfectly executed. Car's still in one piece. I'll call that a success going through International Horseshoe.
Mike, I think we're going to see darkness here in about 20 minutes, I believe.
I do believe we're within 10 minutes at a minimum of complete and total pitch black.
And we do need to all have headlights on at that point, correct?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're actually running in complete dark. I don't think that Daytona is turning on any lights whatsoever in the facility. And I believe that this is going to be a true VIR style of night race.
Was there bonus points for running with the headlights turned off? There's bonus points for running with your headlights off, correct?
I believe so. Yeah. I believe there's a modifier for that. It's a positive modifier. It's like the opposite of winning, where you get the negative modifier. It's a positive modifier.
Excellent. Yeah, I believe that is correct.
I think we'll be operating with a couple vehicles that have a single headlight after a few tire clearance issues today.
Here comes the AOA 74 car running up very quickly on the 119.
Great pace today. I've been
That,
very impressed with
look
that
at the
today.
speed out of that car. That is very impressive. Let's take a look here at Red Mist to get an idea of where they are in the running. And that is actually
Trying to unlock themselves.
not for position. AOA is a lap down to the 119. But let's see if they can get the pass done here, Mike. Doesn't look like it's going to happen out of 3 as 119 pulls away a bit.
Yeah, that BMW's got a lot of power, though. A lot of power and a good wheelbase. He can make it up in this kink. Let's see what he does.
And it's
Closing the gap. Looks like he's closing the gap there.
Is it the pink button on the steering wheel? That's the one. That's the secondary turbo boost?
I think it's a window switch related.
You're right. I think so, too.
That's why our 69 car was so fast before it ultimately went.
I almost just killed myself by stepping on the cord.
Oh, no. Well, they'll sell you the seat, but you only need the edge here.
Here we go into the banking, Mike. We have AOA chasing down the AE Victory
I'm more
Supra.
interested in going into turn 1 here. That beautiful 64.
Look at that wide line.
Cherry. That is absolutely. That's a very safe line. That's Abby Lockwood piloting that vehicle for us right now.
All right, Apex was definitely not harmed in that video.
Oh, she is the safest and most conservative driver we've got. We love Abigail.
Top 5.
When she is not being a near professional race car driver, she is constantly saving animal lives.
Oh, look at
as
that.
an emergency veterinarian.
Did you see that inside line through 3?
It's
That
beautiful.
was beautiful.
It
Hug
was-
the inside. Shortest way around the track, Mike.
I have been convinced that Abby has been to this track for the last 2.5 years that she's been racing with us. And she constantly keeps telling me that she's never been here. And this is, in fact, her first time at Daytona.
So no local knowledge.
No local knowledge whatsoever.
Gotcha.
None was bequeathed upon her. While local to Atlantis, this has somehow escaped her, being 7.5 hours away. But been to Watkins multiple
Quite
times.
a gaggle of cars just a corner ahead of her with maybe a few of yours involved. I do see a green car.
It's getting
in the
harder
mix
to
there.
tell now because we're not, we don't have that complete uniform green of everything at the moment.
And it's getting quite dark. Our view has really been obscured by the darkness.
It's been compromised.
Yeah.
Completely compromised. This is a exciting time to drive Daytona, though. The transition from daylight to darkness.
And looking at the video, as they say, the video really does make it look brighter than it actually is.
We'll have to use a flashlight to find the rental car when we leave here.
I believe so.
By a complete shadow of darkness.
You know, the great thing about that Porsche is we don't even need to watch to hear when it comes by because we can just hear that beautiful the tone of that 991.2 Cup car.
It's a acoustically satisfactory car, that's for sure.
I agree. When are we going to bring the 996 and 997 out for some fun?
Yes, we need to have our battle for P27 and P28 of GTO.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking?
I heard, as we have a car off in one, we have another one, Blaze, coming up on them now. We're clear. No incident. We're clear, Mike. That's good.
Very good.
I think they were going to actually establish another class for us.
Okay.
So that we could win some sort of trophy. I'm not sure that it was going to be plastic or if it was going to be edible.
At one point, we finished P9 in GTO, which was a very, very, very significant effort.
And that was with a GP3 car.
No, that was the beauty of running our street cars. We are able to switch them between GP1 and GTO. So back when WRL was doing the GTO only race at Road Atlanta, that was an opportunity for us to race. So we turned both the cars up to GTO cars, and we finished P9 out of like 48 cars,
That's
which
spectacular.
that is a genuinely solid finish.
That was the.
I reached out to
rain
RJ
race.
and asked if he would permit a P9 trophy being made, and I was denied. So I would still to this day, if there's any, oh no.
We got a down left front for, is that the 172?
That is the 172, the
And
TLM
look who's
BMW.
crabbing directly behind. I think there may have been contact.
Ed, you are correct. There are 2 cars involved in this.
Both BMW GTOs. I also do want to point out Choice Racing on pit road with an unscheduled pit stop out of second place in GP1.
Oh, they're coming to a stop. That's really hurt there on Dave's car.
That is very, very crabby. Look at that thing.
I believe it will be time for Dave to bring out his backup car. I don't know if any of you saw his 911 in the paddock. His old, he's got a 930 down there.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, very beautiful.
We would accept that in our 996, 997 Cup class.
That looked like the 52 ACP BMW that may have had contact with him. It was definitely a white BMW, G82. G82 on G82.
I think it's G82.
Action. Yeah.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
That's just evil. That's just not right. I mean, G82 hitting another G82. Aren't they supposed to be participating with each other?
As crazy as it sounds, these are not independently owned by.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the replay. He actually got a bit of air over the top of the other BMW.
Oh, no. Oh,
wow.
That's such a bad. Oh, we just saw a replay of it. So, Mike, have you been out on track today?
I have not, no. Due to my 40% loss of vehicle ratio, my seat does not appear to be occurring.
Gotcha. Well, what it appears happened with your local knowledge here, as you come out of NASCAR 2, the car naturally wants to feed to the outside.
That is correct.
The car wants to go to the outside. So
I believe that to be physics at play.
Is it physics or geometry?
Geology?
Geophysics, maybe?
Let's call it all.
Let's call it all of it. Okay, so the car feeds to the outside.
Yep.
Now, there was a car coming up to pass a slower car.
Correct.
We had another G82 having a big run up on that car. They tried to squeeze into a spot maybe wide enough for 1.5 cars. Like, I don't believe that works.
That generally is going to be a position where people are going to track out as you set yourself up. With that being said, it does appear to be somewhat of a well, we'll let the race stewards make a decision on that. But, man, that thing is driving like a 1997 Chevy 1500 pickup truck. That's towed one too many things out of a stuck mud hole.
I don't think this is going to be a quick stop for them. I don't think that's just a tire down, do you?
That's our paddock neighbor right there.
Yeah.
I hate to see that.
When you get air in these cars, that's typically not a good thing.
We have found that. Yeah. You can get a car back on a record that looks amazing, but every single mechanical component is leaking its respective fluid.
Yeah, they just don't land well.
No.
It's not the getting air part. You don't get hurt in the air. It's the landing part.
Exactly. We often say this about crashing. It's not the speed that gets you. It's the sudden acceleration and unplanned.
Do you think they could follow the AMG team's lead and just take the wing off and that could fix everything?
I don't think that's going to on this case. I think you're going to need to bring out some strings for that.
Ooh, as he comes close to hitting the bollard underneath the Rolex. Look at that. He is crabbing. He's going to take out some cones, Mike.
Oh, the 52 on pit road?
Yeah, I think he just cleared the cones.
The Rolex chute.
Yeah, that car is not driving straight.
No. Wow, that thing looks tweaked.
That's not going to be a good end to the day for Catesby.
I hate to see that. Love Catesby.
And we got the 172 on pit road trying to make repairs to that car. Brendan, do we have an idea of which one got air and which one remained on the ground?
Yeah.
52 is the one that went in the air. You know, we talked earlier this weekend about instead of having the tire bundles as the bypass for the bus stop, have a jump. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I support it fully. If you're going to bypass the bus stop, there needs to be some sort of hilarious repercussion.
I think some people would take to it. What if there was no penalty for taking the jump?
Well, then you're going to create a new class. And then we're going to have Baja trucks out here. And in a particular track like Daytona, look at how much track they can cut.
Well, if we get the Baja trucks, then we can put multiple jumps throughout the course. We could even have some in the grass area of the infield.
My setup guy's not going to like this.
No? No. It would be fun, though, wouldn't it?
It would be. For at least a short period of time. You could always integrate a figure 8 into it as well.
Maybe for 2027.
I hear that's what RJ is working on currently. Mandatory figure 8s if you go off track.
Well, that GTO is a quick car in a straight line, isn't it?
That, I believe, to be Misha Goikberg.
That car has really picked up speed throughout the day, hasn't it?
It's I believe, to be a new project for them. I think we saw it for the first time, I want to say, at maybe Mid-Ohio. I don't want to do JT's job here, but for the historical research element, I believe Mid-Ohio was the first time that Misha had that car out.
I don't believe it's been quite competitive today, but sure has picked up a lot of speed. It's past our 70, our Porsche. He has gotten around him.
Misha is a driver that is known to have some success at this facility here.
He is not a bad driver, is he?
No, he's not at all. We had him in our GP3 car at Mid-Ohio, and we were leading GP2 by like the second lap. I've never watched in-car that made me feel like a driver could literally see into the future, like watching Misha work through traffic.
But he has extensive Fun Cup experience, correct?
That's what I understand. So I don't want to get too far into details, but we do have him conditionally signed for a contract next year regarding our Fun Cup entry. So,
excellent, excellent.
We're looking forward to that.
I didn't approve that.
You didn't approve of Misha Goikberg? Oh, Misha's a great guy. He's a nice guy. The car is snaking, man. Good stuff. I like to maintain a certain level of professionalism when I come to this broadcast booth, and I believe that Brad does as well.
We are the faux pros. So let's actually check in on the action here from our perspective. It doesn't really matter the running order. We're going to do basically what rookies do when they come to a NASCAR race, and just sort of the car in front, which appears to be the leader, is the first place car.
That's
with the
how
car
I've
behind
always
it being the second place car.
We were actually the overall race leader
going
earlier.
into turn 1.
Look at this AMG.
Oh my God!
passing.
Look at that gaggle of green right there.
By the way,
you better be getting that. Come on,
Yes,
that is money
yes,
shots right there.
Yes, absolutely. Especially in sunset, golden hour too.
And by the way,
that coverage.
that was the 172 TLM BMW that he went by. Back on track, quick fix, great job, Dave Twatty and crew.
Yeah.
Those guys they're amazing.
And we have a GTO BMW holding up our GP2 car again.
So as this is the first car in open track that's come by, I believe the 10 is the overall leader at the moment with, what is this car coming up right now?
That appears to be a Ginetta.
That is
the G55 entry.
Yeah, that is the second place car coming by start finish right now.
Yep. And here we have P3 coming up. It looks to be an NPO1. Now, in this particular race, once it does go complete pitch black like we're experiencing, they merge all of the cars into one class.
That's what I've heard. Yep. The 909, they had extensive repairs. I believe they were in the paddock for 40 or 50 laps today. But as you see, they've just crossed start finish third. This is impressive. What a comeback for that team.
Absolutely.
And here we just had a battle for position as they cross start finish line.
With the checkered flag coming out, that looks like the overall win for the 392 Harrison against the Screaming Goats GP1 car.
Did he just threw the checker for one car?
I believe so.
That's odd.
Well, remember it's all one class. And
correct.
I believe Harrison just took it.
We've got some interesting battles here on track.
Another 3 BMWs.
Yep, with the Chill Out BMW passing Blaze and the 336. Is that a big mission car?
That is a big mission car.
That car, I believe, had some contact at one point today, so it's impressive that it's back out on track.
That is an absolutely beautiful E36 from our friends from Colorado.
Yeah.
I've not seen this car. That seems very fast. That
BMW.
ATK little M240 wingless thing.
Shocking, BMW.
Yeah.
Supra, which is actually a BMW.
It's basically
followed by another BMW.
Yep, Palomar BMW.
These two are not BMW.
Not
shockingly.
BMW at all.
Those are
They could be if they want. We
MPO
might
ones.
M54 swap one.
That sounds
We have
like a wonderful
badges.
idea.
We're following along on the in-car here. The car is going apparently 999 miles an hour.
It's
for the Choice Racing engine.
There, just blink to 1,000. See, we only have 3 digits, but it went to 1,000.
Correct, yeah. That is some trap speed right there. How do you have anything for that?
Here, my dad is calling. This is his ringtone. Oh yeah, you can't play tunes, can you?
Oh no.
Yeah, what was that? Like 2 seconds?
They were worried about my profanity. Here you are getting a copyright lawsuit against them.
That's 2 strikes for Mike and 1 for Brad.
What
Okay.
was the second strike?
I think you're good. I think it was only 1.
I think so too. But
number
if we had
10
instant replay, they would be able to tell us.
Actually, the Penske Porsche is in the pits right
The
now.
Penske Porsche
I thought
is.
it was swearing.
Here we are. It looks like they're pulling the engine on the vehicle.
This is going to be a quick engine swap.
Here we are. We're dropping the belly pan. Impressive. They're using impact for that.
It's yeah. It's a quick job.
Is his visor all the way down?
I can tell from here it is. Yeah.
I'm pretty
About
sure
a
I'm counting.
50-50 chance.
I'm counting 6 over the wall here.
Are you, no.
I've seen at least 6
I think that's a
people right
shadow.
now.
I believe that's a shadow.
Well, how can we have a shadow if it's pitch black right now?
From the lights coming
that's
from
right. That's
the
right.
suites.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
The crowd is, I mean, the stands are packed.
They
right
are.
now.
If you look around, if we could get an outside shot, we got it right now. You're reading our minds. The stands are absolutely packed.
Those
and
are all
what
hats.
that doesn't show, they're all different colored hats.
Mm-hmm.
It's what it doesn't show is also the tremendous amount of infield fandom that we have going on right now. The bleachers are absolutely packed.
Lake Lloyd parking lot is almost completely full with RVs.
Correct. Yep. And that is the Geico Red Premium.
The party was raging last night.
It was.
I
It's
don't
fantastic.
understand why they took the Ferris wheel away. That was a blast last night.
We rode it away.
Oh,
We
okay.
put our N20 from our other car in the Ferris wheel. We did a quick N20 swap, almost as fast as that swap you guys just did on pit lane with the Porsche Penske 962.
Mm-hmm.
We can almost see nothing.
Yeah. Mike, I think we may have almost worn out our welcome here.
I probably have to get back there. I mean, I haven't even been looking at my phone in the slightest, but I got to imagine that people are wondering where I am.
I probably should too. The next time the blue number 1 car comes in, I believe I'm supposed to be getting in it.
Now, is that the number 1 car because it is permanently in P1 position?
It's like perennial national champion.
Copy.
Overall.
Understood.
Even though we have not won a race with it yet, again, crossing the start-finish line first at any random moment
indicates, as we saw earlier with him throwing out the checker for the 392 Harrison getting its 3rd win of the day.
It's happened a lot to us. It's nice at WRL to do that for us. No, I jumped on the, when we got to buy our numbers, I jumped on. The 1 was available, so I snagged it.
I did the same with the 69.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Nice.
Mike, the action has really come to a lull here.
I do believe that we're starting to see the paddock empty out from the previous winners that are packing up and departing.
I think the
NASCAR
darkness.
Too, we got a car down off the banking.
Appears to be a black vehicle of some variety.
It's dark. It's so dark out. It's really difficult to see.
Statistically, it's likely
what?
to be that.
I really don't. The BMWs don't fail. I'm sorry. The BMWs, as we've seen, they don't break.
Is it maybe the 89X?
That looks. It does look like a longer, sleeker black car. That could be the 89X.
Do I see a little accent on the wheels there?
Yeah, bright. I can't see anything.
Oh, I've got 2200 here trying to check something out from 3 miles.
Tommy, what do you think? Yeah, Tommy agrees.
GTR 99 in is actually who we procured the 69 number from.
Actually, here we go. We're going to see it on the video here. That
Palomar 83 is coming in.
Down left rear, I believe.
89X. Yep.
Yeah.
And where were they running? They were not having a good
They
day.
were recovering.
Yeah, they're 127 laps down. But if they cross the finish line first,
correct.
At the moment when we decide that that car is going to be first, they could still win this race.
It's anybody's game,
It really
honestly.
is.
That's the beauty of endurance racing, especially in a single class series.
Yeah. Are we?
Look at that, and there we go. National champions right there. Beautiful car.
How late is the celebration going to run tonight?
Oh God, probably between 7 and 9 in the morning at a minimum. I need to come and get stuff from you, like tires and stuff. I still need to do that.
And some seats.
And some seats.
Yeah.
I need to do that.
We got time. We got plenty of time.
We got at least 7 to 10 hours left in this race.
So here's the 89X. Very, very slow. Looks like they're looking for their pit stop. No, they're going to the
behind the wall,
garage.
yeah.
They've had a rough day, it appears. You know what? I think the problem, they took the diffuser off of that car. I mean, that's lack of local knowledge.
You really want as much aero as possible at a track like Daytona.
Unless you have an AMG, then you want less aero.
Correct. Well, those have the vortex generators on the back, so
That's
those are
correct.
you still have a tremendous amount of downforce being generated from that system.
And as the darkness settles in, we're all getting more downforce.
There's a multiplier, a 2.5 time multiplier on downforce in the darkness, from what I understand.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my God!
Oh hey!
Here we go. There we
Yes.
go. There we go. This. I have a fun cup on my shoulder right now. I love it. This is spectacular. There we go. This is actually we're getting shirts made currently, and this is. I didn't want to announce it like this, but this is the design for our new shirt. It's just going to be a collage of fun cups in a Hawaiian variety.
I thought that was the design for the shirts we're making for our show.
I'm surprised they're honestly giving us video here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they are showing the magic behind the curtain. That is the Brad Mike hour.
I'll lean back and show him the shorts here a little bit.
Yep, he's got our Faux 30 representative shorts, the Embracing AI shorts.
Yeah.
And if you look there, the shorts are already embossed with our 69 Fun Cup.
Perfect. This is going to work, Mike. This is going to work.
I can't wait. The sponsor money is going to be rolling in after this, guys.
So, I mean, this has been our trial run.
Yep.
I believe we get paid from here on out.
Correct. We have to submit a little bit of paperwork, a W-9 or something like that, but then he said he'll pay us cash immediately.
I thought so. Yep.
Very good.
I think I think the numbers are going to be off the charts.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it.
The replay. There's a replay of this too, right?
Correct.
So we can
yes.
still promote this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
There will be highlight reels that we've made.
They've
of this.
put X's over
Oh
us.
no,
This is
we've
not
gotten
good.
fired. We've been fired. We should probably get back to what we actually do for a living.
We're gonna have to.
I do want to point out to Brad here, your 70 has passed the 163 out on track. Now up to 4th in GTO.
That's great. It's probably because the 163 is dumping so much fuel they have no traction.
But they're also getting lighter.
They are getting lighter.
That's true. That's rapid weight reduction.
I did
We
text
know
that to you
things about
earlier.
that.
Car, when they fill it up, it's dumping it's like unbelievable amount of fuel coming out of the side of that car, and everybody was slipping and sliding in it. So,
They get
Paul,
inspiration from
if
Lake
you
Lloyd.
if you guys are having issues with fuel mileage, check why your car is dumping so much fuel over the track.
Anybody questions, comments, concerns, emotional outbursts? I think
No.
we're about to head out.
No, Tommy's enjoyed this a lot. He
Very
didn't have to
good.
beat anybody up.
No.
This has been great.
Oh, here we have a last-minute battle.
Oh, look at this.
There
we
we
have
go.
are these
There
two
we
of
go.
my
It
cars.
looks like loop. Yeah, it does.
Oh, there they are, head-to-head. Let's see. The one
Let's go,
car
photographers. Come on.
drafting upon, flames shooting out of the
That
tank.
is
Look
that
at those
is
downshift
remarkably
flames
beautiful.
in the darkness.
Especially in the pitch black. It really accentuates the flames. It's much like a Ferrari 333 SP.
Just like it.
Pretty
It's
much is.
just like it, yeah.
It's just like it. Rotary.
Yeah, it's rotary powered. I watched him do the 13B swap
13B.
last night, yep.
Here we go, our guys. Not actually battling for position at the moment, but once they get past,
NASCAR has been sounding amazing all
that,
day.
it does sound good.
They're
It's
battling adversity.
it builds character.
Shocking.
Builds character.
Yeah.
Good group of guys. Well, this has been fun, and we're going to go ahead and try and travel back to the other side of this roller coaster of a beautiful facility. And
find our way.
I really appreciate you guys having us. This was a spectacular experience, and I hope to do this again.
Yeah, I hope we didn't run too many people off. I hope we didn't say too many wrong things. And, yeah, next time we get paid.
Very good.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Wait. We can't leave now. Why? All right, fine. Let's sit it back down.
Air conditioning up here. Shit.
Now, you really want us to look at the takeoff angle of that plane. Look at that. Look at that
Look at
takeoff
that.
angle.
Yeah, that angle. See, that's exactly what we're talking about with aero angle of attack right there. That is the angle that you're looking for with your rear wing. If not, nothing at all.
That was impressive.
Yep. Well done.
Is that looking like one of your TriStars there, Mike? Big TriStar fan here?
What are you talking about, TriStar fan?
Are you a TriStar fan?
I'm always a TriStar
That's
fan.
what I thought. RB211s?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. Good
Absolutely.
to have you, Mike. Thank
Always
you guys
a pleasure.
for coming up.
Always a pleasure. We really enjoy this. This is, if it wasn't for the racing, we'd still come here and do this.
Well, I'll send out the invitation by mail.
So how'd you like
Brad,
to go
thanks,
to
guys.
Topeka?
I appreciate you guys as
Thank
always.
you
It was
so
a lot of
much.
fun. You let me eat dinner, which is the most important thing, and spend a little time with Layla, which I haven't done basically all weekend.
See, that was the idea.
That's what we're here
We're
for.
here to
Appreciate it.
help you.
We're
Do you
the
have a daughter
distraction.
named Layla?
I do.
Second best Layla here. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm going to
thank
Metallica
you
with her
guys.
tomorrow.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You guys enjoy that.
Thanks, man.
And you guys, safe rest of the day, safe travels back to wherever home is. Appreciate you guys spending some time with
Our
us,
pleasure.
as always.
It was fun.
Brad McCall, Mike Gorman. I think that's it. What an experience.
Is that good for you guys?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. All right. So at
I'm
the
here.
top of the field, 119 AE victory. Toyota Supra continues to lead. About a 15-second gap to the 158 Mercedes AMG GT4 of Go Karts Go Australia. The 74 AOA Racing BMW M4 GT4 a little bit further behind, sitting in third place at the moment. With a 19-second gap over the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup car. Just did a 2-minute, 0.8-second lap.
Yeah, 70's not quite out of it here yet, man.
No, and I'm thinking once we get a bit cooler, it will start to be a bit more competitive.
We've had this kind of running joke in the past, JT. But it's not even a joke because it was true for a really long time. You settle into a rhythm of a race, however long it is, 7 hours, 8 hours, 14 for that matter, and it seems like everything is kind of predictable till the end, and everything's just going to stay like it is. And then Scott Michaels coined the phrase WRL going to WRL, right? And it's not necessarily something goofy or weird. It's literally just something in the race pops and a bunch of stuff cascades, and now all of a sudden you're looking at a completely different race in the last 45 minutes, hour and a half, right? And it feels like we're building towards one of those moments. Not something goofy happening, but I feel like we've been holding station for so long here with AE Victory, Go-Karts Go Australia, AOA Round 3 Random Vandals. Those 5 cars in particular in some NTLM, even though they've fallen back down to P8 now. That group of cars in particular has been so stable for so long that it feels like eventually something is bound to pop. And we're going to end up in a situation where we're going to be staring a different race in the face here at the end of the day. And that's not a bad thing. I don't know that I'm any closer to having a sense of who's going to win this thing at the end of whatever we're at, 10 hours and 45 minutes here than I was, let's say, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 6 hours ago. It's been stable but enthralling and engaging, I think. Yeah. And whatever ends up happening from here on out, I think it is important to acknowledge what a day AE Victory Racing has had. And I'm not jinxing it, I promise, because I wouldn't be bringing attention to it if I didn't think it was important for the storytelling. But, man, like when you look at how long that team had to push to try and develop something out of an Audi R8 platform that just didn't want to give it what it needed, what that team needed, right? The move over to the Supra that theoretically should have been kind of an easy button, and how long it took for them to really find their feet reliability-wise. They didn't even turn laps at Road America in race trim. As we go standing yellow at turn 1 because we've got a backwards BMW. They're off in the distance.
Big mission, 336.
Yep, 336. But when you look at how long it took them to get to that point, to basically go from 5 weeks ago not having a car that was reliable enough to turn laps or had an issue that didn't allow them to turn laps in a race, to having run 290 trouble-free laps, more consistent than literally anybody else in the field. I mean, that is such. Somebody said it's the story of the race as we go full course yellow for that big mission car. It's the story of the race so far. What a turnaround. And I feel like that team's been building to it, and the capability has all been there, but it's really fully on display here through these first 300 laps or so. Just how, where everybody else has been down in the 2 minutes, up in the 205s, 206, 201, AE Victory, 203, 203, 203, 203, 202, 203, 203, nonstop. And it's just, to me, it's been the way you run an endurance race, and look where it's gotten them. P1 with 3 hours or so left on the clock. In any case, this 336 that's down there on the outside of turn 1, producer Dustin Ollis said he heard squealing out from one of our trackside cameras there. It eventually picked up the car after it come to a rest. Unfortunately not able to restart, but hopefully a flat toe just over to the turn 3 cut, or maybe over to turn 6 out the back door there. We'll get back to green flag racing here. Lead margin, JT, 17.3 seconds as we come back to green. Or I'm sorry, as we come back around to the safety car. Hasn't picked up the leader yet, actually. What do you do for pit strategy here? 3 hours 13 on the clock. Don't think if you pit here, you can make it on 2 more stops. I think that's going to be a stretch unless we see some good yellow.
One of the Supras coming down.
It is the 119. The 74
Mercedes
is in as well. The 158 is in, rightly, as you say. So the top 3 all into the lane. 70 does not pit. So this will put them onto... Oh, no, it's on to lap 290. So they'll be... Excuse me, just over... I'm sorry, just under 2 laps down when this all cycles back through.
Oh, interesting. Fuel both sides on the Mercedes.
I think one of them might be a vent.
Hmm.
Maybe? Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe. Because they've changed the one on the driver's side. Both come out. It's going up on the jacks now. Looking like a front right change.
Yeah, they just did tires on. Oh no, they did the right front, of course. No, they did do tires on this car about 2 hours ago.
Yes. There we go.
Tires
left
on the
front,
Supra as well.
taking a bit longer.
Yeah, this is in parallel here. We've got tires going on in the Supra, tires going on to the 74 AOA BMW. This does make sense as well as we drop the sun that little bit lower, particularly some shade building around the front edges of the banking here. Never mind the tri-oval. As the track temperature starts to drop, now would be a time to set yourself up towards the end. Right rear on the Mercedes, right rear going on now on the Supra as well. .163 is released, but the 158 is going to beat them out.
Nice.
So that will hold that 163 Random Vandals car, I believe, a lap down. Yes, indeed, a lap down to that Mercedes. The Supra is released as well from AE Victory Racing. So lead changes hands there on the pit stop rotation, particularly the change of tires. Worth just reviewing some of the class battles here. Stratus 58 leads 59 by about a minute under this full course yellow. With the automatic racing number 908, 3 laps in arrears. It's a comfortable margin back to the pair of round 3 cars, 1 and 10, rounding out the top 5. And then it goes 909, 108, 109. The 247 of Heraflight, which was slightly a light earlier on in the day. That car has not been seen since. And then the Stratus number 60 with an early retirement down at turn 6 as well. The GP1 class leader is still the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW with the quietest day I think anybody could have in a 22 car field. 4 laps in hand the GSD Motorsports number 6. A lap further back to the Choice Racing number 522, where we see this biggest gap is that 5-lap margin at the front. And then it's Fast Track Racing 927, Open Throttle Racing 64, the number 221 from HK Motorsports in P6. And then Split 5 Racing, number 315, and Blaze Racing, number 118, in 7th and 8th. Good recovery for a number 24 from Bruce Innovations, that BMW M235. I think it's recovered well, all things considered, after being back in the paddock. I think off track, at least, at one point as well. HQ Autosport, the number 189. Gearbox issues for that car today, but it does round out the top 10 in GP1. And down in GP2, Palomar Racing number 83 leads from the Laguna Kicks number 779. Again, a really controlling, I think, run for that number 83 Palomar car. Open Throttle Racing number 66 in 3rd, 65 in 4th, and then the 222 of Rebel Racing in P5. Almonte Motorsports, a good recovery as well. P6, that BMW with the Rapscallion number 135 in P7. Have we seen that car since it ground to a halt?
Yes.
Yes, it is actually circulating.
Yeah, it came back out right when we had the Mike and Brad show. That car actually had a transmission failure. So they went ahead and fully replaced it. It seems to be working okay. So it's been back out and circulating. But they have been, they did have that failure, I think, when they were 2nd in GP2 at the time. Lights off on the pace car. Looks like a pretty good spot here for the 70. They're not going to have a lot of traffic here. They're going to be a ways away from the leader.
Yeah, the goal here is to make the escape out the front so that if we get another quick yellow, stay out, catch the back of the field, and then pit.
Yes.
And that's how you get your lap back here. There's no freebies like you might get in IMSA.
Well, so they do have their lap back. They're going to, I think.
You might be right. Yeah, they'll come through to start 292.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
so,
tail end of the lead lap here for the 70.
Yeah, so they're basically, a minute 50 behind.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely correct, GT. I was a lap wrong in my assumptions earlier, but yeah, absolutely correct. As we sail off down into turn number 1 for the 293rd time at the front of the field.
Split 5 is going to be coming out of pit lane into a bit of chaos here.
Yeah. Terrible timing for the 315.
Good luck.
You have your wits about you here.
Yeah, 70 rockets away from, I think that was the 172 it got around. Yep. So clear track for the 70 now. The 163 still looks to be dumping fuel in turn 5.
Well, and I'm sure it will have been packed absolutely full here with 3 hours and 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Because if you do it right and you catch a little bit of yellow, you could theoretically do this race on 2 more stops.
Yeah.
And that would be the stretch goal here, right? And, who knows whether those final pit stops end up taking place under full course yellow or under green. Anytime you can save yourself here could end up being the difference maker with as close as things have been at the front. The question is, if you're going to try and stretch, are you going to commit to trying to stretch that out now? Do you start running a fuel conserve strategy? Rolling out of the throttle early, trying to stretch out to upwards of 60 minutes, 62, 63 minutes on fuel? Or is that too far out of reach and not worth the time you're going to lose to doing it? Don't know that there's a right answer as yet.
Interesting fight going into turn 1. Low Country Motorsports 14th in GTO, and just a couple car lengths behind Off the Leash Motorsports in the number 40 Ligier. That's going to be a fight for position there. Both cars definitely having quite good pace today. Fortunately, have quite a bit of trouble.
AE Victory closing the margin on that number 158 through traffic just a little bit, down to 5.4 seconds.
Yeah, right here. I think that's the Stoic Supra directly behind them.
It is.
And then coming through here.
Oh, man, that Supra's right behind the 163.
the dumping BMW.
Car's been listed as dropping since 2:12 this afternoon. There goes the 70, escaping out the front here.
Ooh, Almonte back out on track. Coming through the bus stop.
Yep. At this pace for that number 70, they could legitimately just drive themselves back into contention here.
I would assume that is the plan right now, because they have clear track. Now's the time to go.
Yeah, they didn't pit under that full course yellow, which is going to set them back a little bit. They will definitely need 3 more stops. It's also a non-zero chance, so will the rest of the field.
2015. So that right there, that's at least 5 seconds quicker than both cars ahead last time through.
Yeah, and those cars are going to be working through traffic here for the next couple of laps. Of course, so too could the 70, but much more obvious for both the...
Well, both do 203s. Hi. So yeah, but still good 2 seconds quicker there.
Yeah, I mean, over 3 hours, that's going to be right there. Car looks so stable on the way into 5.
Yeah.
Transition out of the kink and setting up in that braking zone. Just leans on those left sides on the way in, slides the car ever so slightly at the rear, getting it rotated back to the apex for 5, and then right back on the throttle. Coming up to the 3-hour mark, remaining on the clock here on the Paul Revere 14-hour Driver's Eye Live with flag-to-flag coverage of the 5th round of the 2025 World Racing League National Championship season, 2nd round of the Eastern Region Championship, and of course the season kickoff for the Super Endurance Cup. One more round to come of that out at High Plains Raceway in August. Oh, we go straight to red flag.
Oh. Exit of 1.
Oh yeah, it's a car and with track blockage over there. It looks like
the 24 and the 909.
It is 909. Yep.
Hopefully, both drivers are okay here, and it's.
I think the 24 may have been in the Armco there to driver's right. Actually, was the 909 involved here, or is that just where it came to a stop? So it was very jarring when these red flags come out. But Cavalry heads over to the Bruce Innovation number 24, Bruce Innovations number 24, and the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. And comes to the attention of the safety crew over there. My suspicion is that this is going to be as much for track blockage and a really tough spot, unsighted there coming off of turn 2, as it is for anything else. Other tricky situation here. So we've got a couple of cars that are stopped way up high on the banking at the exit of turn 6. Not a place I think I'd want to be for very long if I could avoid it. Now, actually, a couple of those cars moving down off of the banking. It's caught somebody's eye, and more than okay there to be able to do that. Looks like the 909 actually was involved over there at turn 2, based on the reaction of the safety crew to go over and take a look at the driver of the Sebeco NP01. And until we know everybody's okay over there, we'll just kind of keep things looking elsewhere from our trackside cameras. Got a view of it here. It's a little far away from where we sit at the top of the driver's booth, but obviously the Daytona International Speedway safety team is well-versed in dealing with incidents like this. And, of course, taking care of driver safety as the primary concern and car recovery as the secondary concern. And a good move to get that car off of the banking over there at turn 6. It was a little eerie when a hush falls over a racetrack like this, JT.
Oh, yeah.
Think back to, it was Truth in 24, too. detailed the Audi versus Peugeot battle at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Jim Roller made a comment very much to the effect of what I just said. For the second time that day with the Rockefeller accident, the track was just silent. I mean, you had cars still circulating, but it's not. I mean, the attitude is so different when you know that there's been an incident. You're waiting for confirmation as to whether or not everybody's okay and how long it's going to take for us to get restarted. And there's so many unknowns. It's so unnatural, such an unnatural position to be in a racetrack that you hope that everybody's okay, obviously, number one, and number two, that sort of unknown discomfort when you've been listening to race cars at speed for so long that this quiet it's not meant to be. It's not right.
Yeah, you're constantly hearing engine noise, tire noise, all that, and then you have a moment like this where it's just nothing.
Yeah. It does. Dustin, did you say they've sent the safety car out?
Yep, on screen.
Yeah, it'll be the silver Mercedes Go-Karts Go Australia car that the Mustang will pick up. It's your overall race leader, of course, GTO race leader as well. This is obviously a huge boost for the 70s shot here as well.
Yeah.
That quick yellow that resets the field with them on the lead lap before they got to whatever their next scheduled stop would have been. It's a good thing. The other thing this does, JT, from a strategy perspective, this is just lost running, right? This is lost time where you're circulating. You're not, draining fuel, obviously. So everybody who is on the cusp of making it on 2 more stops here, I think, is going to be pretty well locked in, especially if we were to go green the rest of the way.
Yeah, I'd say you're almost at the window where you can just do green flag stops from here on and not really save much.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have to save really anything. It's not so much that it's going to take us so long to clean up from this, more than any other incident we might have out on track, but specifically because of where those cars came to rest, they've got so much work to do, to get the cars out of the way and then clear the cavalry that showed up to assist. I mean, there's 2 cars involved in the accident and 7 to 8 Daytona International Speedway vehicles, all of which are blocking the track at the moment. So we could just circulate on the oval and waste, time, fuel, and tire, or get this cleaned up quickly and properly and get ourselves moving when we're ready here. Whatever the cause of the incident was here did happen outside of my view. Obviously, we got the red flag, and immediately your eyes go looking, scanning everything you can find, video, trackside cameras out the window here in the booth, trying to find out where it was. And by the time we all caught it over there at the exit of turn number 2, it had already happened, and the cars had come to rest. The number 24 is on to the tilt bed already, which obviously, by definition, means the driver is out of that number 24. No update on condition or anything like that, but it doesn't look like there are any ambulances in a hurry, although there are a couple parked over there. Good, quick recovery from that Bruce Innovations BMW. After we had just said it was a nice kind of recovery drive for them.
Mm-hmm.
The other awkward thing here in terms of incident recovery time is that where the 24 was parked means couldn't really get a tilt bed to the number 909 very quickly. So I think they're going to have to do this basically one at a time, even if they use the wrecker, get the 24 and the tilt bed out of the way, and then move the 909 out from there. Dustin, why don't we take a quick break here? Let's step aside and pay a couple of bills with thanks to Continental Tire, the spec tire provider in our GP1 and GP2 classes, and just give us all a moment to breathe and reassess here, find out where we stand as we work inside the final 3 hours of the Paul Revere 14-hour at Daytona International Speedway. The World Racing League and DriversEye Live will be back in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, quick breather for us all here up in the booth. Myself, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, remotely joining us from out on the West Coast, where it's not nearly as late as it feels like it's getting here in Daytona Beach. 7:12 on the local clock. Layla Kazmarek is with me up here in the booth. All things social media this weekend at DriversEye Live, at World Racing League on Instagram. All things cats as well, she rightly points out. And for about 45 minutes this afternoon, it was... I thought you said all things cats. Oh, on the ads. I got you. I thought you said all things cats. Yeah. In any case, Dustin Allis is on the 1s and 2s for us there remotely on production. I think we are the last DriversEye Live broadcast standing this weekend, or at least today. Our friends out in Wisconsin, up in the Kettle Moraine Forest at Road America, covering the SCCA June Sprints. Done for the day up there. Ryan West, our camera and on-site tech, and Scott Michaels, done for the day up at Watkins Glen for the Porsche Club of America Clash at the Glen, where, of course, the World Racing League heads in October. We'll round out the night. Green coverage right through to the checkered flag at 10 p.m. I think, folks, we are clear of the risk of rain and thunderstorms. Obviously, we haven't quite evaded the red flag, but we do tend to see these from a safety perspective and certainly from a track blockage perspective today. It makes perfect sense. Thrilled to have made it through that sort of danger zone where we might see the afternoon storms build without the interruption. It's a real kind of a treat, actually. First time I've been here that we haven't succumbed to Mother Nature at one point or another. If you're looking for some grassroots coverage to watch tomorrow as you make your way out of the Daytona area, or head to, if you're watching from home, certainly check out the DriversEye Live coverage of the SCCA June Sprints from Road America, or 2 75-minute Enduros from the Porsche Clash at the Glen. Really good racing, I think, to come tomorrow. And hopefully it was our last triple-header weekend of the year here on DriversEye Live, because boy howdy, has it been a day. Oh my goodness. JT Tammy also covering all things cats at the moment, it appears.
Well,
JT, how many cats do you have?
We have 3.
Yeah, well, we have 4.
Ooh. Nice. No.
They look like they love each other, though.
They do, yeah.
Happily, just before we get to sharing pictures of cats,
I hear cars.
we do go back to double yellow. So the safety vehicles have all left the scene over there at turn number 2, or the exit of turn number 2. It also looks like we're going to get away without any sort of Armco repair here, and I'm actually not sure we made contact with the Armco in either one of these incidents. It looks like it was a pretty heavy hit from here, but from what I understand, it was more a car coming around turn 2 unsighted with that stationary number 24. Tough situation, but it's good and reassuring to have race car noises again here around the Daytona International Speedway. The shadows continue to lengthen and the clouds scoot away. The moon rises over the World Center of Racing, and we work towards sunset. Sunset local time. You know, it would have been really good to have this queued up, to have a discussion about. Sunset 8:23 local time, which means headlights will be mandatory from 7:53, 35 or so minutes from now. The operational red flag procedure was discussed at some length yesterday during the drivers' meeting. As it is, we will go full course yellow. We'll do at least 3 laps, allow everybody to make their pit stops and get the field under control, and then we will proceed with caution. One car has not restarted over on the back straightaway.
Is it what color car is it?
It looks white, but it's difficult to tell. 179 question mark is the number in the race control log. I actually can't even pick it out from where I'm sitting here, which is peculiar. Am I looking in the wrong spot?
They've changed it to 779.
Oh my goodness. That's Lagunatics.
Yeah.
Second place in GP2, is that right? Still?
Yep.
Yeah.
Come on, Subaru BRZ, come on. For 10-year Toyota. Let's go.
Needs a bump start here. The margin from 779 back to 66 is 10 laps. So if this is a matter of just giving it a helping hand, then I think it'll be all right. As we head back to cars circulating, we've had a pit stop from the number 119, which is an interesting one. They've chosen to top off the Toyota Supra. I would have thought that car would have been okay to continue towards the checkered flag with just 2 more stops. This one, I don't know about this. I think I maybe would have preferred the track position, especially with how much traffic the 70 is going to have to work through.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they were in relation to the safety car at the time, so it might have been relatively okay to do so. We know at least at this point they can push. They don't even have to think about saving. So
yeah, I mean, that's a good point, but I don't think anybody will. I don't think we got enough laps in between the end of the pit stop. So let's say we had to save 3 laps. I think we saved way more than that during the 18-minute stop, well, 15-minute stoppage, roughly. And given just how tough these first few laps in traffic have proven to be, JT, I'm not... Oh, we've got another car that hasn't restarted, actually. It's over at the exit of turn 6. Oh, that's the 779.
Okay.
Who's the car stopped in the back?
29.
Oh, no. That's way more significant. I didn't think that looked like a BRZ, but I was willing to ride with it. I didn't even see the car that was over at turn 6. It's very annoyingly right behind a pillar here in the booth. But you're absolutely right, JT. 29 Screaming Goat Racing, unable to start on the back straightaway. It gets a flat toe off of the racing surface. How urgent is that?
I mean,
in GP1?
They got a safety gap. But
2 laps. And the GSD car has been quick.
Yes. All right.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if it just needed the bump start.
Maybe.
Got the flat toe and got started, got disconnected, and sent on its merry way.
That's good. That's not how you want your leader to go out.
No, especially for what's been an awfully commanding, I would say, race from the Screaming Goat crew. Where is the 6? I think that's it, about 6 cars deep in the train headed towards the chicane there.
Yep.
So it was actually in danger, that number 1, of ceding a lap back to the number 6. Kind of got going just in time, actually. Lagunatic's car has not been so lucky. That car has not refired with the bump, as far as we can tell. And if it does need to be taken to a place of safety before it can be re-released, it's got a long way to go because it's being towed currently through the middle of NASCAR 1 and 2 and will presumably be taken to the cut at the west end of Lake Lloyd there on the back stretch.
On the bright side, you know, if we go green soon, it's going to be 7-8 laps. So that's 14 minutes plus of
it's
time
got
to
plenty of time.
get that car going.
Yeah. I think we've got probably
Couple
2 more
callers.
laps. 2 more laps under the full course yellow is what I would anticipate here. Cars circulating fairly slowly, much more slowly than we've had throughout the majority of the day. A couple more pit callers, including the number 29. The 10 is in, the 9. The Grissom car, 176. Good to see that car back out after being nosed into the tires at turn 3 earlier.
Curious to see if the 70 pits here. So they're at the very tail end of this line, I believe.
They already have. They caught the cue, pitted with the, I think the 119 or just after the 119.
Okay.
Yeah, they're already marked on Red Mist Racing as being in and out, or out anyway, on lap 296.
Yeah, here they are.
Does this trap the Random Vandals 163 a full lap down? I think it does. I think the 163 is third in the queue, headed towards the kink, working lap 298. So it goes 158, and then the 908 automatic NPL1, now the remaining automatic Sebeco. And then the 163 there in the queue. So not sure if that was just bad timing or what the situation was there. But it does surprise me a bit that that car's been caught a lap down here.
I didn't see the 29 come down pit road.
Yes, it did, and it is still at the attention of the Screaming Goat Racing crew. It gets a bump or a push from the crew members. Remember, no more than 5 over the wall here. Can they get it going quickly enough to... There it is. Keep an eye on that. Probably one more stop for that car, if everything goes well. Well, actually, that might be 2 still. So you go lights off on the safety car. We're going to get one more than that under the FCY, but I think everybody's had ample opportunity to pit here. We'd just be killing daylight if we were to do another lap.
Isn't that what racing's all about?
It's Ryan West, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't racing only about killing daylight? It's just something to do with your Saturday. Like,
sure.
Let's just go. We'll drive in circles, and then come back, of course.
Or might not come back, is the case.
Well, yeah, indeed.
Sometimes when you're in Daytona, it just feels like you're trapped here forever. You know,
you can check out anytime
3
you like.
3 years feels like eternity, but you can never leave. My best Declan Brennan impression.
They referenced Dish Network on last week's Midweek Motorsport.
Of course they did.
It was the first time I guess they talked about it in a while.
Finish, and it's a good punch from the 163 BMW, and that's important because they've got to get a wiggle on here to try and get back onto the lead lap and clear that number 158 Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. First and second in the line, silver Mercedes, BMW. Lots of 3 wide deeper in the field, headed into turn number 1. Very, very tentative. And remember, the 70 Porsche is mired reasonably deep in that pack. Actually, it's about halfway up the queue here. Maybe a little bit further back than that. But anyway, track position does not favor them at the moment. Ryan, if you woke up and I told you that the AE Victory Toyota Supra was going to lead over 100 laps today, would you have batted an eye at that?
Well, like I just woke up and joined this broadcast, or woke up this morning?
Correct. Yeah, if you just joined the broadcast, or no, if you woke up this morning before the race happened, and I said, listen, AE Victory, they're going to lead 100 laps today.
So this is going to sound dumb and contrarian, but hear me out. No, it would not have, because did you see the driver addition to their lineup?
I did.
Well,
I heard later.
Supra experts. I was aware of that last night, I believe, when I saw the Instagram post. Laura Hayes, SRO's Laura Hayes.
But it doesn't matter, Ryan. They've all done like 202s and 203s all day.
No,
absolutely no variation between any of the drivers in that car.
You get,
Sarah,
if I'm honest,
Alana, Charlotte, and Laura. They've all been right at exactly the same pace.
I don't think that Laura Hayes is carrying the car. That's not the move. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Laura Hayes, who has probably put more miles on that chassis than anybody else in the series, is probably the person you want having input on setup.
Jason Marks was like a word.
I bet Laura's done more laps than Jason Marks has. I really do, because she splits it with one person when she used to do it, whereas Jason had renters, and he wasn't there at every race, whereas Laura was at every race for like 2.5 seasons.
That's fair.
So I think she's probably the person that you want to lend a hand to the setup and like, hey, this is kind of the style that you want to do. And I think that does reflect in everybody running pretty flat times across that team. No, so I would not have been surprised just at 100 laps. Like that, everybody's there. The quality of the driver in the car, we know that all the drivers in that car are very good. So that's never a question. We know they're in the right chassis. That's never been a question. They had some teething problems, it sounds like, the last couple of races.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you plug in that one person who's got the secret sauce, if you will. I think the rest of the season, I'll go out on a limb and say that car is going to run really well. I think that was the missing piece. Somebody who knows that chassis back to front.
Yeah, so you're shooting in the dark, as it were. You're actually progressing in a direction that somebody's got some real experience with, has done the trial and error, as it were. And,
absolutely, and to great success in this series.
The 163 has not successfully followed the number 158 through the first couple of laps back to green, and the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes escapes away out the front. 2:01.708 is the first full speed lap back to green. 2:04.6 from AE Victory, and then a 2:09.2 from Round 3 Racing. That is almost entirely a product of traffic for that number 70 Porsche.
Is that like Go Cubs Go?
No, we're pretty certain it's Go-Karts Go Australia, not Go-Karts Go Australia.
Yeah, I know, like Go Cubs Go, where they do the song when they win. Do you not know about that?
I'm familiar.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. It was like a play on that. Go Karts Go Australia, I'm just being told that we've hit 300 laps, which I believe was at one point would have been the lap record at Le Mans, no? Or is it 397 that was the record here? 397. Okay, so we're not going to
2010 with the
we're not going to get
Plus.
there then.
Yeah.
Well, you had mentioned Truth in 24 earlier, so I figured, try to do a callback there.
That might be my viewing on the flights home tomorrow.
Good call. It's a good call. That was actually the way I got my friend into playing iRacing, was getting him.
Right?
It was getting him sucked into sports cars by watching the Carroll Shelby Le Mans movie. What's that called?
Ford versus Ferrari.
Ford versus Ferrari. Thank you. He liked that, and then we watched Truth in 24 when we got home, and then he was in. Like, that's it. That's the stairway right there.
Really latch on to H as a character?
No, he did not.
Yeah. Did you show him the first one or the second one?
The first one. Gotta go in order,
We got NFL Films to cover a WRL race.
That almost certainly would put us out of a job. So I'm good on that.
I think you're probably right.
The real question is, could we get our broadcasts onto Prime Video?
More on that later.
Really?
Yeah, kind of.
I've been doing some research myself independently of this, so I'm curious where the crossover is going to occur. That's quite funny. So this race has been dry. I don't want to say uneventful, but it seems like it's settled into a rhythm here. You've got that group at the front of GTO on the same lap, kind of battling out for the win here in the last 2 hours and 27 minutes here at Daytona Beach. Are there any meaningful highlights? Like, can we do the NBC return from commercial break where you give me the hour-by-hour kind of
I was
rundown?
watching some 2005 Rolex 24 footage recently, and I noticed that they put the timestamp in the upper left-hand corner when they came back at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Uh-huh.
So you could tell anybody whatever time you want. 2:15 p.m. 3:37 p.m.
Outstanding.
But we don't have the footage, so.
Got it. Well, I know we've got replay going.
Kind
Oh, no,
of.
that was Zach that had replay going.
Yeah.
At the other event.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh,
All
was
right.
he doing replays today?
I think so.
Okay. We're just cloning Zach.
Yes. Yeah, but Zach doesn't have Telestrator access. is the
True.
thing.
Would you trade? Yeah, sure. I feel like that's no.
I got Jordan bought in on potentially doing the replay because he does have both computers.
Oh.
Still. So I was pitching that to him a little bit today about, we could start, if you got both, I could start working on that a little bit.
I did try to get Zach to teach Jordan, and Jordan was less than enthusiastic about the experience. But
so
this is
I explained to him that with the second computer it's working, and he willingly to me was like, no, I'd like to know how to do that. So
yeah, okay, all right. Well,
for whatever that's worth.
Yeah,
I'm just
2 minutes flat 0.5 from Go Karts Go Australia.
Go Karts Go.
So stretches the margin out to 12.5 seconds. AOA Racing with a good lap there as well. Being chased, hounded almost. Oh no, it's actually a position change there for 4th overall, 4th in GTO. AOA Racing number 74 in the new spec BMW overhauls the 163 Random Vandals in the old spec BMW.
Nice.
I think by this point in the stint, it's probably finally stopped leaking fuel.
Oh, it's got to get down below where the leak is, and then it stops.
It's a couple of laps after a pit stop that it dumps out the left rear.
Great. Sounds good.
Yeah, Brad McCall was not happy about it earlier.
No, I heard the entirety of the Brad and Mike experience.
Well, that's right. You and I were MST 3000.
Yeah, we were in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was some good chat. I was really juicing the metrics. I can give you a rundown on how the metrics play out.
Is that a technical term, Ryan? Juicing the metrics?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know now, having stared at the YouTube studio screen for over 6 hours today, I know what to do to get more viewers.
Speaking of juicing, have you heard of
Barry Bonds? Yeah.
No, Squatch Juice.
I saw the picture of that. Can you give me like a quick rundown on what that is?
It is our new sponsor.
Well,
is it
for the next 9 years?
Is it the new Race Fuels?
Yeah. So I didn't obviously name drop any brands or anything. I said, but listen, I need you to understand, when we started this, I talked him through the whole Thunderhill thing, and I said, we got hooked up with this guy who was building an energy drink based off racing. He gave us product in exchange for his buddy who owned a car sponsoring us, right, and in helping us get out to Thunderhill. And I said, we stuck with that product and references to that product and have stuck with it for the last 9 years. They haven't produced a can of it in 7.
No, it's been not as long as that. It was like 18 or 19, the website was still there. I remember looking.
Okay. So anyway, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I said, it's basically, we've run with this for 9 years despite having zero input. I said, so if this goes well, and I said before I did the taste test, I said, this could be the beginning of another 9-year relationship here. You could be the new long-term energy drink partner, hydration partner of DriversEye Live.
And how did it taste? Was it good? All right. I'll take that as the answer I need.
No, sorry. I was answering a different question.
Got it. Okay.
What was the question?
Way to make that look good, sir.
Incredible. Did you seal the deal? Was it good? And
it was really good. Yeah. I had the pineapple mango.
Is that their only flavor?
No. There's
okay.
Layla had strawberry kiwi.
That's okay.
They also
have
have watermelon and lemonade.
And
somebody said they had the lemonade earlier. I don't remember.
So did you seal the deal on this, or no?
I wasn't selling.
No, but you were you're trying to get a sponsorship, right?
Nope.
Oh, full go.
Are we? Oh yeah. Lights are on now. Yeah, I can't see the start or the flag. Sorry, I can't see the double yellow flag from the starter stand. But allegedly, yes, we are double yellow. That is confirmed now around the circuit. Impact at turn 7 is what we're being told by the race. Oh, it's a green and black car to driver's left at the exit of the chicane. Or were they circulating? If the 40 was circulating, that's certainly who it looks like from here.
It had been because the 40 was working its way past. Or no, they were a couple of laps down from Low Country again.
Last came across the line at race time 11:35. Yeah, that's exactly who it is. I think that's the number we're going to get confirmation of here in the race control log. I can't think of a car that's black and green, like that shade of green. Is there a second car in that? And or possibly a wheel that's come off over there?
Oh.
Oh, that's a Supra on the left. That's
Okay.
Stoic Racing, maybe? It's on the exit of the. It's basically like 2 degrees left from our camera view.
I mean, it's really tough to tell from here, but I thought, JT, there was a second car involved over there.
Yeah, so the it looked like the off the leash Ligier was off to the right, and on the left-hand side, it did look like a backwards Supra.
Yeah, if we have an onboard,
dark in color,
might be able to help pick this up. Into the pits comes the race leader. Yeah, we're a little ways away there on the Choice Racing car.
Do we know if Lagunatix is circulating? Is that possibly them up the road?
Not sure.
They're still in second, but it's a 3. They're down to a 3-lap advantage at the moment. Yes, that is up the road in front of this split 5 car here. So they did get that Subaru back out in time.
Yes. Yeah. No, sorry, I did know that car was circulating. That's a biggie. That's a really big one down there at the chicane. I think you're right, JT. I think it's the 87 Stoic car, and then the number 40. I'm not sure who came first there, but that 40 has had a pretty substantial portion of the front of the car ripped away from it in what looks to be a pretty significant impact. They're leaving the Le Mans chicane, bus stop, whatever you'd like to call it. And, you know, based on what we had seen over at the exit of turn 2, of course we went to red flag pretty much immediately there. But it didn't look like a pretty wide debris field. This one, on the other hand, has been, it looks to be a pretty significant impact with actually quite a lot of debris. Of course, it's a higher speed portion of the track over there exiting the chicane, but better sight lines than you'd have at turn 2. So there are some both complicating and mitigating factors in these cases.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's no tires on the right-hand side on exit.
So we've actually got a camera that's set up over there for track limits purposes at the bus stop chicane, and it looks from what I can see on the say the YouTube replay system that we've got set up over there that the 83 went around basically on its own, wide at the chicane, slid off to driver's left, and then the 40 came through some seconds later and was met with the Supra basically on the racing line, tried to avoid it, but it was much too late, unfortunately. The 40 has ended up in an odd spot based on where the contact was made, because it was inside of the final apex curb, so to driver's left, and then the 40 ended up to driver's right. I actually wonder if that car maybe has pulled out of the way so as to not be on the racing line.
Hopefully both drivers are okay here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the primary concern, right?
Yeah.
Sure everybody's all right over there. Yeah, and certainly I mean, there's urgency in the way that Daytona does everything very deliberately here, which is important, but it certainly doesn't look like there's any major urgency at the scene itself, either scene, because we've actually, we're having to split it in reality with the recovery to driver's left of the 87, and then the recovery of the 40 off to driver's right. HQ Autosport into the pit lane, and now into the paddock. And we should recap the situation up at the front of the field. The go-karts go Australia, Mercedes into and out of the pit lane. That, I mean, should have it even on remaining pit stops here, unless they think they can get through to the end, which would be something of a surprise.
And we can see it near the tail end of this pack here.
Unless they think they're going to get enough yellow here. Although I don't think they had a choice. I think it had been meaningfully longer. Actually, yeah, 291 they were last in. So they were half a stint deep by this point. Kind of needed to be in. AE Victory was last in at lap 3. No, 297. That's 8 laps ago. Round 3 will have been the same thing, 297.
163, unfortunately, just keeps having a bit of bad luck under full course yellows. Because it looks like they're, what, 2 cars behind the leader at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't, well, behind the 119? Oh, yeah, there is the 119.
Yeah, because
so they just weren't quite able to hang on to that track position.
Yeah, so they
long enough between yellows.
They don't get to stay on the lead lap here. Because had they been in front, they'd be able to rejoin the tail end like the 70 managed to do.
Step away here briefly. Let JT, you and Ryan cover things for a moment.
We're here. We're out here. You know, JT, I was pleased to see that you gave 4 2/3 innings of just strong ball. You had Joseph as your opener there, and then we got a couple, you know, middle relief innings from Brad and Mike, and so I'm pleased to come in and be the closer for this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long day already.
I've come into a lot of yellow, unfortunately, so I haven't had a whole lot to say. I would request another ad at this point, but Dustin's just stepped away, so that's no good. And when Dustin steps away, he takes with him the ability to turn the telestrator on. Which, he's being really stingy with the telestrator function, I've noticed. And I wonder why that is.
Maybe he wants a raise.
Maybe. Maybe he just likes the power. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he just likes feeling like he can lord it over us.
Well, can you imagine if Brendan
peculiar,
had
since
full
we're paying
access?
him. I'm sorry, go ahead, what?
Can you imagine if Brendan had full access?
Yeah, I think we'd have more views. It's clear. The numbers don't lie that the meme broadcast was doing pretty well. Also, let me just talk about this real quick. We got a situation where I'm not allowed to call it the mega poll session, but we could just have the Brad and Mike comedy hour where they're saying the temperature's wrong and cursing, all those things. Come on. We'll just go fully uncorked here. Mega poll, comedy hour. It's a good job they weren't looking at the YouTube chat because I told them how to mute you. I don't know if you saw that. Dustin's back. Dustin, I got a question for you. Why are you so stingy with the telestrator function? Like why do you gatekeep it, I guess I could ask. Right, but like I heard earlier, and this was an issue when I was using it as well, that you have to like allow it first. Why is it not just like always on? Is there like a technical reason for that? Got it. Okay. All right. I'll give that a pass. That's okay. Yes, indeed. I can use it right now, but I have nothing to use it on, unfortunately. Got a lot of jocularity going on here for when I don't really know what's going on with the yellow situation, so you know maybe I should not be playing with the telestrator. Who knows? Yep.
You could highlight the Fast Track Racing GP1 on pit road.
Oh, I could. Here, let me fish that out on my phone here.
I do have an update on
good.
the scene over there at turn number 7.
Everyone okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Sweet.
The only update that matters at this stage. And another really, best in the business type cleanup crew from the Daytona International Speedway safety crew.
They're number 1. Best in the business.
We had a number 1 in my book reference earlier on today.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh. If I told you it was a Choice family member, would you believe that?
I would.
Yeah.
But that one doesn't say #1.
Wade Master 789, yes. Ligier. 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 Ligier? Ligier?
Liger.
I think I've heard JT pronounce it as Liger.
Liger.
And I remember Brendan taking him to task for it once, and I felt I felt a little bad. I felt a little bad.
When Greg Ginsburg pronounces Miguel Miguel.
Oh my.
Heck yeah.
Oh my. That's brutal. The lights out? No, surely not. There's safety vehicles here.
I think we've got some work to do here still.
Oh, they don't have the thing on the roof for this one. Why is that? On the back glass?
I thought this camera was down, man.
Oh, okay, I see. Wow, that's kind of weird. All right. How many people have been running the high line on the banking?
Depends where.
Here at 3 and 4.
I don't think I've seen anyone specifically through 3 do it.
Got it. Are they busting out the boxes of Tide? Clean up the leakage? Oh, okay. You know, Jordan cues himself up when he has things to say. Like, he'll just jump in. So, all right.
89X coming back out.
Brendan, how long do you think they're going to let me sit in the media center here at Road America? Brendan has stepped away again.
Oh, he does that.
He's welcoming another guest?
Maybe.
How many guests have you been getting today? Because, like, on one hand, it's a 14-hour race, so people have more downtime, in theory. But, like, you're quite far from the paddock as well.
Yeah, true. I did see the tram running, though. Which I found a bit odd.
Yep.
But, again, there's the knowledge of the air conditioning up in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Are we encouraging additional guests?
I was asking how many guests there have been.
Ooh, it's an interesting question. What do you figure, JT? 8? 8 or 9 maybe.
8?
I
Oh,
was
that's quite
gone for
good.
3 hours, so I am a
Oh, that's
poor judge at this point.
8 guests. That's more than I would have guessed, given the distance from the paddock to the broadcast tower.
So I mean, it was kind of a revolving door there for a while.
Okay.
Kind of like we had at High Plains, but they were shorter stints. So one would come out, one would go in, or one go in, one come out.
Sure.
And recycle through that. So we got through. I don't know. Probably JT. What do you figure that like 2 o'clock to 4:30, 5 o'clock window, pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like 6 or 7 in that time frame.
Yeah. That was
Wow.
good.
Awesome.
Who do we catch up with?
Well, we got the Brad and Mike show. We got Chad. We got Brendan from El Monte, I believe.
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon. Yeah, that
yeah.
was the Squatch Juice.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Squatch Juice. Okay, got it.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, yep. Sarah.
Sarah Montgomery.
No, Pippet.
Oh.
From,
Okay, got it.
Open Throttle.
Oh, all right. Cool.
People are shouting from the pit lane. I was there.
Yeah. Well, you could still be there.
Yeah, fair.
So you haven't
I
had
bumped
any
into David Russell in the same spot I bumped into him yesterday, which is interesting.
at the hotel, presumably.
No,
Oh.
outside the exit to the 4th or the 5th floor here,
Oh.
like
Anderson
grandstands.
Mike reminds us we had Matt Millen from Palomar.
Of course, Matt Million. Yeah.
That unfortunate conversation because they had issues with the 38.
Yeah. Cade McKee early on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of the Screaming Goat squad.
So a mix of the regulars and the occasionals.
I would say so. Yeah.
All right.
I was gonna say the best source is probably Ayla because in the past she usually takes like a picture and puts it up on Instagram. So
Lachlan Ward as well.
she would know.
Forgot about Lachlan Ward. Aussie Racing Cars driver, 2000, I think he said 19, Australian Formula 4 champion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but a nice cast. I would say that the folks that we don't get to see very often, like I have not seen I saw Will Choice doing circles on an electric scooter in the paddock this morning, but
Sure.
not into the booth.
No Sarah Montgomery yet? A little surprised by that.
Wonder if things are a little tense down there.
Little all hands on deck situation.
I think
trying
it's
to...
the why I can't walk away from this, basically.
Right.
Yeah. It's like the camera at the foot tapping on the
I
timing stand.
insisted when Sarah. So I don't know if I told you this, Ryan, but Sarah delivered starting driver information by means of shouting from the track access road by turn 5 out to me at the track surface. Hey, morning! I'm starting.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
Great, come say hi. What? And then, yeah. So
Nice.
I did encourage the visit up here to the booth, but as the day has gone on, it would be one thing if they were out circulating in P9, 10, 11, something like that, and things were just, clicking through laps. I suspect that today is a different day. And that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I haven't been checking the social media or anything like that. I did a little bit earlier because I needed to confirm driver names, but other than that, I haven't really seen any updates there. I wouldn't be surprised if that's gone a little bit dark down there as well.
Mm. Well, don't they have a person?
Hours. I don't know, but maybe.
I thought they did. Alana Carter, good follow on Instagram.
AE Victory Racing shootout winner.
Yeah.
Out at Indy Motorsports Ranch back in January.
I still think we need to get the contract to cover that.
Yeah, if they do it again. Well, if Aaron does it again, it's her call.
Right.
Aaron Fogel.
We got to get a sponsor.
Get ready to come back to green here. It'll be at some speed, actually. It'll be the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 leading the pack on track as it is, with the number 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra GT4. Second in the queue, but first on timing and scoring. Round 3 Racing's Porsche. A couple of cars further back. Remember, that Porsche has not featured at the top of the running order since its puncture at the right rear on lap 3. So as we work lap 310 now, completing lap 309, that is how long the recovery drive has been for that round 3 Racing Porsche. 307 laps it's taken to come from 2 laps back up to contending for the race lead on the lead lap here. They work past the Screaming Goat Beamer there to driver's left, and it will, the order as you see it on screen, which will next pick up over at turn number 5, because we lost a couple of cameras over there at the International Horseshoe. It'll be AE Victory, then the 188 Fast Track Racing BMW, the 163 from Randa Vandals, and then the number 70 Porsche, 4th in line. Then 5th in line is actually going to be the 158 from Go Karts Go Australia. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are all included in there, with the interloper being that 163 in P4, and then the 188 Fast Track car in P8 overall. Your GTU race leader is Stratus 58 from Stratus 59. That is just a couple of seconds to choose between those 2 cars out on track. I pick them up in the lineup. There's a little PSA CRJ 900 takes off in the background.
Do you still know the timetable?
Here?
Yeah.
It's changed a bunch.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Did you?
I mean, at the time, sure. Something that isn't a Skyhawk taking off from the Daytona Beach Airport. So we go side by side down into the bus stop chicane. That is 188. Clearing.
Yep, ready to run.
Victory Racing Supra. See, I think up to this point, JT, as far back as we can remember through most of the morning and afternoon, there's been traffic for one or both of, or all of the leaders. Here, it's more or less clear air. 119's got it the best as things stand, with a little bit of draft now from the 188 as well. The 70 has just got to clear the 163 Fast Track Racing.
It's doing that now?
I'm sorry, Random Vandals Racing BMW. Does that up the inside. Through will likely come the Mercedes Go Karts Go Australia car as well.
Like...
Note for all teams on the pit wall, make sure cars have headlights on.
It is that time. We said 7:53 was going to be the headlights time. 8:23 is our official sunset time. 2023 if you're
is that a
certain
yellow
persuasion.
flag going into... Yeah, there's a electronic flashing light exiting 2 on driver's left.
Is it a red flashing light?
I can't tell from the saturation on the lens.
There's a hot track light that faces the paddock road side, and I wonder if from high above over there at turn 2 and 3, that's what you're seeing there. It's just been washed out during the day.
So we're good.
Yeah, and the race control room up here can override any of the local yellow lights that get used. Even if a corner were to leave it on, I believe they can be switched off, and certainly switched on in cases of need. But that's not where a light would be over there.
Are we going to get perimeter lighting from the
Yep, they're
track?
on.
Oh, the Musco lights are... I don't know if they're Musco here, actually, but the lights are on.
Oh, okay. That's too bad.
Can we get in touch with our Musco lighting expert, Jordan Worth?
You might be able to call him. Get him on a call.
Name a man who loves Musco more than Jordan Worth.
I can't. Probably the CEO of Musco.
Maybe. At best, that's a maybe. Ooh, side-by-side round the banking here at the Tri-Oval. That is the 70 to driver's left, the Mercedes number 158 to driver's right. And that position changes hands. Second overall, second in GTO. Mercedes has got the punch down the front straightaway, and without the rear wing, really good in a straight line as well. Oh, now we're getting some lights.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can see it. Okay.
Okay, Brad.
Well, no, like if you look at the whatever the middle, the lower right-hand mosaic shot is, like I can't tell if they're on from that shot. This one I can tell. Or is it that the lights in the stands aren't on? That might.
No,
be
they're
fun.
all on here.
They're all on?
Oh yeah.
70's not giving up.
Tower's full blast.
Oh,
here.
70's right there, yeah.
I think that 70 is meaningfully quicker through the infield here, but that
Man, and
one
just behind them, the 163 and the 74 going
Yeah.
at it as well. That looks like the 74 has taken that 4th place position.
if you're in the AE victory camp, you want this scrap to go on for second here to really drag itself
Yeah.
out. Worth noting here, we think, from memory, we've had tires done on the 158 and 158, 119, and 163 from Random Vandals. We're all done with about 3 hours to go, setting themselves up for what would still be like half of a Sunday race. At 3 hour mark. We're down inside 2 hours now with 155 left on the clock. That battle does not persist between Mercedes and Porsche. On the brakes into turn number 1, and the 158 just starts to bridge the gap up to the GT4 Toyota Supra. 2015 last time around. It's actually not meaningfully closer than it was last time. Both 2015s for first and second. 202 flat for the round 3 Porsche. Interesting to see if that 70 closes up here at all as they make their way towards the out of the International Horseshoe and up to the Western Horseshoe. And I don't think the 119 is being held up here or anything like that. But I do wonder what the fuel situation is there, because I think, obviously, they're safely here with 2 more stops. Got to make one because they're about halfway through a stint here, and then, which one was that? Okay. I do wonder a bit if that 119 is trying to save on fuel a little bit, try and shorten up the stop as much as they can, and what the push situations are for basically everybody else, or if they've said, forget it, we'll just ride this thing out, try and make as much pace as we can as we get a long lockup down into turn number 1. A bunch of brake smoke from 927. Oh, no, it's the Almonte car again. You see the brake smoke, and then you just look at the cars leaving the brake smoke cloud to see how far ahead the 9 is. And then if you get to a certain point...
I was going to say, you're calling brake smoke somewhere. I'm just going to assume it's the 9 with their ABS problem.
If it's within like 3 or 4 cars, you would assume that would be the case, yeah. I mean, it obviously must be an ABS issue to some degree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've had that car racing in WRL since 2022. At
Is
least
that at Sebring by chance?
Possibly.
Yeah, I remember doing an interview with Alex back there. Let's see, was that the Dorsey year, or was that the year before the Dorsey year, maybe? Anyway, I know it's been a minute, but we did bond a bit over the shared aviation industry experience. If you're looking down at the production classes here, just to recap this quickly, Palomar Racing still leads in GP2, the number 83 from the 779. The restart issue on the 779 did not really materialize into anything significant, but even though it's 12 laps from first to second, it's only 3 laps from second back to third in the number 66 Open Throttle Racing BMW. So any further issues for that car, getting restarted from a pit stop or something like that, they've only got 3 laps left to play with there. Screaming Goat also had the restart issue after the red flag did get a bump start and continued. 2 laps is still the margin back to the number 6, which itself has got the Choice Racing 522 on the same lap, but it looks, at least for the moment, like the number 6 is going to be the quicker car headed towards this final stanza or so of the Paul Revere 14-hour. Fast Track Racing number 927 in 4th, 4 laps behind Choice, and then another 2 laps
side
back to
by
open
side
throttle.
here for the lead. Mercedes through. That top speed is just a bit too much for everyone else at the moment. Here, the 70 is going to look on the outside, I think, in the 1 here.
119's way, well, not way deeper, but deeper enough on the brakes going into turn number 1.
With a tighter radius.
Yep, so this is 1, 2, and 3 all right in a row. Headed out of turn 2 and towards the International Horseshoe. 158 gets balked a little bit by the 188 Fast Track car on the brakes at the International Horseshoe. They get on the throttle. The problem here is that 188 is obviously a similar class car, being a GTO and GT4 car for that matter. Was quicker than the 119, but I think the 158 is quicker than all of them, and at least it's the case. Here's the 70, looks around the outside on the way into the Western Horseshoe. We picked them up on corner exit here, and through goes 188. 119 defends there for second place. I don't think that 70 is going to have the room to make a move here on the way into 6. Nose to tail, half a car length between each of them as they head over the bumps at the apex of 6 and up onto the banking.
The Super got a really good launch there off the corner. They're able to stay right up under the back bumper, but it's not enough. They were right there as they came out of or up onto the banking, and still not able to hold on to the back of that Mercedes.
It looks like the punch up out of 5th gear, Ryan. That Mercedes has got so much more grunt around the banking there. Draft or not, doesn't really seem to matter. 70 is going to go up the inside on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane, and I don't know that the 119 is going to have an opportunity to defend here. That being said, I'm actually not sure any of this matters very much. Lock up a little bit further back in a couple of cars further back there. It was the 9. Very good. Okay. Looks like the 158 will pull high on the 188. Nothing doing there. As long as these cars can kind of stay in the slipstream of one another here, they'll be all right. The trouble is that 158 has got so much top end.
Well, it's got no rear wing.
Well, right. I actually just don't know that it's going to matter. It may be able to outdrive the slipstream. It was around the outside of the 188, but the move's not quite done, and the Fast Track Racing Lupe Tortilla entry is able to hold the position there on corner exit and slides back in front of the Mercedes. Now the 70 looks to the outside on the brakes into the International Horseshoe. Does this open the door for the 119 on corner exit? The answer is very briefly yes, but they fall back line astern behind that yellow BMW. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd still all in a row, headed down towards the kink.
I think that 188 was very quick on the restart, but couple laps in since then, it's dropped off the pace just a bit. I do think it was holding up the 119, and I do think it's holding up everyone else now.
I don't know that it's holding up the 119 that much. That being said, I mean, the lap times for the race leaders should be down maybe in the mid 201s, all things being equal. That seems to be the ultimate pace. But yeah, if that 188 is fast in the right places, doesn't really matter where it's slow. It's just not allowing the opportunity for that 158 to get a move started and then completed. Again, that punch through 5th gear and into 6th gear is really, really good on the Mercedes, and it's going to hit or clear that sort of aerodynamic wall a lot more quickly than it otherwise might. Move done down into the Le Mans chicane. So not a position change, remember, but it does put a lapped car between itself and the number 70 Porsche.
That might be all they need. If they can get one clean run through the infield, that might put just enough gap between them and the 2 cars behind to make it a 2-car race for second here. And I do believe that the 70 is going to have a little bit harder time dealing with the 188.
Well, I mean, it took a couple of laps and a good launch off of turn 6 for the 158 to be able to get the move done. With a car that doesn't have that kind of punch, I don't know what it's going to take for the 70, or for that matter, the 119 to actually get it done.
They're going to show the nose here. Might be able to go deeper on the brakes. Indeed.
They do. 119 has to go to the outside. Meanwhile, oh, what is that?
Is
that a tire carcass?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, with a car way off the driver's right.
Big
No, it's a
Mission.
134 from Big Mission, who's lost the right rear tire. The carcass is separated from the wheel rim, and it's taken a hefty chunk of the right rear bodywork with it. Unfortunately, that car is going to have to be recovered from where it sits, unless they want to drive it back to, let's say, turn 3 or turn 5. But that it seems like a long distance away for a tire that is no longer attached to the rim. The other question is, was that in a yellow flag zone? Any of those passes, were they in a yellow flag zone?
No, I don't think the yellow had just come out. You could kind of hear the blowout as the leaders were coming to start finish. It sounded like a very loud backfire, but so it was way too quick before a yellow could have come out.
Second question would be, did the 119 hit the carcass? It's in the racing line at turn 1. I mean, it's at a pretty rough spot there. Yeah, Layla said the carcass did move. Actually, it looks like there may be a couple of pieces to it. One shred off far to driver's right,
we are
and then
going
a big
full
chunk.
course yellow.
Yeah, right in the middle of the road, and that's got to be the move here. Partially because they're going to get a bunch of cars that don't know where the debris is coming at it in slightly reduced light. You see it right in the center of the screen. Or, I'm sorry, center of the racing line there is that first chunk. Thank you, Ryan. There's your second chunk, and the car is up behind the World Racing League logo in the top right.
I think I just saw the 82 go through
oh, it's
turn
Dustin,
1 again.
Thank you. Yeah, it was the 82. Absolutely.
Okay. I don't think they're running any timing at all, but good to see that they're back out after they came to a stop there. What, NASCAR 2 earlier?
It was, yeah, exited NASCAR 2.
Yeah, the backup car.
All right, pit stops with the double yellow out. In comes the 158, and in comes the 119. The 70, Trentex Porsche does not.
Yeah, I think this. Well,
that
you got to make one more stop either way, but
assuming the 70 can go 45 more minutes on fuel, I find that decision fascinating.
Hold on, hear me out. Do you see exactly who's behind the 70 on track right now?
180 074.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Staying out keeps the 74 a lap down.
Yeah, it's a really good point, JT. Well, actually, I don't know that it would have mattered, right? Because we pick up the next car in the queue, which would have just been the 188. So I think they could have saved. Oh, no, but it would have put the 74 back on the tail end of the lead lap. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, see,
it looks to be.
Brad is playing 4D chess.
It looks like we've got fuel going into the 158 and the 119. Fuel only, for that matter. Maybe a driver change now on the 158. A driver change on the 119? I don't think so. 119 looks ready here. Oh, no, we are finishing up a driver change on the Supra. The pair of Stratus Racing NPO1s are in as well. 59 leading 58.
158 away?
Yeah, now the 119 sent as well. So that is... will likely be 1 car between them on the restart. I think it's going to be the round 3 racing number 1. 163 is into the lane as well. My word, what is happening down there? Holy cow. Somebody climbing over there?
It always wins at Le Mans.
It always wins at Daytona.
Brendan, check the automated thing. At the airport.
The METAR?
Yeah. Can we play that live on the air?
Should I call it? Or the ASOS?
Yeah.
It's not that windy.
So we
it looks like somebody was climbing over there, to be honest with you.
So we had driver changes in both the 158 and the 119.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. That's checks with what I saw out the window here.
Is this going to be enough track position for the 70 to overcome not having made a yellow flag pit stop? Like, because they're going to have to stop twice still.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't understand, Ryan, is unless they can get through another 40, let's say at least 40 minutes on fuel, I think they're going to have to stop twice.
Almonte is still smoking quite a bit through the Le Mans Chicane bus stop here.
They're what's happening is they're being paid by Continental to test the durability of flat spots in their tires. They picked up the Conti sponsorship.
So here, I think the 70 is going to pit. I think is this coming down
No,
pit road
no,
here?
no, it's
or that's
188.
Lupe? Okay.
Yeah, it's 188.
Fascinating.
It genuinely is, Ryan.
Because if the 70 would have pit right here and the 188 stayed out, the 188 wouldn't have got a waiver on, correct?
Nobody gets a waiver on, yeah.
Exactly. It would have stayed there, which would have still trapped the...
Well, the 74 would have been trapped at the tail end of the lead lap regardless, right? But, okay, now at least you're in a position, if you can defend for a few laps, to hold off the race leader. The other thing, like, you could make the case that, well, we want to pit as late as possible because then we think that'll get us into our window. It obviously doesn't. We're at an hour 40. I mean, anything inside of 2 hours, you think you'd pit, get the one out of the way, and then you know you're one more to the finish. I mean, 30 laps has generally been the target here. They were in at 297. It's 318 now. That's 19 laps. 11 more laps is not going to get them to an hour 5 or whatever remaining. 29 is in.
Well, we are under yellow. So that's going to help extend a little bit.
Not much. And we had 4 laps of yellow total since they were last in at 297. It is ice cream hour. We have the old days of Thunder Trick. I got a pit. You can't. It just cuts to a shot of Brad, his mouth covered in chocolate. I have no idea here. Anyway, we're recovering the number 134 BMW from the runoff over at turn number 1 or 6, depending on what angle you're coming from it at. Dustin, let's step aside one more time here on DriversEye Live and pay the old Continental bill. With thanks to our spec tire provider in the GP1 and 2 classes. 30 seconds, we step aside here on DriversEye Live, and we're back at the Paul Revere 13 hour as darkness descends over the Daytona International Speedway. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Live.
From these
Live
hallowed
Daytona
grounds.
International Speedway. What a mess.
The Paul Revere 14-hour
mess.
You said
Oh,
live.
man.
You took responsibility for the thing.
I did, but then Dustin rushed the countdown, and I didn't catch the 3, 2, 1. And
Where is
it's
this
the whole
countdown?
The safety car is we're about to go back to green.
JT single-handedly carrying us through this. This full course yellow. We are inside of the final 95 minutes or something,
like that.
at the Paul Revere 14-hour. It's Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, and JT Tammy. Dustin Ollis is on production duty from points further afield. Layla Kazmarek on the @, at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram. Please, 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 if you've enjoyed our coverage this afternoon, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and ding the notifications triangle that's shaped oddly like a bell over on YouTube as well. Really appreciate all your support. We've done so well for ship through these 14 hours. Fun to see the growth over the last couple of years here in the World Racing League and all the interaction and excitement that comes along with it. The green flag waves at the Paul Revere 14-hour, and we go back to green flag racing. The number 70 did not pit underneath that full course yellow. We thought maybe the hope was to try and keep the 74 lap down. It might not matter here. 74 tries to ring around the outside, headed into 1. Does not get the move done, but absolutely is going to, I think, force the issue here to try and get itself back onto the lead lap with 90 or so minutes to play. That 70 hasn't had the most straight line speed this weekend around the long 2.5-mile oval portion of the 3.5-mile loop that is the infield road course here at the Daytona International Speedway. So I do wonder here just how close the 74 needs to keep it through the infield. It needs to be right up to the back bumper of that 70. Trying to force maybe a little mistake there or what the plan is. That 74 was actually in the lane more recently than the 70, which is very, very intriguing. But we'll be able to stretch the fuel a little bit further. Head out onto Speedway 1 and 2 for the 321st time. 74 in the slipstream, headed towards the exit of Speedway 2. They'll move onto the back stretch, the super stretch as it is, side by side, and the move is done even before they get to the braking zone at the Le Mans chicane. So put the 74 AOA Racing BMW back up onto the lead lap overall. The very, very tail end of it.
Here's a hot take. He's trying to draft the 74 all the way down the straights to save fuel.
I think that's it. Oop. That's, is that 119 and 158 with side-by-side contact on the way in with a pass being done? That's a change for second. The Supra ahead of the 158. Did they make contact there at the apex? See if, yeah, down the, oh, and a flash of the headlights from the Toyota Supra. Wonder if, one wonders if that's a Laura Hayes flash of the headlights to bring that AE Victory Racing Supra to the checkered flag on this Saturday.
Yeah, it did look like there was a bit of contact. It does look like the Mercedes possibly to the driver's rear, causing a bit of a wiggle.
That would be, I mean, that's awfully spicy. Front to rear, I could have seen maybe side by side. I didn't quite catch it in real time there as I was looking at other things, but front to rear would be a surprise, I think.
So, front right to rear left wheel
so
or
not
door?
Not quite far enough along to
Correct.
have the move done, yeah.
It's hard to tell with the camera, but
sure. So in any case, it is still 158 leading 119. If there was contact there and it upset the 119's run out of the chicane enough, I suspect there'd be some flustered faces down there in the 119 camp. You don't want to see a move done like that for sure, not least because this is a no-contact series, remember. Additionally, because I would hate to see this race come down to a contact penalty. I think we've come too far with racing that has been too close, and a race that I want to be clear has delivered day long. Sometimes these races ebb and flow out of being interesting and being unique or being weird or whatever. This race, I think, has delivered basically all day. And I would love to see it be basically a straight fight from here to the end. Porsche versus Mercedes versus Toyota, possibly versus BMW, depending on how things come together here. AOA Racing has slipped behind the Random Vandals number 163. Have they picked up another penalty? Pass under yellow at 6:05 p.m. Speedway 3 team report. I think the 74 has just gotten another one-lap penalty. If you look on Red Mist Racing, the penalty number has increased from 3 to 4, and they've dropped from P4 overall all the way back to P7. And now actually have got to defend from the TLM USA car. Go-Karts Go Australia dips below the 2-minute barrier for the first time in a long time, actually. 1:59.999. Shouts to Herman Cain.
I think they're getting close.
Who's this?
The 70.
That's so... No way.
No, I think they're getting close to needing their stop. Probably the next 5 minutes.
So 3:27 would be about the number we'd think they'd be doing, which would take them down to what, an hour and 18 left. Maybe the yellow helps them a little bit and gets them down to an hour 10, but then you're still 6 to 8 minutes short.
Yeah,
it's 3 laps.
Yeah.
Why would you bank on yellow from this far out? I don't think I understand.
I genuinely think it's because the 158 has the legs. Like, I really think that because you want to have the car that's in a good position for whatever the feature at the finish is. The finish line is after a giant straight.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be able to hold after, frankly, 2 giant straights. You're not going to be able to hold off. Like, even if they make a pass on the infield in the last lap, you can't hold that car off. You just can't. Like, there's no... I think this is the move you have to try and see.
The contact now was reported in the race control log with the 158 and the 119 down at, it says turn 6.
Yep.
Was that on the way into 6 or on the way into 7?
I don't know, because we saw it into 9. Or at least we thought we saw it into 9.
9 being camera 9?
9 being as in the bus stop. Or Lamar.
7. 7, yeah. Well, we don't count the oval turns here. Station 7, I guess. 58 being reported for no brake lights or tail lights. That's second place in GTU.
Ooh.
They've got some margin in hand there, but I don't know how quick it is to replace or fix electronic or taillight issues, or electric or taillight issues on an NPL1. The not ideal situation. Let's see if we can pick that car out. More trackside here.
Ray in chat says that the pace car, the Mustang, ran out of gas, so keep an eye out for a new one. Oh, the memories.
Was it Road America we got our wrist slap for talking about a Corvette that broke down?
I think so.
Yeah. Not winning any communication director jobs with that one.
No. Not at all.
But John will be there till the end of time, so I think that's okay anyway.
Some would say he's even behind my shoulder right now.
Is that right?
I mean, he's in the room behind.
Is
my
he really?
shoulder.
Are you still at the media center?
Yeah.
Is he still at the media center?
I think so. Yep, he's up there.
What a nice young man.
They're carrying on. They're having a good time.
I
The
bet
photographers.
they tend to do that. Are you hanging out there till 9?
If they let me, yeah.
Yeah.
At
Lock the door
8:30
on your way
yesterday,
out.
I came and the room was locked, so I couldn't.
8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's wild. I assumed it would stay unlocked because I got
No.
here at 4 a.m. and it was unlocked on Friday.
That sounds like a mistake.
I was like, oh,
They
cool,
do
they're just
lock
leaving the
it,
door
yeah.
open. Good to go.
Except
And
for
then,
Road America, obviously, where we just were 5 weeks or so ago.
yes.
An area of the country best known for having great access to Chicago, obviously.
Stop. Don't get us in trouble again. I'm still here.
It's fair. We as DEL can't afford for you to get kicked out. The June Sprints is a great event. I mean, when I think back to my experience there 2 years ago, I genuinely shocked at how many spectators turn up for, I mean, what is still fundamentally amateur sports car racing. WRL, we don't really have that luxury. It's just not a spectator event too early on in the season, like the Road America course season or track season. But man, I mean, even for having 300-something cars like they had in 2023, never mind the 550 they had turn up last year in preparation for the return of the runoffs. I mean, it just it's really cool to see, you know, a couple of thousand spectators come out for a June weekend just to watch Spec Racer Ford and Spec Miata battles. Yeah, cool stuff.
Well, they were able to see such great names in the sport.
Porsche in the pits, maybe? No. There's a car directly in front of or behind them. Looks like a Ligier. It is the number 82.
If you came to the June Sprints, you would have watched action from names like Mamo Gidley.
Yeah, I heard that.
And Preston Pardis.
I met Preston Pardis at a Dairy Queen once.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a nice young man.
Yeah?
Yeah. He, I think somebody referred to him as, I think the word that was used was huge dork. But in the way that, like, we all are.
Right.
Yeah. It was, he's actually a fine, I think, a fine young man.
Is he like
really,
the poor
really
man's,
handy.
The poor man's Parker Kligerman?
The poor man's Dan Pardis, I think.
Okay.
In that, isn't he Dan Pardis' kid?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think he is. He's really handy behind the wheel of a Spec Miata as well.
Indeed.
And just a nice dude.
What a good guy.
Say that again, Dustin. So, I do just want to lightly point out here, as Dustin pointed out, a lockup from the number 9 from Almonte. We are into uncharted territory here with the Continental tires. Exactly. Thank you.
Cross contact. LX.
The smart choice in tires. We think we're probably in decent shape here. You know, that we got recommended settings from Continental, the general production teams did, as far as maintaining pressures and tires. They were obviously full safe. And the hope was that, the recommendation was for teams to change at least once during the course of this 14-hour race. I have concerns over the fact that the 134 had an at-speed blowout going into turn 1 a little earlier on there.
But we don't know if they were running outside the window or not.
No, I mean,
that was something that was discussed as well, which was that, like, everybody says that you have to run XYZ pressure.
Right. This is
an
IMSA where that stuff is all monitored and you have to be there. Right.
Where you can push the envelope and maybe, if you want to risk it, blah, blah. The same way that, what was that year, 2014 or 15 at Silverstone for F1, that none of them followed the like rules on the tires and they all blew tires out? There was like 6 or 7 cars blowing tires out.
It was later than that, but yeah.
And they were like mounting the tires backwards on the rim at the wrong pressure, and yeah.
Was that the year Lewis finished on 3 tires?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. A great view of the HK Motorsports. This has to be a Sentinel V3.
Yes.
I mean, that's so.
It's pretty clear.
Better than 5 megabits. Man. Doubling up our cameras and then some. But the V3s are bonded, of course, across multiple cellular networks. I just didn't feel like pushing the issue in 100-degree heat indices. Pit lane caller with an hour and 20 minutes left on the clock.
Heat index.
Does not appear to be a Porsche. It's the 522.
This is Porsche Watch 2025.
Racing. It is. Porsche Visage.
Almost.
Watch.
Did you see my turn 6 camera? Speaking of favorite camera angles.
I did yesterday. Did you run it again today?
I did not.
I like that.
I like it too, but I don't think it shows,
enough.
And
It doesn't provide context. You've got to look at cars going away very and process that information really quickly. Yeah, I'm with you.
I realized after I placed it that spot on the map, you probably meant the other side.
I did mean the other side.
But I was like, you know what?
approximate.
No, because I crossed the bridge. I was like, oh, he wanted it right here. And I was like, no, I like that shot. I'm leaving it.
I liked it. You know what? For qualifying, we do mess around a little bit anyway. Because you don't really need to see who's where on track. You just show cars going around in interesting places. So I get it. Tough to do that here at Daytona, unfortunately.
Indeed.
Just can't get close enough.
There's no trees that majestically perch in your shot. JT, did you see my shot from turn 6 yesterday?
I did not.
A Corvette bridge, driver's right, looking across the apex of 6.
All right, hold on. What track?
Road America.
Road America.
Okay, so Corvette
finding
bridge.
the hill out of 5.
Allow me to get you a screen cap. One moment, please.
Please. So the Speedville sign, yeah?
No,
Or
the
no,
Corvette.
the Corvette bridge. Okay,
Yeah,
so
6.
Shout out to Chris Bucola. He had an accident there.
Oh, yeah. I think Chris got a raw deal on that one.
Yeah, just a bit.
I think
it's SCCA, so I'm not surprised.
We love the
It is what it
SCCA,
is.
by the way.
I don't know
They're
that
a
I
great
come to
client.
No, it's a question of if you're willing to allow contact and people pushing the limits, then it's fair game, right? Squeeze the other guy into a single lane, headed into a braking zone, trying to defend your position, and hope it all works out for you when you come up the other side. Apparently, the stewards didn't like it, and as much as I think Chris, needed some development as a racing driver, I think he got a raw deal on it. I really do. But nevertheless, what you get when you're running a regional-only Spec Racer 4 Gen 2 series, I guess. SADEV transmissions are all on the expensive side.
I do chuckle a little bit when they talk about it being an affordable spec class. I'm like, listen, with your $25,000 gearbox, all right, let's settle down.
Yeah, speaking of spec classes, we're on board one of the GP1 cars.
Hey, there's just a lot of BMWs.
They're all BMWs.
Yeah.
What's
There's
that West
not a
Coast?
single non BMW in GP1.
What's that West Coast class they do, JT? It's like Super Miata, where you just there's modifiers and you just run whatever you want. It's basically that. At this point.
Fascinating. The 119 is in before the 70. This cannot be scheduled. Is this the 118 headed towards the paddock?
That would be brutal, man.
No, they've just pulled into the middle lane here for some reason. Now aiming for the pit stall. I actually don't know if they know where the pit stall is.
So
difficult to see in the dark. Yeah, drove through a couple extra pit stalls on the way in here, which I think will just be a warning if they don't have one already. Immediately they go.
car?
They look at the center rear with the car going up on the air jacks on the number 119.
So they did take a shortcut. I think in turn 7 is being reported. So they might have had an issue with a tire going down or something.
I don't think they're looking at tires. I think they're looking at something else here.
That sucks.
That is so deflating, man. We didn't see the contact from the 158, so you can't really,
Well, it's been a while, too.
Right, but every now and then you get these sorts of center-rear contacts, if that's the way it was, that can, damage gearbox actuators or things like that. And you just hope that after keeping the nose clean, I mean, literally all day for 12 and a half plus hours, that it wasn't something like that created this issue. I mean, it's worth noting the 522 Choice Racing BMW is being pushed back into the paddock area as well, out of what I think is third in GP1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, even the teams that have tons and tons and tons of experience doing this for long distances, you know, eventually time comes for us all.
Ugh.
And so 522 in Strife, and certainly that 119 there. They've got a tire over the wall here, which is good. Or potentially good. Sorry, 522 is being pushed back. The 119, they've got a tire over the wall here, so maybe it's a vibration that they're looking at, trying to identify an issue on. I know they're just in front of the GTR pits and not far away from the round 3 pits, as we got a standing yellow, or waving yellow at 1, yep.
Possibly the recovering yellow car. That either be the 188 or the 6.
Yeah, I missed it. It was everybody was already pulling away there, but my guess would be if it's the yellow car, it's the 188 for sure.
So one thing to consider, well, it almost doesn't matter because they've been in the pit lane for a while, but like they could go to the end from here potentially. So maybe they decide to pull it in and check it, and they know that they just need this stop. Oh, yeah, it's dragging something on the right side.
Yeah, it reported impact and continuing too.
That would have been into the tire wall there, far to driver's right, I think. I wonder if they've got the tire off of the left rear of that number 119. Whatever they're looking at is inside the left rear.
It's like
of that Super GT4.
Wheel speed sensor, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think at this point you just shut the TC off and let it ride, but
right.
And maybe it doesn't matter there. Maybe it throws the car into a mode it can't handle for more than a lap or two. Well, in any case, there is a race to press on with here at the front of the field, and it's 0.6 of a second between the 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche on this sort of inexplicable fuel strategy that
they're going to make it.
Is
they're
getting
get
more
there.
and more sensible by the lap. Go Karts Go Australia pushes on that little bit further, and I think has the opportunity, or could have the opportunity, to take the lead on track on this lap. Now I've got to pick up these cars in the darkness here, which is not the work of a moment exactly, Dustin. Where are they at? Eventually I'll figure out the cadence here, but I've spent so long staring at the Supra in the pit lane that I can't really make sense of it.
See, Brendan, you picked too many head-on shots.
Yeah, that's a good point. One car into the pit lane here with an NPO1 behind it. This won't be the 70 because the Mercedes isn't close enough. 188 into the pit lane now as well. So I think, JT and Ryan, you were correct with that being the car that got into the tires there down at turn 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at the front end there.
Here's what we do is we take the front end off of the 188, or the rear end off of the 188, give it to the Supra. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we just let the Supra go, and I don't know what that means for fast track, but they seem like nice people.
So the 70 could stop now and make it.
I don't know that that's true. Without yellow, I don't think that's true.
You can do an hour and 10.
They're at start-finish now, headed into turn number 1. 158 thought about a move to the outside as they enter the shot from the bottom of your screen. Thinks again about half a move around the outside, but that's not really on there, so better to fall in single file. They're going to get tripped up by the number 6 here, headed into turn number 3, unless they can get the move made on the way in. 6 left about half a lane there for just a second, and then back to the apex, but the 2 leaders will slide up the inside on the run up towards the kink. This time they do get tripped up by a car with white LED roof strips. 70's been balked very awkward. No, actually, the 70 scoots to the inside of turn number 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Monty.
That is Monty, thank you.
So here's the other problem with that strategy they've played is presumably, because I don't have the timing in front of me, they've had to go slow enough to make it on fuel that the Mercedes has caught them anyway.
Well, the Mercedes was always going to catch them. I think that car is just...
I mean, they were at the tail end of the lap.
But,
I think
if you have to do something different in order to make it work, like if it's all going to come together before the last stint starts, then you hold no advantage. By the time everybody comes in for that last fuel stop, even if it's at slightly different times, like there's nothing for you to lean on unless you have pace. And you go back and start watching our endurance races in like 2017, and before that, even out at Thunderhill. I always try to put these questions in: what cards does X car hold? What cards does X driver hold at this point? Is it strategy? Is it pace? Is it reliability? Is it a quick driver at the end? Is it a pending investigation for a different car? Like, who holds all the cards here? The 70 right now nominally has track position, but it's in a worse position on fuel. It's not as quick in a straight line. It's not as quick on a lap overall. Like, I think that 158 is just a quicker car, period, at the moment. Into the lane comes the 70, yes. So an hour and 9 minutes is further than we thought it would get, Ryan.
Well, I figured it could do an hour and 10.
35 laps was the stint, and...
There's a lot of yellow.
1, 2, 3, 5 laps of that were yellow. So even if you say, well, it's a 2-to-1 ratio under yellow versus under green, and you're able to shave 3 laps off of that, means you've still got you can still do 32 green flag laps. At 202, man, it's not going to get you there. Still going to leave you 4 probably minutes short, 3 to 4 minutes short. Can you save that? And even if you can, what did it get you? Like, what?
Right.
You know?
I'm sure Brad has.
You want to spend the last stint saving fuel?
I don't know. Maybe he's going for the undercut here. TM.
Man, if they take tires here, we're all in trouble. Fresh softs for the round 3 crew.
Can we talk about that for a second?
What's that?
How on earth was that the right call?
The hards?
Yeah.
For Max at the
like
end?
why?
Well, it's
why
all
pull,
they had.
Why pull him in at all? Don't pull him in. Keep the track position. You're at Catalunya. No one's gonna pass you.
That's a fair point.
Just stay out.
Dustin, it was their first day.
Please, Alonso would have passed on the outside.
Anybody who's ever watched any IndyCar race or any endurance race would have told you, just stay out. You don't have that many laps left. It's fine. That was incredible. I couldn't believe it when they did that. And then when they put the hards on, too, like even if they had gone to mediums, I'd have been like, I probably would have stayed out. And they put the hards on. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, stay out. It worked for Lewis a few years ago.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that's when you. that loophole has been
2020.
That loophole has been closed now, as a result. So you know that's.
I liked at the end of the Barcelona race how immediate it was, how bad a decision it was. Like, not even that Max questioned it, but when he, gave it full gas on the exit of the last corner with full deploy, and the back end stepped out in a way that thought he was being sent into the pit lane. You're like, okay, this was a mistake.
I would argue
Max car control on display, but holy cow, man, what are we doing?
I would argue that from like a human capital perspective, when you know you have a driver that like doesn't focus very well when he gets angry, and you're putting him in a position where like you have the worst possible tire situation, then add on top of it all the stuff that was out of their control because it happened on track, obviously. He's already in that mindset when he's getting passed by everybody, and then gets into the petulant mode, all bad decisions being made.
And you
all the way
set
around.
him up for a race ban, right? Because then he just drove into the side of Russell, and you can't predict that, but to some degree, maybe you can.
You can. I think if he's not as pissed about the hards, he doesn't get as angry about that.
No, for sure, yeah.
Because he's angry about the hards. He's angry that he slid. He's angry that Leclerc touched him on the way by, which was 6-1, half dozen earlier. I don't really care about that. That was So he's mad about that, and then he's mad about being told to get the position back. You just keep stacking reasons to piss him off, and it's like, just don't do that.
He went from moderately annoyed to full rage between turns 14 and 5.
Yes.
In, a third of a lap or something.
Absolutely. Yeah. It happens every year that I'm almost sold on, like, you know what? He's been putting in some really good races. The skill that he's displaying is pretty impressive. I haven't seen him do anything stupid.
He's mature now.
And he's mature now. And then something like this happens, and I'm like, nope, we're still there.
I think the team as a whole has gone downhill, obviously, since the departure of Newey. And I think whatever glue was holding it together without also a really, really good car is just slowly starting to break apart.
I don't think it's even that. Newey has indicated that he was clear that the direction they were going was wrong and he was not listened to. Is the rumblings that you hear, and based on some stuff that he has said. So I think that there's a cultural shift after Dieter's passing.
Dietrich?
Yeah.
It's fair. The 119 Supra is still stationary down in the pit lane, by the way. So whatever the issue is here is not. It was not the work of a moment. It looks to be maybe something at the left rear here. And if we think back to where the contact was, JT, did you not say right front of the 158 into the left rear of the 119?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just fucking sad, man.
Whoa.
Sorry, I did the F-bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does accurately reflect how angry or sad I am, though.
Yeah,
that's true.
Tough.
Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, difficult. And you know what? I've said this a couple of times today. When I think back to, let's say 3-4 hours to go, however this ends, it's been an awesome day for the 119. Like, just top to bottom, the best day I think we've seen that AE Victory squad have. Under any circumstances. And whatever happens between now and the end, like, tremendous run. And I think it's the kind of run that, like, congratulations up and down the pit lane, right? You run 17th in an uncompetitive Audi R8 LMS that just doesn't belong, like, as a concept, just doesn't fit the WRL GTO bill very well. And then you do this on, like, one of the best stages we've got, which is the long day here at Daytona. Step one is, like, you did a tremendous day, all day. Step two was me saying I would really, really hate for this race to come down to something dumb.
And
we've gotten too far today with the race having been too good for too long for something stupid to happen that I wasn't even thinking contact. Just I wanted to see it play itself out on strategy right to the checkered flag the way it has literally all day. I mean, long, very patient recovery drives, right? Little gains here and there, smart choices in strategy, like all the right things without being gifted anything, because nobody was gifting anybody anything. And instead what we got was the two best cars in the field making contact and one of them being taken out basically as a result. Like, that stinks. This race was too good for too long for that to have happened. Whether or not that this failure is related to that contact, we don't necessarily know that. But if you want to put 2 and 2 together and make something around 4, like, man, that just stinks.
Yeah, that is the worst.
Yeah. So, well, we'll press on here. 350 of you still with us through coming up to the final hour of racing here, which is fantastic. Really consistent viewership and engagement throughout the day, which we really, really appreciate. Melissa Russell has rejoined us after what I assume is a nap down in the 158 camp. It's Aaron Russell. The A-A-R-E-N, not the A-A-R-O-N, JT.
Hey, it's easy to misspell a name.
It sure is. I don't think
hence the question mark.
Actually. Oh, man. Yeah. Dustin pointing out it's really hard to see the headlights on this HK Motorsports 221. Yeah. Throw back to the old amber headlight requirement.
They're just down.
Oh, all right. Wow, that's something.
Yeah.
We were actually discussing last night at the restaurant the idea of 2014 Thunderhill, where you just haphazardly bolted light bars to the hood of your BMW, just as many as you could fit. It's just a portable sun being driven around.
At any height.
At any height, yeah.
Yeah,
On the
like
roof.
If you wanted to put them on the windshield
hood.
banner, yeah, exactly.
Like, it doesn't
Have
matter.
at it, man. Yeah. But back in the day, before people realized, like, maybe we need to regulate these for safety. Yeah.
That was when LED light bars were like a nascent technology too. That was a big deal. Those were not, $100 on Alibaba, shipped to your house in a month and a half. Those were like high-end, expensive at that point.
We have cleared the
One to go.
leading digit on the countdown clock there in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. 59.5 minutes remaining in the 2025 running of the Paul Revere 14-hour here at Daytona International Speedway. It has been a warm one. It has been a muggy one. It has been an enthralling one. And for at least a couple of minutes here, it's been a difficult one to digest and and to process. But the race presses on towards its inevitable conclusion. Here at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That's 9 o'clock Central Time, Ryan. 7 o'clock Pacific.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have no idea how frustrated I was to receive an email from someone on the West Coast that was like, well, we really should try to plan this meeting for the people on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I lost it. I'm like, this is wild. No.
I mean,
what
I'll
are we
have you
doing?
know, last time we did that meeting, I put off dinner to meet with you people.
Oh, I'm sure
Not
you
those
did.
Those people.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah. The 3:30 slot is a no-go for cross-continent meetings.
Okay.
A 3:30 Western slot, to be clear.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping for a 6 o'clock slot.
I'll tell you who loves the West Coast races. It's Jordan Worth. Those 12 p.m. Eastern starts are just right up that man's alley.
So he used to, if it was like October, November, and Scott would back me up on this, Jordan would just see the other side of it. He'd just stay up, because he'll get to where, especially in, October, November, December, when the ad money gets real good, he'll, stream from 4 p.m. until like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So if we come into that kind of range, we'll be good to go. Speaking of the streaming money being really good,
Live on DriversEye Live.
I'll pitch this real quick. Do we have the rights to rebroadcast the World Racing League on our own channel?
On DEL?
Yeah.
I am, for a whole variety of reasons, really against the idea. That I will detail to you offline.
Okay, because the numbers on having a live stream that's just like indefinite are apparently really good.
I have people you can ask about that I'm not sure they would agree with you.
Interesting, because I have read a lot about this in like the last 3 or 4 days.
I'll point them in your direction. You can have that conversation tomorrow morning in person.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh, in person?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I guess it depends on what the content is, right? Like, I think I would sooner like try and repackage the old races into little highlights clips than just replay the coverage ad nauseum. Like, yeah, the problem is it's just so much.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I don't even I'm at a situation career-wise where it would be extremely useful for me to have a reel, because in spite of my activities on this broadcast, I have, I think, done highlight reel-worthy commentary of WRL.
Oh yeah.
But the task of sitting down and going through 4 years of WRL content to try to find that that's such a huge hill to climb, and I don't know where to start on that, and it's very discouraging. So,
119 is sent from the pit lane. Toyota Supra resumes. It's P9 overall. Ironically, just on the same lap as the Fast Track Racing
they have
Lupe Tortilla.
Because they were also on pit lane.
Both stationary. So first, second, third,
they're sixth
fourth,
last.
sixth place. Yep. With a pit stop there from the TLM USA, number 174. And let's not lose sight of the fact that Go Karts Go Australia has got a pending investigation hanging over it. I do not sit in the race control room for like 800 different reasons. But one of the reasons I don't is that I think it's really important when you're adjudicating, race control, when you're making decisions in race control, to separate the outcome from the act. Right?
Yes.
Like, whatever the consequences are of the decision or the action were, you should not be basing the punishment strictly off of the consequences. Can it be a factor? Sure. Like, if you punt somebody right out of the way and they smack a wall head on, yeah, that's pretty egregious. But a bit of light contact that results in no failure versus a bit of light contact that results in a suspension failure, if the bad passing decision was the same, it doesn't matter what the outcome was. You should be penalizing things similarly. Now, as it turns out in the World Racing League, our minimum penalty here is going to be a lap. Right? So that Go Karts Go Australia, if it's found to be at fault for contact that should not have been made, which is all contact in the World Racing League, bar some really few and far between examples, it's likely to be, at minimum, a one-lap penalty for that 158, which is not something they have in hand right now over the round 3 Porsche. It's close to it. Minute 48, but remember that we think the round 3 car is going to be really close on being able to go to the end. The 158 Go Karts Go Australia car last in at 3:17 will allow us to stop here in about 7 or so laps.
It just needs a splash. It doesn't need a full stop. I'll tell you one thing, the 70s really, well, I guess if they haven't adjudicated the penalty yet, then so be it. Gone silent because Brendan's having to deal with the fallout from me using the F word.
No, don't draw attention to that. No. F is for friends who do stuff together.
Sure. They're playing pickleball in the paddock right now. I'm watching them.
Who's they?
2 entrants, presumably.
Yeah. It seems like a B-spec thing.
I believe this is the team that has the toter home with the car trailer.
There's like 350 cars there, man.
Yeah, but like they're doing it in their the fence behind the pit lane and what their stall would be.
Yeah.
And it's right next to this big toter home.
Can we get a paddock cam from Road Atlanta?
I don't know if we could get one from Road Atlanta, no.
Road America, sorry.
Are you saying you want a video of these people playing pickleball?
That was a joke.
I'm kind of tempted to see if my camera will do it.
Whatever the repair was to that 119, by the way, it was accomplished in about 10 laps. 10 to 11 laps, which is, a 20 to 25-minute repair there at the left rear corner of the Supra. On pit lane, by the way. They didn't even take it back to the paddock. There's a maximum of 5 people to attend to that car. So work being made of all that.
Sure enough, they finished just as I took my phone out. Here's a question for you. How many people in the SCCA paddock do you think have ever played spike ball?
I've never heard of spike ball.
Is spike ball not on the East Coast?
Is it on the West
Coast?
Or
Spite with a T or spike with a K?
With a K.
With a K.
No, I've never heard of it. Oh, there is a car without headlights. It's the 118 from Blaze Racing. Oh, no
No.
taillights either. I think it's got brake lights. Headed down into 1. Not that car. That car. Oh, they're on now. That was alarming.
So you haven't heard from Scott Mann today, then?
No, we haven't seen Scott, oddly. And that's kind of a surprise, because I thought it's actually been a pretty good day for the Blaze guys.
Who set up your mixer, then?
What?
I don't know. Scott sets up my mixer for me. He turns all the knobs and stuff.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, basically here's what I do now, Ryan.
You put them all at 0? All straight up and down?
Yeah, correct. Yes. I work really hard to get things to clip. And then I fix all those settings and I get rid of all the clipping. And then I turn everything down because I'm like, well, I'm not going to talk that loud all the time. So I turn all the compressor down a little bit and, make sure that the gain and the sliders are all set right. And then, inevitably, I do talk that loud.
Right.
And then it clips anyway. Because I'm like, surely no human should have a compressor setting this high on a mixer. This can't be right. So even though it's arguably the right setting, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, no, he sits down, and within 5 seconds, he's leaned over, twisting all the knobs. And I'm like, hold on a minute, tell me what you're doing. Not because I'm mad, but because I want to know what you're doing so I can do it. And he's like, oh, just and done.
I can't afford a man of Scott Mann's experience to be our audio engineer.
Indeed. So that's why I'm always pleased when he comes up. I'm like, oh, good. You fixed everything.
I trade audio settings for airtime. You come on my podcast, I come on your podcast. Same thing. No, we didn't see Scott or anybody out of the Blaze Racing camp this time around.
Another West Coast entrant making the trip all the way to Florida.
Ryan.
Yes.
How do you feel about the Burt Brothers Motor Park?
The what?
The Burt Brothers Motor Park.
Oh, that's right. The Utah Utah Ford Burt Motors Superplex, or whatever they call it today.
Burt Bielema Motorplex. There is a non-zero chance I refer to that place as Burt Bielema. Finding Illini twin 8s.
Oh man. "47 minutes remaining here."
Trevor Hermans asked about Slam Ball. Is that a game that we're all familiar with?
Slam Ball is similar to Spike Ball. Sort of.
Okay. Oh, is that the trampoline basketball game? Yeah, I remember watching that on oh man, I couldn't even tell you what I watched.
It was on Shark Tank at one point.
No, this is before then, Spike TV or something.
ESPN 8, the Ocho.
No, Spike Ball was definitely on.
More
was definitely on Shark
that.
Tank. That's.
Maybe it was a 1 a.m. broadcast on ESPN Classic or something.
Then this is not the same thing. Because Spike Ball does involve a trampoline, but only the ball goes on the trampoline.
Oh, no. This was the whole human jumps on the trampoline.
Oh, gotcha. Then that is
I think
Slam
that's
Ball.
maybe Slam Ball, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Spike TV. Thank you, Trevor. I feel correct.
Spike TV, was that on after Best Damn Sports Show?
No, it was on after
with Chris Rose.
Most Extreme Elimination Challenges.
Oh, okay.
The dub Takeshi's Castle.
You flip down one channel, it's G4 Tech TV.
Do you know what was directly below Spike TV on my set?
Was it G4?
No, it was Speed Vision.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I had 23 was ESPN, 24 was ESPN2, 25 was ESPN Classic, 26 was something that I don't remember, and it doesn't matter. 27 was Speed Vision, 28 was Spike TV. 29 was the Nashville Network.
Nice. You could have seen Rutledge Wood.
Eli Gold.
Rutledge Wood did CMT. That was his gig.
Yeah, no, I don't. That was 45 or something.
No. No, did you hear that story? I don't know what podcast that was on.
No.
So Rutledge Wood became the NASCAR Justin Bell because his first gig out of college was being a promo guy for CMT. And they would drive the truck to the parking lots of NASCAR events and just hand out merch. Get people to watch CMT. And that's how they knew him, as like, oh, he's the merch guy. And that was how he got his foot in the door to do the NBC thing.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So, from a race analysis perspective here.
Sure.
We're approaching a fascinating point where
an inflection
the 70,
point.
Possibly, if the 70 also needs a splash, the round 3 car, well, now that time it was quicker than Go-Karts Go Australia, but Go-Karts Go Australia, generally, the 158 has been extending the margin. There is a world here where if the 158 and the 70 both owe us stops, the 158 could clear the Porsche and establish a one-lap margin to protect itself potentially against a penalty. I'm not saying that I think that will happen, but I would say that even with 44 minutes left on the clock here, that the chances of that occurring are not zero.
Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to consider.
Because it's only, I mean, even at, let's say it ends up being half a second a lap average or something, which might be too much. I don't know. But 8 seconds on track, 10 seconds on track, all other things being roughly equal, it's 20 laps. Could happen. The other issue is that, obviously, even if the 70 does need a splash, it's going to be considerably less fuel than the 158 will need. So, there's a bit of wait and see there.
Yeah. I've come up with a third issue, Brendan. And that's that the Paul Revere 14-hour logo is not optimized for night racing.
It's really not. I hadn't considered that.
I started noticing that probably an hour and a half ago. I was like, I don't know how this is going to work. It's starting to get a little dark out there, and it's hard to see.
We need to add like a little drop shadow or a little white outline or something there. Yeah. Or invert it. Do that too.
Put it in our DriversEye live colors.
What's Jordan up to? Get him on the GIMP.
He is not streaming right now, which leads me to believe he's doing something useful.
How dare he?
No, I mean...
oh, no.
Oh, I see.
Muted Ryan.
Oh.
Okay.
We've got a DoorDash update from Dustin Ollis. This is DoorDash number 3 of the day since he's been at the chair for, now, as long as we all have, frankly. What was DoorDash number 1, Dustin, first thing this morning?
Oh, what was it?
Bojangles.
That's right.
Involving biscuits, which is a move. Chicken biscuit, all right. The teriyaki chicken bowl thing from a local Japanese place, as it was described, was number 2. And you're finishing out with Taco Bell? It's 4th meal for my 3rd meal. Daytona Beach is the home of my 4th meal experience, actually. I don't think I've really done it since probably just my freshman year of college, actually. Huh. That's tough, man. You're jeopardizing all of our experiences here. Yeah, we don't want it to get here before the end of the race either, to be clear. Well, I don't know. You could probably eat it with like 10, 15 minutes to go and be fine.
Yeah, I was going to say there's like a 15 to 20 minute buffer.
Yeah. Cut the latent period. I like Taco Bell. I eat it maybe, tops once every other month. So let's see who we've got in. 163 is in, and now the 158 is in. Yep, or 158, excuse me. Yep. Go-karts go.
Go-karts go.
Australia.
If they fly the W at the end of the race, then that's going to make my night.
We've pulled the timing tower there, but left the clock. It's very clever.
That's good.
I think I had him do that because our timing tower went down some time ago. Not today, but in a previous race.
Yes.
Yeah. I did not.
Did they go away one at a time?
Oh, man.
That's pretty good.
I was going to say, this is where you should be using that Telecaster to highlight what's going on with this final pit stop.
Telestrator.
Telestrator, yeah.
I'd have to open it on my phone. I've only got 51% charge left, which stresses me out to no end.
51?
Yeah.
Do you not take your charger back with you to your place?
It's in my backpack, which is in the car.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, but I just don't like it. I like if my phone gets under 70%, I'm like, okay, hold on. We gotta find a charger.
Where am I at here? Might be in trouble. Oh, 58. I haven't charged all day.
I've been burning through battery, and I think it's because of the wireless Apple CarPlay, which is the worst invention of all time because it sucks your battery down.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is a car that's new enough that it only has USB-C ports. So I can't plug it in. You know, Dustin's suggesting that I just drop $1,300 casually on a new iPhone, as if he doesn't make $600 a day and I make $150 a day.
All right.
So, you know, it is what it is.
Your math is off.
Dustin, was it you that was trying to suggest to me that I get BPHS1 headphones? And I'm like, that's a $400 investment. I'm not doing
$220 investment.
Plus the mixer. Plus a mixer.
You don't need the mixer. You buy a USB one, man. No, buy the USB version.
They're like $150.
What? What's $150?
The little audio thing. You USB into
No, they make a USB version of the BPHS one.
I read that it's not the same. That you don't get the same stuff with it. It's not the same quality. It looks nice without the tower.
Ooh, the 99 dropping wheels in the grass on the way into pit lane.
Yeah, can I get a 99
Very
update?
awkward.
Why is the 99 not in contention here? This is peak 99 racing, where it's 14 hours.
Had some issues. At one point, they did come to a stop at the Le Mans chicane bus stop.
They also spun at the exit of 3.
The International Le Mans chicane.
Horseshoe.
The West International Horseshoe.
I hate that bit. I don't know who started that or why it got started.
That's a Jordan bit, I'm pretty sure.
Man.
The International West Horseshoe
It's
and
so
the
dumb.
International Horseshoe. That's a great bit. So apparently, Jordan shared with me today that if the Michigan race doesn't go on time tomorrow, like if they have to push it to Monday, they won't go to Mexico City and they'll run the Daytona road course instead.
That sounds like a hilariously complicated contingency plan.
Which I have to be honest, I would rather see. I would rather see Cup run at the Daytona road course than Mexico City.
Old Mexico City was way better suited to stock cars.
Sure.
Before the F1 redesign.
Sure.
And it wasn't close.
Can you imagine the noise in that stadium section? How loud that would be? Just echoing.
Sure.
Otherwise, I'm not interested.
With all 8 people that go to Bristol now?
Ooh. That's 2. That's 25%.
Oops, all general admission.
Oh, man.
We're working real hard not to get this HSR king.
Well, we're not the commentators, so it's fine.
No, it's fair. Screaming Goats into the pit lane for what should be its final stop. The concern here, obviously, was that car didn't restart after the red flag here with about 2:45 left on the clock. Looks to be just a couple of cans of fuel, and it should be.
No. The hammer.
Yep.
The hammer has come.
Yeah. Contact incidental team report, but as we well know, incidental contact even is
verboten.
Penalized. Yeah. No, I think we covered it there. 1 lap penalty confirmed now for the number 158 Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. And if we go back to the timing and scoring, it's a minute 15.6 is the margin out on track.
If you're the 70, do you just pull in for a splash right now? Yes. The answer is yes, you do.
No, I actually think you just turn it way down. Because you might lose 75 seconds in the pit lane if something happens to go wrong. If you start saving, max fuel, and you cost yourself 30 seconds out on track, you still got 45 seconds to spare. Right? What if you have a mistake in the pit stop? What if you speed, right? Like, there are just too many. If the option is max protect here for the 70, I think you just do that.
Well, you know what they say about the prevent
defense? A splash here would be the prevent defense.
Well, you know what they say about the prevent defense?
Prevents you from winning.
Prevents you from winning.
See, that's what I mean. I think the splash is the prevent defense.
Oh, I don't think so. I think just going slow is the prevent defense. Like, that's not the move. Like, you're letting them back in the game. Like, okay, we'll just go slow. And like, okay, and they turn the wick up.
There's no game, though. The game is giving them back the lead.
I don't know, man.
I have so many tabs open, both in my browsers and mentally at this stage.
Outstanding.
Oh, man. I haven't even checked into my flight tomorrow yet. Haven't had...
Oh, you're flying out tomorrow? Wow.
Why would I stay here an extra day, man?
Because you got to go have lunch with Johnny D.
He's not here.
He said he was in Daytona.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he said hi from Daytona.
We might have to fly out later, dear. What time does... Oh, spinner at the International Horseshoe. Is that PC Racing? Backwards? No. Way off in the distance there in that cloud of smoke. Headlights reset. I found it interesting to note that John was in your chat, Ryan, and not ours.
He went to the chat that had more viewers. So,
I mean, that's fair. He's also an SCCA guy, which I totally get. On the other hand, he's like, oh, I wonder what cars are going around Daytona International Speedway in my hometown at the moment. John Toonan. Yeah. President of HSR. Steve should have called him over.
Oh, yeah, that would have been the move.
Stevie D, yeah.
Well.
But I would have had to set the TV up for appearances, and I've just been doing the live stream on the browser today. You know what today's race really makes me think? We had 64 cars on the entry list. We started... I didn't count this out here.
59.
Started 59, 14 hours, something like 370, 60 laps by the time this is all over. It's a good number. It's a race that's delivered, I think, reasonably well, even if the many of the production classes were well decided early on. This race makes me think of just how difficult 13 hours at High Plains was. In a room with no view. I mean, we got there in the end, but...
Be able to make it happen.
A long day. I mean, again, with the assistance of Mike and...
Brad.
Gorman and Brad McCall. And Randy Popes for a while?
Nice.
And Glenn?
Nice.
Go Glenn.
You go, Glenn Concert.
Colorado's Dave Vodden.
Or for you, Glenn Concert. Oh, finally the air in this room kicked on for the first time in like 2 hours. Did it? Oh, I've been sweating it out, man.
Today, Brian Belansky referred to High Plains as just outside of Denver.
That is
to which I asked,
gross oversimplification of geography.
To which I asked, is Thunder Hill just outside of Sacramento?
Yeah. But
I mean,
just outside LA.
Hold on, I'd say it's roughly the same distance as the hotel we had one of those Thunder Hill
Hey,
years.
hey.
Is that the hotel where I had to sleep on an inverted couch?
Yeah, no, it's the bench. It's the Michael Scott, I sleep at the foot of the bed.
Yes, it was that.
Dinner party, it's exactly that.
Literally
except you're 6'6".
Didn't I have a similar one up against the adjoining room door?
Did you?
I don't think so. I was the only person who was hosed.
I don't remember, man.
You might have had that a different year.
Yeah.
Was it the same year as Wong's Foods Togo? I actually don't remember. No, we never did Wong's Foods Togo.
That was the first year that I sent you to Casa Ramos.
That place is pretty good. Didn't they get like closed for some specific reason? This could be your experience, dear viewer. Not at Thunderhill.
Indeed.
The premier racing venue 1 hour and 15 minutes outside of Sacramento.
Right. On a clear day, well, on the right traffic day, you could get to Sonoma in that long.
Yeah, well.
You have to be moving pretty quickly, but you could get to Sonoma in less than 90 minutes if there was no traffic. Not on race day. If it was a race day, you couldn't do it. But if you're going on like a Wednesday at 4 o'clock, you could get there in about an hour and 15.
Oh, Ryan, I forgot to tell you other guests we had. I was just thinking about it because the Zeppa racing car is into the pit lane. Cody Lloyd.
Zepa Racing.
I was told Zeppa, and then it could also... I was told Zeppa, Zepa, it really doesn't matter.
I thought you said Zephyr Racing at first.
Zeppa.
Like I have a Ford Zephyr.
Is the EPA. Do you know what Zeppa means in Portuguese?
I was told at one point, and I forgot.
It's leftovers.
Yeah.
Which he said is somehow perfect. And I was like, wait. What?
I mean, it's just, if it's like used parts, like that's kind of fun.
I guess. Yeah.
Maybe that's the name that the tour wagon should use.
Leftovers?
Leftovers, yeah. Palomar's leftovers. Got the Palomar trailer there. They're getting parts. They're doing all kinds of stuff, you know. Sorry to see that they had an engine issue at their last event out. They weren't able to make it.
Chattanooga?
Yeah.
Yeah, Palomar 38 suffered an engine issue earlier today as well. The head gasket.
Ooh. Oh, this was a much more serious engine issue than that.
Yeah, sure.
Are they getting them from the same builder, you think?
I don't know.
What if that's the problem?
Somebody in Chattanooga is doing them dirty, if that's the case.
I think so.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm ready to go for another 14.
I'm just getting started here, man. Dustin, I'll have you know that my BMW has 200,000 miles on it, and it's on the original motor. And gearbox. And it's an automatic.
Yeah, my dad's manual got to 235 before it wasn't an engine.
It was merely suggesting which car he should switch to. You know? Is your dad an M235 guy?
My dad?
Yeah.
No.
No.
He's I drive like 3,000 miles a year kind of guy now.
Gotcha.
He's got a 2009 Mazda CX-9 with 70,000 miles on it.
He's coming up on the danger zone in that, too.
17 years old. 119 is back into the pit lane for what should be a final routine stop.
They've reliveried that CX-7 that all the ALMS tracks have. You know, where it's white with like the blue outlines and it's got the track name on the door.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
They have theirs. They've reliveried it now as different colors.
Yay, we found the Stratus cars.
Yeah, lead battle in GTU there, 58 v 59, half a second.
So the 58 fixed their taillights.
Yeah, it was listed in the race control log as having been back on.
Just tap it. Just tap on the gauges a little bit.
Sure.
And it works.
Yep.
That's probably doing a disservice to the Sibeco people.
Does HSR Prototype Challenge need to have a Speco class?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. You know what else needs to have a Sibeco class?
No, I don't.
I'll give you a hint.
Does it need to be a guest class at the VW Fun Cup event at Daytona in 2026?
That could be fun. I could get down with that.
Oh, man, the 44 has an absolutely destroyed right rear corner.
Oh, my.
Of the car. Flat tire down to the rim, the rear bumper cover torn away. Has that had a failure out on track, or was this from the spin earlier? Just come back through the paddock. Off-putting. Spin slow in Speedway 4. So it's had a blowout at NASCAR 4, man.
Wow.
That's at some speed.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've now had a GP1 have a tire blowout down at the entrance to Road Course 1, excuse me, at basically top speed, and now a spin at Speedway 4 at not quite top speed, but really, really high speed nonetheless. That is sketchy, man. Don't get away with one of those very often, never mind two. Ryan, I mean, you and I here at the Classic 24 in 2023 saw a suspension failure there at Speedway 4 that ended up with a car upside down in the skid pad.
And ground the roll bar off as it slid down the banking.
Yeah, spicy.
Driver was okay.
Unbelievably.
Broken arm or something like that.
I remember seeing that. You and I were having a conversation down at the end of the tower here.
And everybody in the room next to us was like waving their hands and like pointing, and I'm like, what?
Staring at the PTZ.
It had already happened, and I was like, what are you talking? Like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean? And we go back over to a bewildered Zach.
Yeah, and Joe Bradley just trying to smooth everything over.
Yeah. What a professional.
Man.
Is that who we need to talk to? Do we need to talk to Joe Bradley?
Yep. Yeah, unironically, maybe.
Do you think he looks back positively with his experience of us? Because any video evidence he has that ever occurred is terrible. And I feel like I messed up in that instance, but I don't know what else.
No, that's not a you thing. That was a concept thing.
Yeah.
And it turns out when you go low latency, you can't turn stabilization. You can't use image stabilization.
We have a gimbal now, like a good one.
Yeah, it's going to get us halfway there.
I think it'll be okay. I also think there's an angle where we just pre-record them, and then if he wants to talk back and forth, we just do a call.
I don't disagree with you. Nevertheless,
I think there's enough bandwidth to upload those in a reasonable amount of time.
Well, why don't we ask our friend Scott Michaels about how uploading high-quality videos from podium ceremonies went.
Oh, how did that go? I was not privy to that.
I don't know. I think it went fine, but for some reason the recordings got interrupted when people sent text messages. Feels odd.
Oh, interesting. Scott said there's no Ethernet cable in that box, which I'm a little shocked by.
I didn't think that was the case, but I guess it must be. I mean, not that you had a connection to plug into at Willow Springs anyway, but...
Well, right. That's why I didn't look for it, because...
And Homestead, I don't think has one either, now that I think about it.
No, it doesn't. I could have swore there was one in there, though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This PC car, for what it's worth, is... it wasn't inside the top 10 when the incident happened down at the exit of NASCAR 4. And actually, the crew and a WRL staff member are going to push the car backwards to the entrance to the Rolex chute. It'll drive itself to pit lane now that they've got the tire replaced. But I think that we're at a position here where with 18 laps in hand over the Grissom Motorsports number 176, there is no reason to send that car out there with loose or damaged bodywork. and not knowing what other damage was done in the tire blowout. Better to maybe just call it a night here. Every camera has autofocus on. This is the worst I've ever seen one of our iPhones, though. I think, so part of the issue, I want to peel back the curtain very far here, part of the issue is we went the heat sink route today instead of the phone case route today. And unfortunately, the phones sit a little bit less securely in the clamps, the spring-loaded clamps, without the cases. And I have a suspicion that it's actually just moving around just enough to be causing a little bit of focus issue in the low light. What graphic haven't we used? Like, oh man. Hey, we're down to 82. The sun went down an hour and 15 minutes ago, and it's still 82 degrees.
Nice. It's now warmer in my room than it is out in Daytona.
Why is your room 84 degrees?
I've had the PC running since 4:30 a.m.
I mean,
it's automated. Downstairs is fantastically cool. Not so much up here.
Tough.
Yeah. It's okay.
Consider a small window unit.
It's all good. We're inside the final 20 minutes.
Yes, we are.
Of the 14-hour Paul Revere.
Paul Revere 14-hour, but it was a good effort, man.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
appreciate you.
Still got a great battle going on at the front of GTU. The two Stratus cars, the 58 and the 59, keeping each other company, having a nice clean fight.
Yeah.
Not really trying super hard, but
unclear as to why the Stratus 59 is being shown as having had a 3-minute last lap. And no pit stop before it. But anyway, here they come across the line, nose to tail, 58 from 59. Remember, too, dear viewer, that 58 is on something of a recovery drive of its own. Was one of the first GTU cars, actually, to run into issues first thing this morning, just like the round 3 car first of the GTO cars to have a problem.
yeah, 908 automatic. 2 laps off, but having a very strong run today.
It's been a great day for automatic.
Yeah.
So I've seen David Russell twice, both in exactly the same spot on the staircase over outside of the door here at turn 4, at the 4th level, 5th level, I guess. And didn't really have time to talk other than to say he was just trying to get out of the sun yesterday, looking for a place to spot for qualifying, or during practice, I guess. I wish I'd have asked him earlier today. We just gave him a wave while we were going out to reset one of the cameras in the grandstands. I wish we'd just held down to that conversation a little bit longer, because it's been like this for the 908 basically all day. Like, yeah, okay, they're 2 laps off of the class lead, but it's been 2 laps for, like, forever. They haven't given any more time away, right? It's not like they've let any of the other cars slip into contention. They're 12 laps clear of the number 1. I mean, it's been, as far as I can remember, the best day we've seen yet.
Yeah.
For that 908.
For a while, like, I don't know, maybe 6 hours ago, I think, they were on the lead lap, running nose to tail with the Stratus cars.
Yeah, sure.
For a bit. They did, I think, have a slightly long pit stop. So they have been 2 laps down since. But, I mean, that's...
Yeah, but I mean, that was 6 hours ago.
All the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to go 6 hours basically, okay, maybe not toe-to-toe with those Stratus cars, but right there is still really, really good. And I hope that means that some of these newer GTU teams that are, to be fair, receiving some support from Stratus, technical support anyway, setup information and data and all of those things. Hopefully that means that these cars are coming kind of into that a similar window as where the Stratus cars are at. Those Stratus cars can be driven well, I think, more consistently close to the limit than some of the other cars in the class. We know just how good and how experienced in those cars is that Stratus crew that spreads across all three cars is. So, okay, things aren't necessarily all equal there, but it certainly seems like the 908 has done the best job of punching above its relative experience weight as compared to those Stratus 58 and 59 cars. As we get under the 15 minutes to go mark here at the Paul Revere 14-hour, because we don't want to linger, they do tend to shut off the trackside lighting system while I'm trying to set up cameras, which leaves me in a really precarious climbing position at some of these TV towers. We should issue a couple of thank yous and I suppose a look forward to what we've got coming up in the 2025 remaining schedule on the 2025 World Racing League Championship season. We'll do the schedule first. Of course, when we leave here today, our first one-day enduro of the season, we head in some 6 weeks' time down to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, July 25th to 27th. That is formally a spectator event. A ticketed spectator event. Daytona today was kind enough to let spectators in at the gate for free up at Gate 48 just off Williamson Boulevard. If you took advantage of that, thank you for coming out and checking out what we do here in the WRL. You have another great opportunity to do that up at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, and check out all the things that little corner of Georgia has to offer. Very, very pretty up there, and for my money, Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta is maybe, I think it's my favorite track in the country. The elevation changes there just are not done justice by TV cameras, ours included. Another month off, and we head to High Plains Raceway and Utah Motorsports Campus, a couple of weeks apart there, to mark off the last two events on the Midwest Championship calendar. And then it kind of becomes a rapid-fire scenario. 3 weeks after Utah, we go to Watkins Glen International in October with the fall foliage and pretty much full swing up there in the Finger Lakes. Very, very pretty last year. I mean, just everything you think racing under red and orange leaves at Watkins Glen could be, it was exactly that. It was awesome. So scenic. November 7th and 9th at Sebring International Raceway is the Eastern Region Championship finale. And then, of course, the National Championship event down at Circuit of the Americas the first weekend in December. All of those events will be live in their entirety on DriversEye Live.
Real quick before you do the real serious stuff, I have to say this because I think it every time you talk about it. The only thing I think of when you say the word Finger Lakes is Jim Carrey.
Oh, in The Office? Yeah.
Yes. That's the only thing that comes to mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fair. I mean, we lived in the area, so for us it's just like second nature, but I do get that. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know the one you're thinking of. Oh, the Lawrence Walk Show. Yeah, off the SNL sketch. Yeah.
Hello.
Exactly. Yes.
I'm holding the pointer in my hand right now.
all that and more up at Watkins Glen International. Really successful first event last year, and looking forward to going back later on this season. Some thank yous. First, I think maybe the most important one, to the tremendous staff at the Daytona International Speedway. It is not the work of a moment to get this place up and running for 14 hours. Security staff, I mean, just all over the place to make sure that things go smoothly, and they always do. The trackside staff, tremendous work. Up in race control here, Amy takes such good care of us every time we come down here. Ryan, I know we worked with her at the Classic 24 a couple of years ago. Everything we asked for, literally, just, okay, here's what I need you to do. Yes. get after it. Security folks, same thing. What do you need? What do you need? Yeah, let's get it done. No problem. Just give me a call or do this or do that. But always willing to work with us on getting us what we need and being able to bring this type of coverage from a track that is set up not necessarily to do this type of club racing oriented coverage, but does allow us to do some pretty cool stuff nonetheless. RJ Till, of course, for pushing this event to be on the calendar and to give us a little bit of freedom to promote it as the Paul Revere. It was a special event to watch under the lights here at Daytona, and watching this one come to its conclusion here with the lights on. Okay, maybe we wish it were under slightly different circumstances after the way things were set up for us inside the final hour with a little bit of contact. But anyway, it's been a tremendous day, all things considered, even in the heat and the humidity. Really, really nice day. We've been well taken care of from the food aspect as well. Kelly Smith ensuring that we were fed today as well. Always much appreciated given our logistical challenges, let's say, up here in the booth. And to everybody who stopped by for interviews. I mean, just it made the day zip by that much more quickly. Good fun with Mike and Brad up here as well, taking over the broadcast while I ate some dinner as well. And obviously to everybody involved in the DriversEye live side, Dustin Ollis on production, Layla Kasmarek up here on social media, a little bit of comic relief this weekend as well, helping make what was a pretty trying day yesterday a significantly easier one by the end of the night. And fully appreciative to Layla for her support and for her presence here this weekend in helping make these WRL weekends a little bit just that much better. And of course to Ryan West, JT Tammy, and Joseph Mudrock for joining at various points throughout the day. Today, Red Mist Start Racing as well. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the development work done there by Brian Griggs of Big Mission Motorsport, who I did meet on Thursday down at Tech to get that platform off the ground. It's been a lot of fun. This one has. And your margin. Oh, and to Mother Nature as well for finally giving us a Daytona 14 hour that was free of lightning delays. Holy cow, we did it. The impossible dream has been achieved. Layla points out there's silly minutes, so that is fair. Although I don't think it would impact anything as of right now. I don't think anything's going to change here. Although I will note the round 3 canopies have not been pulled down yet.
Bad luck. Note, the 172 will get very close to the 74 at the end of this lap. That will be 4th position, 4th in GTO. We've been keeping an eye on that gap. Has been coming down about 3 seconds on average.
Oh yeah,
lap.
that's a great call.
Meanwhile, at the head of the GTU field, the 58 from Stratus has just been lapping on average about a half second quicker than the 59 at this point. It's extended that gap to about almost 4 seconds now.
Yeah, and onto the overall podium as well, JT. It's put the 163 between itself and the sister car number 59, which is not of significance when it comes to scoring points or anything like that, but you do just wonder if maybe this is the 59 conceding here.
Cross the line less than 1 second for the battle for 4th going into turn 1. On board with the 172.
Oh, that's all happening behind the Mercedes there as well. So it's a 158 just up the road, then the 74, and then the 172. 158's a bit of a red herring there. It doesn't matter, but it is your second place car overall. Down to the apex there at turn number 3 goes the number 172 TLM USA entry. They'll move past the AOA Racing NC MX-5. And is this the Blaze car in front of us here? Anyway, on the brakes towards the apex at the West Horseshoe. 74 gets on the throttle. Remember, the only reason we're in this position is because the 74 picked up a 4th one-lap penalty for a pass under yellow a little bit earlier on, I think within this hour. Oh my gosh, the Porsche's in the pit lane. The number 70, I didn't think that car could make it.
So it was, it has a 1:06 gap.
Yeah.
So all it needs is a very quick splash. A can is 12 seconds.
Yeah, and just remember exactly as Dustin points out earlier, the Mercedes is headed down into the Le Mans chicane. I think the 70 will have enough time to get the job done here But we knew it was going to be close, Ryan. We had questioned the strategy early on. Was it going to be able to get the stop done as the cars head out onto the banking? The 70 is released and will jump off the pit lane speed limiter, headed out of the pit lane past the Advent Health banner. Here comes the 158 out of the oval, turn 4. The 70 is making its way through the left-hander at pit exit. It's further back than I thought, actually.
It is, yes.
Yeah, it's well clear.
So they're just now approaching start-finish line.
Well clear. I think this margin's still going to be upwards of like 20 seconds. Yep, so the splash there is enough, but let's not forget that it wouldn't be in this position were it not for the one-lap contact penalty for that 158 Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. So,
TLM passed through?
Yeah, job done for the 172. Porsche is actually just center a shot there and then moved out as the frames caught up. So headed down towards turn number 6 now.
Just under 5 minutes remaining.
So a little bit of late drama here from Daytona International Speedway with under 5 minutes remaining on the clock. It's a late splash for your overall race leader that turns out to be basically no drama at all. No issues for the round 3 camp. I did say just before that the canopies were still up down there at round 3. I wondered if there was still a late wrinkle to come here, and that has turned out to be the case. Oh, the autofocus has fixed itself here at the chicane. That's lovely.
For the moment.
Hey.
Well, the good news is it's not going to matter here in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
True. There goes the 70. Shout out to the folks down at Screaming Goat Racing, by the way, who appear to be secure. Well, actually not quite. 2 laps ahead, but nearly secure with a GP1 class victory. Something of the Kings of Daytona. There's a car in the tires at turn number 3.
Oh, no.
Yeah, off to driver's left. I don't know if you can see the lights way off in the distance there, but if we've got an onboard, we can pick up. I'm not sure who that might be. I think that car is going to be stuck in the tires in that kind of awkwardly off-camber runoff there. It's listed as the 325.
Oh, no. That's the Zeppa M3.
It is, yeah. Car was in, I think, for a top 10 in GP1 when last I did the math. Yeah, it does have 13 laps in hand still, so we should still be okay. But you see the standing yellow there to the left-hand side, the flashing light, and then a blue BMW up against the tires in that off-camber runoff. I think we'll probably let this one sit till the end. Has the 170 gap the 70 or the 172 gap the 74 that quickly?
I believe the 74 was behind this car.
No, it's 10 seconds. The 74 lost 10 seconds that lap. 2:11. So what could have been a battle through to the end here is going to turn out to pretty solidly go the way of TLM USA here. I wondered if the 74 could fight back after a really strong start to the day. That obviously wasn't the case. And unfortunately, I think the 74 AOA car's undoing has just been those 1 lap pass under yellow penalties.
So Porsche's coming through NASCAR 3 here. We're just hit under 2 minutes, so is this going to be the white flag here?
It is, yep. Starter has the white flag in hand. Looks for the number 70 Trim Tech sponsored round 3 racing Porsche 911 Cup. There it is. It's just gone under the start-finish time gantry there. I think that should have been, just on my math here, should have been the white flag.
Maybe our timing tower is off by a minute? I don't know.
Now I'm seeing the same data from redmist.racing, but actually, you know what? No, it's not, because we're not counting down to 14 hours race time. We're counting down to 10 p.m.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep, and we're just at about, we were just at about 2:10, 2:15 remaining when the 70 cleared start finish. So, yep, that's fair. Normally I do leave the end time in the ticker there in the upper left, but I erased it and just let it be whatever it was going to be today. And what it appears to be is incorrect.
Wrong.
As we start to wrap things up here and we get to the checkered flag, obviously this will go down as I think a pretty tremendous comeback victory for the round 3 racing car. It wasn't necessarily in contention even up until the last 2.5 hours or so, 2 hours, but it was really methodical in how it got its time back when it counted most at the end of the race. As it cooled down, the car kind of came into its own and was very, very much in the fight, let's say. Some good fortune fell its way as well, and I mean, it would be easy to just say lazily, I think, yeah, it's another round 3 racing Porsche victory, but this one was way harder fought than I think others might have been over the course of the season. And if you're in the round 3 camp, this one, yeah, you remember this for a while, right? A win at Daytona International Speedway is pretty special, and no matter what the circumstances are, and for sure, you take the victory, and you take it that much sweeter when you've had to fight the way that round 3 car has. White flag is in the air for the number 70 Porsche. The go-karts go Australia. It's a case of what might have been probably the fastest car, strongest car through most of the day, I think it's fair to say. We all got caught up in things a little bit there, I think, in the final hour of the race. Some contact, incidental though it might have been, between the 158 and the 119. It left the 119 with what appeared to be something broken at the left rear corner of the car. And the Go-Karts Go Australia car with a penalty for the contact. And kind of, to some degree, I think robbed us of a finish that we deserved, given how good the race was through most of the afternoon and early evening.
Yeah.
But so it goes, and obviously, if you're telling the story of the day, I mean, the story of the day was and I think will remain the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. Okay, top 9 overall is a cool finish, and P6 in class is a cool finish, and I think is strong, but that doesn't show how strong that car was for 12 and a half, 13 plus hours. That car deserves rightly to be on the class podium. It won't be there, but by far the best run we've seen out of that all-female crew at AE Victory Racing, and I mean, just tremendous. Oh, we've got a spun car down there at the bus stop.
82, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, JT. Yeah, that the race story is told through that number 119 car, and yeah, gave us something special anyway. Right up until it counted there at the very end, where through no fault of their own, taken to some degree out of contention there. The white flag will become a checkered flag here in just a moment's time as the round 3 racing Porsche rounds the east banking at Speedway turns 3 and 4. We await the arrival of the number 70 underneath the starting gantry for the 366th time of asking. The checkered flag now waves. It is a race victory at the Paul Revere 14-hour for round 3 racing, and Trimtex, a race victory for Porsche in the World Racing League as well with the 911 991.2 Cup. The AE Victory Racing Supra comes home essentially next in line to secure that 6th place in class. Again, a day of what could and maybe should have been there for the girls down at the 119. But hey, this is racing, and you take your little wins and you move on, of course. But a good finish there. Go-Karts Go Australia finishes in 2nd in class. An awkward way for this one to end, I think. Round 3, 23 seconds clear of the Australia. Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. That with the 1-lap penalty for the number 158 to come home in 2nd. They're kind of walking this one through on count back, which is a little strange. But anyway, that's the way this one ends. Stratus number 58 will end up with a 15-second margin back to its sister car, Stratus number 59 in GTU. And then the automatic racing number 908 car, 2 laps adrift of the class winner, and a really, really strong and consistent day for that number 908 in particular out of the automatic racing stables in GTU. GP1 will be the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW M3, the LS-powered entry. 2 laps clear of the GSD Motorsports number 6. We think that car is on debut here at Daytona International Speedway, or at least on debut in the World Racing League. Tremendous run for that squad to come home second behind a really, really strong effort from Screaming Goat Racing. Fast Track Racing number 927 in third, with a little nod to the reliability of those M2 Club Sports. Open Throttle Racing number 64 in fourth, and a good top 5 finish for the HK Motorsports number 221, supported by Morehead Speedworks. Of course, we had Chad up here earlier on talking about that. Split 5 Racing in P6 and Blaze Racing number 118 in P7. Choice Racing with a late problem will end up with an 8th place finish. HQ Autosport number 189, and then Zeppa Racing number 325 will be credited with the 10th place finish, although it doesn't quite see the checkered flag after nosing into the tires there in the final 5 minutes down at turn number 3. Palomar Racing wins GP2 by 14 laps over the Lagunatics number 779. Open Throttle Racing 66 and then 65. Monty Motorsports number 9, troubled throughout the day, but anyway gets a top 5 finish in a GP2 category that was really, really hard fought throughout the day. Plus, it gave us Captain Sandy at Daytona International Speedway. What more can we possibly have asked for? Captain Sandy on the broadcast, obviously. Anyway, Captain Sandy, how do you feel about Paul Revere? 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. I don't, Mediterranean Sea. I don't. Anyway, it's been a wonderful day here at Daytona.
Sandy's an American, Brendan.
I know.
Okay.
This is a at sea joke.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because she works at anyway. Doesn't matter. We've got to wrap up quickly here because they start shutting lights off on us quickly here at Daytona. But Ryan, JT, if you've got any thoughts, wrap them up. Otherwise, we'll get ourselves out of here.
Why is my name in a smaller font than JT's? That's my only thought.
Fewer hours.
All right.
Exactly. Great racing today. It's up and down the field. We saw battles throughout the day. It was good for the most part. Clean racing. We were enthralled the entire day. My big takeaways is the people that were consistent, that played it safe throughout the day, they were rewarded with good finishes. Those who didn't, they were punished. 74 AOA Racing, they could have won this. They had 4 laps in penalties, and they finished only a couple laps down. It's the tiny mistakes that can be amplified here, and the teams that went out of their way to make sure they have a nice, smooth day, it paid dividends for them. So another great endurance race for us to watch.
Ryan?
No, that was my bit. I mean, I came in the last 2.5 hours or whatever. So I don't have a ton to say.
Yeah, okay.
That hasn't already been said.
Good.
So
why is your name in a smaller font? I get it.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at.
All right. Yeah, we've pretty much said it all here at Daytona. Wish it had gone a little bit differently there at the end. Would have loved to see the straight fight there to the finish. But endurance racing is endurance racing. Things happen, and you take it as it comes. You regroup and you move on. I'm sure it's not tremendously happy faces, but I think when everybody looks back at the end of this, as you said, AOA, what could have been? 4 laps and penalties. 119, what could have been? With the broken left rear suspension. 158, what could have been with the 1 lap contact penalty. All in all, it ends up being the 70s gain in the overall race. And, what more representative of the way things are in the World Racing League at the moment than maybe the most experienced team on the GTO grid with an exceptionally well-developed car and really talented drivers. It all comes together one way or another, and certainly it did for round 3 today. We get to do this all again in 6 weeks' time from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on DriversEye Live. 15 hours of racing action to come from Brazelton, Georgia, and my favorite track in the country. Should be one of the favorite, I think, race weekends of the year as well. So if you've joined us down in the pit lane, in the paddock, via the PA, or you've joined us at any point today on the World Racing League YouTube page, thank you for your support and engagement. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. That is JT Tammy. That is Ryan West. And Dustin Ollis is on the 1s and the 2s. Layla Kazmarek to help along the way with social media on the World Racing League, at DriversEye Live. Give us a like here on the stream. And do join us on July 25th, 26th, 27th for live coverage of qualifying and 15 hours of racing action at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, take care.